Good morning, colleagues. Could you please take your seats? Thank you, colleagues, for coming earlier. Good morning, Estela, and colleagues that are all online. Apologies, we were just waiting for the quorum, but thank you so much. I think we can use the remaining time to try to move the agenda forward, but perhaps just to show you two things. We have the schedule of the day. So the discussions with the agenda item 7A, which is the Secretariat recruitment, and then 7B, regional presence, as we discussed during the adoption of the agenda. Then we will have a short break. Then we will continue with the agenda item 6, sub-item C, followed by the Santiago network strategy. Then we have the launch. And we will continue with the agenda item 8, which is Santiago network strategy, then the break, and then resource mobilization. So before to start with the first agenda item and to use our time efficiently, I would like to make a proposal related to the establishment of a budget committee in accordance with paragraph 23 of the rules of procedures as discussed under agenda item 11 yesterday. I would like to ask members and representatives interested in joining such a subcommittee to indicate their interest to the Secretariat via Hannah Hilde, who's next to me, to indicate their interest to the Secretariat with Hannah. So the Secretariat will help facilitate a meeting of interested members and representatives to clarify the indicative scope and modalities of such subcommittee. We would like to note that similarly to the Budget Committee, the Conflict of Interest Committee for consideration under Agenda Item 13 tomorrow will also be referred to as a Subcommittee on Conflict of Interest, or in short, Conflict of Interest Subcommittee, in order to be consistent with paragraph 23 of the Advisory Board's Rules of Procedure. In this regard, I would like to ask members ahead of our discussion under the agenda item 13 to already give consideration to the establishment of the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee. And in accordance with the Conflict of Interest guidelines, the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee will comprise 4 members appointed by the Advisory Board from among its members, with the aim of achieving fair and balanced representation and giving due consideration to gender balance. I would like to ask members to indicate their interest to be nominated to the committee. Members are requested to signal their interest to the Secretariat via Hannah again. Those are my main points of the committees. And yesterday we had rich exchanges on most of the agenda items that were scheduled, but could not conclude as planned because time didn't allow. So we are therefore asking that for the agenda items today, you make your interventions very pointed and succinct to allow us to conclude on all the day's agenda items. A revised schedule, as I mentioned before, the schedule of work has been posted on the webpage, accessible by visiting the Santiago Network website under the Events tab and selecting the 4th meeting of the Advisory Board. It is document SNAB/2025/4/2 Rev 1. The same approach will be adopted at the end of today to ensure that tomorrow's schedule of work is revised following the deliberations from today and that we can conclude with a good outcome on all agenda items. I also want to highlight that we circulated the draft decision points from selected agenda items discussed yesterday. We kindly ask you that you provide comments on the draft by the end of the day today as agreed. Please keep in mind that the idea is to, raise specific concerns in terms of the language. We try to keep the language friendly and not touching any concerns or contentious topics from your side. We will likewise share decision points from today's session later this evening using the elements agreed during the respective agenda item. Please note, however, that this will require a shorter turnaround period since tomorrow is the final day of the meeting where the report of the meeting with the decision points will be adopted by the advisory board. So with that, we would like to move to this agenda item 7, which is Secretariat recruitment. As per Decision 12, CMA 4, Annex 1, endorsing Decision 11 CP27, the Santiago Network Secretariat will have a lean, cost-efficient organizational structure. Decision 6 CMA 5, endorsed by the Decision 2 CP28 in its annex, details the roles and responsibilities of UNDRR and UNOPS, which includes the appointment of a small core team of professional and administrative staff managed by the director to support the Santiago Network Secretariat in meeting its responsibilities and performing its functions efficiently and effectively. Further, the director shall facilitate timely recruitment of the staff of the Secretariat in line with the terms of reference. I would like now to invite the director of the Santiago Network Secretariat to provide an update on recruitment. Carolina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Angela, and good morning, board members. It is my pleasure also to address you today, and I will be also very pleased to present the status of recruitment and the schedule of recruitment as well on the way ahead. Now, in terms of the update on where we are, you have here in front of you a slide showing the current organogram. Of course, some of the positions are subject to the board deliberation and regional presence, and those are also signaled here for your visibility. The positions that are now in place, as formerly informed, are two positions. The position of the director, and I'm honored and grateful also for the trust that has been placed on me to perform this role. And the position of the program support and operations manager, also that has been introduced, that is Hannah Milde, here in the sitting at the table as well. We have three other positions under recruitment: the senior communications manager, the program support and operations associate, and the senior program manager. These are at different stages of recruitment. The senior communications manager is to be re-advertised. The program support and operations associate is at the final stage of recruitment. Same for the senior program manager, and the expectation is that these two positions, the senior program manager and the program support and operations associate, can join the secretariat around July. I will be presenting a schedule of recruitment, but this is the expectation for these positions. We have 5 positions here with a red dot in the right-hand corner that are also under consideration by the board as part of the regional presence item. This is the status as of now. Next. Here we have the specific roles and also the prospective or the tentative start date that was used for budgeting purposes versus the actual or expected start date. We have at the top of this table those positions that are in place as of now, And we have also here in gray those positions under different stages of recruitment, and those also subject to the regional presence board discussion. We have here the prospective dates as well for this staff personnel to join the Secretariat. We have for the Senior Program Manager and the Program Support and Operations Associate, July as the prospective date. The Senior Communications Manager that is to be advertised, the expectation is that the incumbent can join around October, considering also some months for the process to take place and the months for the relocation. And here also this is tentative and under the assumption that the board takes a decision at this board meeting on regional presence. These positions could be joining the Secretariat around the end of the year, November, December. That is the expectation in terms of a prospective recruitment timeline. Here you have the organogram of the interim secretariat, as mentioned at the introduction of the co-chair. The co-hosts were required as part of the work program of the Santiago network to put together a startup team to perform the roles of and the functions of the permanent secretariat until those positions are in place. This is what we have now in terms of the organogram. Those positions marked in green are those that they have been recruited. This is a permanent secretariat, and those positions in light blue are the positions of the interim secretariat. We also have a position in lighter green that is supporting the secretariat, and it's a position that is a UNDRR position as per the budget that was approved by the board last year. Here you have also an indication. And just to note also that we are identifying this time around also the names of those colleagues who are supporting in these positions in response to the request from you last time. You have met them as well, so you know who they are. So this is also so you can put a face to the position and to the role. Those are the colleagues currently supporting the Secretariat. And I'm very grateful also for the support that they have extended. We're indicating here also in terms of the handover, and this is important in the context of the transition, how the handover would take place. In the case of the communications officer, the handover would be to the senior communications manager once this position is hired. In the case of the search, we have also a colleague supporting with a short-term contract, providing support as an operations associate. When the program support and operations associate is in place, there will be a handover. And we have other positions here, the 4 positions in the right-hand part that will be handing over to the senior program manager, the program support and operations associate, the program officer for OVNEs, and for country engagement. That's the expectation. Next. This slide is also in response to the comments that we have received that you wanted to have more information and more detail about the functions that are being performed by the interim secretariat, and we're listing those here. Just to mention that this is a very high-level information. The roles and functions are more detailed, but we want to give you a flavor and also a general understanding of the general responsibilities that each of the colleagues supporting the interim secretariat is undertaking. The communications officer is a key for us to make sure that we can communicate and be visible. And I think all of you have seen the enhanced presence of the Santiago network in social media, in our webpage, in the biweekly update that you receive. So all of that is coming from communications. Also, there is a function in relation to knowledge and information management, including reporting and event management. In the case of the program management advisor, here we have a cross-cutting function supporting the operationalization of the Santiago network, financial and administrative oversight, monitoring, reporting, and strategic input. On portfolio management, we We have a portfolio management advisor that advises on engagement with contributors, advises also and contributes to the operations of the Santiago network, including in relation to technical assistance and managing funding, and advice also to the Secretariat as needed on these matters. The program management specialist is also supporting the development of the network of members. So also the milestones that have been presented in terms of the numbers of members joining are achieved due to the work of colleagues backstopping that function. The engagement of members as well in the network is supported by this role, outreach and collaboration, and knowledge management. We have the program management officer. This is the position also that is in the 2025 budget, and with the support of our co-hosts, we have a colleague supporting a full-time Santiago network. Here the role is dedicated to country engagement, community and partner representatives, coordinating the technical assistance process. Now, as you know, the requests from Vanuatu and now from Iraq are coming in. So this position is key also in that engagement with the proponent, and also making sure that we can go as appropriate to the workflow in the technical assistance guidelines. Capacity building, development, and implementation are also part of the functions of these roles. Just at the bottom of the table, we have the program support and operations associate that is providing administrative support for the operation of the Santiago Network Secretariat. This is a general function. Now, in terms of the recruitment schedule and the transition timeline, this is the expectation that we have and what we foresee for 2025. We still expect that 2025 is a year where the recruitment is fully completed, and that will really set the Santiago network up for success, having a fully resourced secretariat. Here, we anticipate that this schedule will deploy in 4 main moments. The first moment is if the board takes a decision on regional presence at this meeting, the 5 positions currently under consideration can be launched this month in April. And we are listing those positions here. Now, the second important moment is the joining of the 2 positions under an advanced stage of recruitment. These are the senior program manager and the administrative support. These are expected to join around July. The third moment is the communications officer that is being advertised. The expectation is that this position can be recruited and joining around October. And finally, if the positions under the regional presence agenda item are launched in April, the expectation is that these could join around the end of the year, November, December. This is considering a 4-month time frame for recruitment and an average of 2 months for the candidates to join the roles. This is when it comes to recruitment of the permanent secretariat. Also, my proposal is that this goes in tandem with the extension of interim arrangements to make sure that we can first take forward the board requests also in terms of work arrangements and work priorities around technical assistance, full operationalization in 2025, that we hear you loud and clear. The technical assistance line of work needs to pick up, and we also need to have the personnel to be able to do that. We also are guided by you in terms of the engagement and the positioning of the Santiago network in the wider loss and damage landscape. That also will be benefiting from the resourcing and the support of the interim staff, and the institutional strengthening of the Santiago network. So the proposal here for your consideration, advisory board members, is the extension of interim arrangements until the end of the year to ensure business continuity and adequate handover of the functions currently performed by the interim personnel to the permanent secretariat that will be joining at different points in time, but most of them are expected to join towards the end of the year. That is the proposal, and your feedback will be of great help. That will help us also plan ahead in terms of the resources and how to deliver with those resources on the priorities that you are signaling for us. I would like also to conclude just by noting also in response to some of the requests from some of you, the gaps that I see in the organogram, and I will refer both to the interim secretariat, but also to the permanent arrangements. When, when it comes to the interim secretariat, I have presented the key functions of each of the roles. Here, one of the key gaps also is having more technical capacity for the processing of technical assistance requests. This responds also to the fact that the interim secretariat, because of their very nature, is intended to be temporary, and it was put together in order to support this initial phase of the Santiago network setup. Now we're managing the requests that have come in, and I'm very grateful to colleagues engaging on that. But as we anticipate engaging more with potential proponents and receiving an increasing number of requests for technical assistance, we would need to beef up and strengthen the technical capacity of the Secretariat. That is on the interim arrangements. When it comes to the permanent arrangements, there I identify some gaps that I would like to bring to the attention of the board as well, because they may have an impact also on how we perform our functions. Some of the gaps that I identify are in relation to the capacity of the Secretariat when it comes to legal counseling and financial and administrative support. There are no dedicated positions to perform these functions in the permanent structure, as you well know. The positions that we have are more on the technical assistance and operation side. That is the core of the Santiago network. But I anticipate also that as we move ahead in operations, we will need dedicated support on the legal side and on the financial and administrative support side. This is important also because this will ensure that we can comply with our fiduciary responsibilities and reporting obligations in a manner that is responsive to the requirements of the board. On the legal part, this I see as critical, both for the institutional part, but also for operations. We need someone that can assist us on the legal side and that is fully knowledgeable of the nature of the Santiago network and the complexities as well of the loss and damage landscape, and also someone that can provide legal support is paramount for partnerships, making sure that we can effectively position and partner with other stakeholders in the loss and damage landscape will be greatly supported by a dedicated legal counsel. So these are the two main areas where I see that we have major gaps, and gaps that may expose the Santiago network to risks that we may need to minimize. Just bringing that to the attention of the board. Another area also where we are short in terms of resources, but I have benefited from the support of the interim secretariat, is board affairs. We don't have dedicated personnel to assist the board. All of us do that, and the position of the director is also the secretary to the board. However, I anticipate also that as the intersessional work needs to be better supported and resourced, there is a need also to have the resources on the secretariat side to duly assist you with intersessional work and with the potential creation of arrangements and modalities for you also to be able to deliberate in between sessions. Those are the three areas. If I were to identify them, the two most urgent would be the legal part and the financial and administrative side, and the board support on that one. We all join forces because we need to make sure that you are duly supported. Just to note also that we are supported at present by our co-hosts, by UNOPS in particular, and I'm very grateful for the support that is being provided in terms of HR, procurement, and financial reporting. This is shared support, is support that is shared with other entities and also is discrete and upon demand, upon request for some specific aspects. But I anticipate that the work of the Santiago network will require dedicated roles when it comes to legal and when it comes to finance and administration. Many thanks, advisory board members, and we look forward to your guidance. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Secretariat, for the presentation. So now I would like to open the floor for comments, questions, and as well as if you see some type of decision points that we can consider for this specific agenda item. I know that this item also has a relationship with the next discussion, which is the Secretary of Recruitment, the regional offices. But just to raise that, it's important for us to get a sense in terms of the things that we can discuss here. And just let me highlight from my side that, for instance, we need to get some guidance from your side on the continuation of the interim arrangements, for instance, because we need that the Secretariat continues working while we decide the process, and also to give some kind of guidance to the Secretariat if they can continue with the recruitment, and if we can take note, for instance, of the schedule, the proposed schedule that was suggested by the Secretariat. So I just want to get your views on that, and also additional points that we need to consider in a possible decision point. So I would like to open the floor for comments. Tete, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I'll be the icebreaker to break from the Camilla position. So anyway, good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Carolina, for presenting the recruitment situation. No? And again, in the spirit of being controversial and thought-provoking, I'd like us to all go back to our earlier discussions about, the Santiago network having a lean and mean secretariat. And I remember Valentina mentioned 2 days ago that we are a network. We are not an organization, that would require such a big bureaucracy. Looking at the positions now, I would really encourage us to reevaluate the staffing as well as the arrangements for this position. I know we are evolving, and as we gain more experience, like when you mentioned, you realized that we needed a finance person, legal counseling, etc. So these are needs that will evolve as we gain more experience in the course of our business. So perhaps we need to reevaluate, because I get the sense that this is quite top heavy. No, and in light of the discussions around the regional presence, I'm also a bit torn. How are we going to approach that? But my question is, if it's quite top heavy, who will do the actual heavy lifting? Which is why you mentioned that there's a need for yet another position that will support the secretariat to be able to support the board. So this will grow, as we have more technical assistance requests to process. So that's it's not a question, but a reflection on what you presented. Second point would be, based on the job descriptions that you mentioned, I get the feel that the program management advisor could actually do the financial support for the network. So maybe I'm wrong, but I would like to get some clarity on that. Of course, at the end of the day, my main concern is what would be the cost implication of having a ballooning Geneva-based secretariat, no, as against actual technical assistance disbursement. So, that would be, that's how I would appreciate all these comments and reflections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tete. Edie, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Co-Chair, for taking my 30 minutes sleep this morning. So I think I will support very, very, very strongly the position coming from Tete. So we don't need very heavy stuff in Geneva. So we know that this is a network. So we must have to focus more in terms of making operational the network, making the transition and the communication of activities on the field, on the ground, to be more fluid and more efficient in terms of result that we aim to reach. Maybe in the first year, the 1 or 2 first years, we need maybe staff to make it operational, but it can be a dynamic process with some indicators who can allow us to evaluate what is the action that we need to do and to execute every year, and what are the needed in terms of staff mobilization. So with the cost implication, we know that the budget we have is not too big, and we need in terms of management of resources to be more precise of action were dedicated to the secretariat and also to technical efficient or regional offices. For me, we need maybe to see what will be in the 2 incoming years, the indicators that we can put on place to evaluate the work coming from the secretariat and the network, what would make it operational. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edie. We have Alpha followed by Camila.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Carolina, for your presentation and particularly for your continuous and professional support. I would like to also acknowledge the effort made to submit the document well prior to the meeting, and I think that's very appreciated. And I would like also to seize this opportunity or to make this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the interim secretariat. They have provided their support as they were permanent staff. And the quality of the information we got and we are still having is impressive. And I think thank you again for sharing the recruitment plan. And I appreciate the detailed operational approach you've outlined, which shows careful consideration of the implementation steps needed. I'd like to offer some positive reinforcement while raising a consideration that might strengthen your plan even further. Given our limited resources, I believe incorporating a value for money perspective will significantly enhance this recruitment plan. And that speaks to what Gladys yesterday indicated, what the relationship, we should be able to track the connection of each staff to the mandate. What is the staff contribution to the fulfillment of the mandate? And what I like in your presentation is your operational roadmap demonstrating clear process and practical steps, even including the transition phase. The tactical elements show attention to detail and implementation consideration. The plan also includes specific actions and responsibility. So, however, I think this recruitment plan could have been better understood if it was tied with a vision, how the Secretariat will fulfill the mandate. A strategic vision will actually help us to take informed decision. Because again, for us, the relationship between the Secretariat and the demand-drivenness of the technical assistant, the impact on the ground is highly important. I also would like to indicate that that I haven't seen the document before, And in the representation, there was no budget tied to it, because that is also very important to understand what is the contribution of the network to make its mandate. And speaking to the value for money, I think we need to have a performance base and how the different staff contribute to the mandate. And I think it will be important. I would like to seek the legal advice in our sophisticated arrangement between the Secretariat, Board, Consortium, UNFCC. But I would like to understand whether the board can request the TOR of the staffs, because it is our duty to ensure that the people that are working for the Santiago network are tied to the mandate. And secondly, I think from what I was saying regarding the linkages, the strict and intersect close linkages between the Secretariat and the mandate, I will have had another vision, more regional presence, because those are the people talking to the ground. And I would like to indicate that in this process, one of the words I heard is lean secretariat, what I do not believe, because all the institutions that have been set up to be lean are becoming heavy. Example is the GCF. It was a lean secretariat. Now we have 200 there, and with the deployment of regional offices, it's going to be more people. Because what was, in my point of view, my perception, what was very important in that process, how we speak and how to speak to the ground. So I think I would very much like to understand how these people speak to the countries, and we also need limited resources. So basically, not to take long, I would like to indicate as a suggestion moving forward, that we could perhaps take a moment to discuss how this recruitment plan align with the overall visions for the Santiago network, understanding the why behind these operational steps would help us to have to waive the investment of our scarce resources in a way that maximizes value. Again, the issue of value for money, I'd like to bring that again. And by connecting operational tactics to strategic objective, we can better evaluate whether each element of the recruitment plan delivers genuine value for money and support long-term goals and mandate of the Santiago network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. We have Camila followed by Gladys.
Thank you so much, co-chair, and thank you, Carolina, for the updates made on the presentation upon the request on the informal day. I'm very grateful to see a little bit more detail and to start really understanding sort of, or grasping a bit more the day-to-day of the Secretariat, which the board can maybe take for granted, right, as it's what is happening. So I also think it's a useful exercise in trying to see how some of these tasks might track on some of the positions and which may not. So thank you. It's really helpful for us. I really think Alpha was quite eloquent in a lot of the points that I want to make. So I try not to be repetitive and acknowledge that we've given you a very difficult task. Operationalize this really quickly and be delivering technical assistance on the ground really quickly, while at the same time building the structure as you go with the vision that you should have had retroactively as to how you built that way before we had the vision. So we know it is not an easy task, and we are here with you. And I think that's the message I've been trying to give in my statements, right? This is the board is part of the ESN, not just when the board meets, but with you, and to try to make your work as simple as possible, not harder than it should be. So I would just say that I agree with an idea of having. I mean, I agree with the need to having the positions that we need. Certainly, we go from lean to trying to building more people, but it's because we realize what the actual needs to keep this running is, and I think there are lessons learned, and I think there is an exercise of value for money that needs to be made so that we are making the correct choices when it comes both to hiring the positions that we most need to help us grow in the adequate order. And in that idea of which tasks mirror and do not mirror exactly can is interesting. And I heard on board support, and I think we need to strive both to be a leaner board as well if we're asking for a leaner secretariat, but also to see how we are distributing the load in some of the positions. And I see I am the first one to agree, and particularly as a network, the role of communications officer is really important. And there's a lot of the management support and Hannah that has come, but maybe which of these support to the board can be handled there, and which are things that cannot, like legal and financial support, which you have identified. And in that, that doesn't track at all with what those positions maybe would do. And then I would have an actual financial question, and I would love to see what the estimate is if co-hosts keep providing this and it has a cost. What is sort of a cost analysis, and is it more interesting for us or better more to continue doing it this way or hire in-house? And having that analysis might help us actually make a decision as to, do we need this right now? Do we continue in the arrangement as it is, and then evaluate when it is cost effective sort of to move to that position? And that might help us reach decisions in those, while both leveraging the co-hosts that have signed an agreement to host the secretariat, but also building a steps approach towards how do we go into a full secretariat, and hopefully we can have discussions and you can feel supported in this, so that we do move towards having a strong secretariat that can actually deliver on. And it is my real hope is that we'll start receiving a lot of technical assistance requests, and I would not like to see this sort of as be viewed as a bottleneck organism. But so we need to make sure that at least some of those P4 and country and OB&E positions that can then also work in actually making the matching be here quickly.
Thank you very much, Camila. Gladys, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I was going to say exactly what Camila said. So I guess I don't want to repeat myself, but I want to thank you for your hard work. I know it's very, very hard to establish this, and I think you have made a very good job so far. But my point was exactly that, to see whether the host can provide these services, or and how in comparison would be that we hire new staff. And well, that's it. And also I recall my interventions from yesterday, just to see how Alpha said already, that we have to direct this establishment of the network to provide technical assistance. So with that view, to review every position in the network for that goal that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Now I have Matthias, followed by Akio.
Thank you, Angela. Good morning, colleagues. Well, on this topic, I think already made my view known about the importance of recruitment to operationalize and get TA requests started. So both at HQ and in the regions, filling those posts is crucial. And then there I echo the colleagues, taking into account the very clear provisions by CMA and CP that this should be a lean and cost-effective secretariat. So I think that's really the boundaries we kind of work within. As to two additional points, one mentioned by Camilla about board secretariat interaction and what that means for secretariat capacity. I think it's really important that the way we structure the board, we have cost and staff implications in mind. Also view to use as much as resources as possible for catalyzing technical assistance. Thirdly, on this legal and administration financial positions that you suggest, well, there actually, frankly, I thought these would be the kind of positions or work that could be undertaken by the co-host, the UNOPS. I thought that they would provide this kind of legal. I know they're not only servicing then the Santiago network, that's clear to me, but I would expect that they would have people, dedicated to specific initiatives they are co-hosting. They are co-hosting many, perhaps, but then you would have at least the same person who would always deal with the Santiago network and being available, in a timely fashion to service your needs in a competent fashion. So I'm not convinced at this stage that we should add additional positions for that, if that could be part of the co-host and finance through these shared costs that we see in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Akio?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'd like to echo the comments by previous speakers on our fundamental principle decided by CMA to seek the small core team, lean and cost efficient on others. On the other hand, as mentioned by others, also pointed out my colleagues, Alpha, Camilla, and others, we have an hardship to accelerate action to create the technical assistance in all regions. So from my end, I'd like to have a bit different context. So having listened to the discussion yesterday, I was happy that there are a lot of partners of NIS have strong wills and to collaborate with us on the knowledge management and the outreach activities. Then there are in the current budget envelope, there are more than $1 million are allocated to events and also knowledge management activities. So of course that would be reviewed a more longer term basis. This is just first year. The question is how effectively utilize the budget for enhancing the technical assistance. Is this through the knowledge management or outreach by Santiago Network, or through the capacity of human resources of the Secretariat? We don't know at this time. But however, I think that should be carefully reviewed and to report to the company CMA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akio. I don't see any advisory board members, any other advisory board members asking for the floor. Now I would like to give the floor for observers, just if they want to share some views and questions on this agenda item. Okay. So with that, I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat for clarifications. and reactions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and many thanks for the feedback from board members, and also for the words of support and acknowledgement to the work of the interim secretariat, the secretariat and the co-hosts. It is really impressive, and I said that before I joined. When I joined Santiago Network, I was very impressed by all the achievements that have been made. Many of them also guided by the board, like the operational guidelines and having the processes and systems in place. So many thanks also for acknowledging that work that's been done, and that was well before my arrival. I also acknowledge that. And thanks for your comments and feedback. Just going to some of those points. There were comments in relation also to the size of the secretariat. That is something also that we are mindful of the need to comply with the COP and CMA decisions and the spirit as well of maintaining a lean, cost-efficient secretariat. We are endeavoring to maintain that as we move ahead. And to make sure that we can move ahead both with a lean and efficient secretariat, at the same time having the resources needed to establish and manage a new global initiative, the Santiago Network, to be able to be duly resourced while keeping in mind the need to be lean and efficient. There was a suggestion, many thanks, Tete, for one of the interim positions to take the role of financial and reporting aspects. I have to say that to some extent that position is already supporting us in that regard, but this is an interim position and not currently included in the permanent secretariat structure. Also on the comments about the Santiago Network being a network, that is something that we are trying also to implement more thoroughly, that role that we have as a network. We have identified also in this early stage that also requires the facilitation and the human resource capacity to make sure that network can really come together and can really operate as a network. We need that human resource to leverage on the partners that we can have, and also on the alliances that we can have with other stakeholders. So it is important for us that to make that network come to life, there is a resource base that can also facilitate that. Also, there were comments about the support from UNOPS, and I have to say that we have very strong support from UNOPS. We are very appreciative as well of that support. That is what is enabling us now to come to you and also report on the financial side, provide the budget figures that you have seen, making sure that we have an annual financial report. So that is support that is provided on an ad hoc basis, on a specific basis as well. As mentioned, this is shared support. The intention is also to carefully make an assessment on what can be covered on a shared basis, as foreseen so far, with UNOPS, of course, supporting us in that respect. But also a prudent approach would be to consider potentially expanding with dedicated personnel if and as needed, at least on those functions that we anticipate may require a full-time person or a full-time role that can assist us moving forward. But that is something where we can make an assessment and come back to the board as well and inform you also on what is possible to be covered with shared costs with the support of our co-hosts, the support of UNOPS, and if and when it would be convenient to consider a full-time role. But I wanted to bring this to your early attention. Many thanks, Alpha, also for your comments about linking the positions to the vision. Just to say that we have made efforts also to have clarity on how they map out to the stated objectives of the Santiago Network. I can do that also very, very quickly in terms of the mapping, because that is an exercise that I'm glad to say we have conducted internally as part of our planning process. We have three main pillars that have been presented as part of the report on the activities of the Secretariat. The main pillars are institutional strengthening, positioning and resourcing and full operationalization. If I were to identify colleagues against those three pillars, we have colleagues who are supporting on the institutional side. We have Ben that is supporting that part. Of course, he's providing cross-cutting support, but I would place the role that he has more on the institutional part. When it comes to operations, we have Christine, we have Timo. They are supporting on the membership and on the TA assistance process. When it comes to the positioning, we have Travail and we have Marcus, who are supporting on the communication side and on the engagement with contributors. We have Ferit that is also supporting on the operations administrative part. So that would be the way, that's the institutional. That would be the way in which I would map all of the colleagues in the interim support arrangements to the three main objectives that we have to assist in the delivery of the Santiago Network mission. You also asked, Alpha, for the TORs of the permanent staff. Very, very pleased to mention that those have been made available. Those are contained in an annex to the regional presence paper. All the terms of reference of the permanent staff are available. The only one that is not contained in there is the director, given the fact that that was agreed by the board, and also you have visibility of that TOR. And those are the summaries of the terms of reference. But if there is any more detail needed, we're very happy to provide that. And of course, those are made available also when the positions are advertised. On the points also about many thanks, Camila, also for acknowledging the status in where we are and for reassuring the support of the board. We feel very supported, and we know that this is a shared journey. That is something that we appreciate, and we'll also, on our side, will keep you constantly informed about the situation and the evolution as well, so we can receive your guidance and move to make Santiago Network successful jointly. Many thanks also for the comments on about how the work is being, the workload of the Secretariat. We're trying also to balance the workloads to make sure that we optimize the resources that we have on an ad interim basis. We take note of your question, your financial question on the cost estimate for having the co-hosts providing this service, perhaps in an expanded way. That is something that we can look at, and we can come back with some of those figures to identify what, if not a full, but perhaps an expanded coverage could imply in terms of costing. And that goes also to the point of Gladys about the co-host providing this service. We'll come back also with those numbers. Just to mention also in relation to the comments about the costs of the interim personnel, the cost of the interim personnel per quarter are around, this is a very preliminary figure, but are around $150,000 per quarter. That means also that the extension till the end of the year would be, well, basically covering the quarters that we have up to the end of the year. We also have a role that is in the budget where we receive the support from UNDRR. That also has a separate cost estimate. We can add the two as well to provide you with an estimate of what would be the final figure of extending the interim arrangements till the end of the year. And thanks, Matthias, also for the comments that you have made. Just to mention as well on the cost effectiveness, legal and financial support. This is something that we will explore further with UNOPS, to what extent we can have expanded support, and we will come back also to the board on whether a dedicated position or the shared support is the best approach for the Santiago Network. And thank you, Akio, also for your comments. We will make sure as well that we come back as you requested with a clear explanation and cost analysis for the dedicated approach vis-a-vis the shared costs approach. Many thanks for the comments and feedback, and happy also to address any further clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretaria, and thank you, colleagues. Alpha, you're asking again for the floor? Go ahead.
Again, thank you. I first would like to support the innovative idea put forward by Camila. Do we need to have these staff people now? It seems to be very well working. The current institutional arrangement and division of labor between the interim secretariat and the new secretariat. And hearing the cost, I hope that will not increase because we will be giving them this mandate. But looking at this cost, it's optimum. It's optimum because we want the money to go to OBMEs to support countries. And I fully support that way. It does not mean that the secretariat will not come. But looking at the projection yesterday in the budget, the uncertainty around our resources, the current climate finance context, I think we are well advised to use wisely, effectively, the resources that we are having. So I fully support that. And the second point is, I look at the term of reference, of course, and thank you for reminding me. And I have specific comment to that as well. So, for instance, one of the points is the seniority of the staff. We need a senior while we have manager that can do the job. The seniority has a correlation with the salary. That's the first point. The second point is, I think there are many of the posts that can be cut or merged in one. I give you an example. In the presentation now, the 2 green program official in the head office, this could be cut into one full person position first, covering also country engagement, OBMEs, etc. And what I'm saying is we need to have an agile process. For me, leanness, I hope that's the way to say in English, but for me, as a network, we need to leverage the network. We should be working as a network. And working as a network is leveraging the comparative advantage and the added value of each element or member of the network. And I think the proposal of continuing for the time being with the interim secretariat might be one of the optimum options that we might consider. That does not mean that you do not have the role and the term of reference you have, and the job description and the expectation that we gave you. We confirm that, and that has to be there. You will be the boss, but I think unless the consortium people can do. Another thing is, the UNOPS is charging us, for instance, for management. Why not the finance management go in there? I can understand that the legal, we might need to have a conflict of interest in preserving the network view, but the finance, UNOPS is already doing that. So I strongly believe it is wise considering the option for the time being, in light of the resources, to continue with the interim arrangement and to have that as a standing agenda item, perhaps at each meeting, and see the suitability. For the time being, looking at the number of technical assistance requests, I will be sending dozens of people on the ground. And if the reality, that what we did not speak about yesterday, and that is the very reality, It's not because they don't have any liaison or something like that. It is because countries are confused. There is a coordination fatigue in our countries. We tell them to create new things, and they have been creating things, but they're not getting any money. So there is also a reluctance by countries to say, whoa, yes, let's see how it moves. So we need to send people on the ground. We need to generate, particularly for seats and LDCs, technical assistance. And the current setup, as far as I'm concerned, I think it works good. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Any other views? Camila, go ahead.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you for indulging. Just because I think Alpha is making some interesting points, I just wanted maybe to clarify on the position that I gave, because I think my position was rather there are roles that are not capacity or knowledge specific to the Santiago network, which was financial and legal advice, which Carolina I did as something that's needed. And for those to be specifically, could we then have a response as to what the costing would be for that to be taken over by the hosts, and then also in line with Matthias' question, how much of that can also be as in kind. So it's a question. I do think that in terms of technical assistance and capacity and review, there's a lot of actual technical position and knowledge that is of this world, and that there's value added to it being in the permanent secretariat. But for those evaluations to be made in a sense that we are keeping in line with the lean and efficient secretariat and budget, but also making decisions so that we can prioritize delivering technical assistance. And just to clarify, as maybe that wasn't exactly what was understood. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm going to close the list of speakers. I'm going to give the floor to Tetet, and I will propose a way forward because, colleagues, remember that we need to be efficient on time. We have the next agenda item, which is also important, and we just have one day, additional day, to finalize all the agenda items. So Tetet followed by Matthias, and I close the list.
Thanks very much, co-chair. This is going to be a difficult conversation, no? Because of many tensions in the room. So I think it would be good for us to be guided by an evaluation or an assessment of the roles that we foresee, as the network evolves and actually goes to its business of delivering technical assistance at country level. Let's not forget that, versus the current staff roster. So, if we are into the business of matchmaking, let's also do our own matchmaking homework internally so that we can see if we have the full spread of the technical and legal expertise needed by the network at this point in its operations. We can always review, revisit. Probably we can have another committee established for this purpose, no? Working intersessionally so that we can do this matchmaking and see what would be the most optimal staffing structure in the spirit of having a lean and cost-efficient secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tetet. Matthias?
Yeah, thank you. Just building on what Camila said, I think it's indeed important. I think some of those functions could indeed, we have to have the view, as I said before, what the co-host UNOPS can do and whatnot. But on the general, core work of the secretariat, catalyzing technical assistance and doing the work with the members, knowledge management. I think these should be in the permanent independent secretariat, it's also a difference if you have them in this unified team. We want to grow a team. We want to create an institutional setup here, not something which remains kind of interim or in the limbo between permanent and interim. So I'm saying this fully cognizant of the great job that the interim secretariat has done thus far. But I think it's not, it has a different, a permanent secretariat has a different ability to serve developing countries in catalyzing technical assistance. And about merging some of the key positions, I think, one person only has a certain amount of hours a day and can't, do catalyze technical assistance, reach out to the OB-NEEDs at the same time. I mean, we need some delineation of tasks and specializations while keeping the secretariat lean and cost effective. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. So now I just want to give you some kind of feedback in terms of the conversation that we are having here, because this is really important. And I think one of the key decision points that we need to take as a group, although we cannot close this agenda item in this session, I have to go to say that because we need to go into the other sub-item. One of the things that I want to confirm with you is that we can have a decision point with regards to the arrangements for the interim positions that will continue until the end of the year, until new posts are hired permanently. I think we need to take a decision on that, otherwise we do not have the secretariat working, so frankly speaking. So do you have any objection to have a decision point that talks about the confirmation of the arrangements for interim positions to continue until the end of the year? Camila.
I would have a specific question on that. And apologies is kind of last minute because we just got today that detail on the what each person does. I understand that we need an interim setup, but from what I saw in the PowerPoint, and forgive me, we haven't received the PowerPoint, but I have a specific question as to who is evaluating the TA when they come, and who's going to be working on supporting SITs and LDCs in preparing their TA needs. And this, it might be because we're not doing it yet, but if that is not covered right now in the interim secretariat, how would that be done? Because that is the priority. We are responding to TA requests, and I saw a lot on nothing that is not needed. That's not what I'm saying. I saw a lot on communication, on engagement, on development of network members, but I did not see who is evaluating the TA requests, and specifically, and because that is a mandate that was specifically given, who is going to be working in supporting SITs and LDCs and preparing TA requests, and that we need to start delivering immediately. So before just agreeing to this setup, I'd want that clarity. Thank you.
Sure, Camila. So I'm going to give the floor to the Secretariat, so can provide us some guidance with that.
Yes, many thanks, Co-Chair, and thank you, Camila, also for the point. Happy to clarify also the arrangement that we have at the moment. And if we can project this one of the slides, perhaps that will be more easier to see. One where we have the interim arrangements. While the slide comes up, just to mention also, as I noted in my presentation, some of the gaps that I identify when it comes to the interim secretariat, I think the technical part needs to be strengthened in light of the expectation of more technical assistance requests being catalyzed and coming in. So I wouldn't say that this is the structure that is ideal also for that technical assistance to pick up. This is essential for us to move ahead, but I could say that technical strength, we need to have more support in that respect. But just to walk you through the interim arrangements now that we have here, the positions that have been engaged in the review of the requests that have come in as of now, are those of permanent staff. Both Hannah and myself have been involved in the review process. And now in terms of the interim staff, we have the program management officer that has been the one engaging with the proponents, also backstopping the technical review process. We also have the program management specialist here. Those are the two positions at the right hand part of this slide. And we have been also supported by the portfolio management advisor that is right at the center. Also in the context of the process flow of technical assistance. We have benefited as well from the support of UNDRR, who are backstopping the technical process, and we have colleagues also who are here with us now in the boardroom, who have been part of the process as well. So that is the arrangement that we have now. It has been very useful in moving ahead with the technical assistance request of Vanuatu and now in the engagement with Iraq. But I anticipate that in light of the need to be more proactive at the early stage and also support more requests coming in, we may need more support on the technical part. Camila, thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. With that, Camila, do you feel comfortable with that decision point, which is to continue with the interim arrangements?
If Carolina is saying that it is sufficient to, at least on an interim basis, then that would be what I'm saying. But I want to be clear that whatever we agree to, we need to make sure that TA can be received, that they can be processed and responded to.
Sure. The Secretary would like to come back.
It's just very shortly, is sufficient in terms of the technical assistance request that we have now, but we would need to strengthen the technical part to catalyze and facilitate the early stage and process those requests upon receipt.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think this is also linked with the discussion of the regional, coordinators. Tetet.
Just a quick question and request, maybe. Can we see clearly here the kind of backstopping support that UNOPS and UNDRR does, so that we can see, if there would be a need to strengthen that kind of backstopping support from the hosts?
So, colleagues, my proposal to you, and thank you Tetet for the proposal, is perhaps that the Secretariat update, the presentation with the comments made by Tetet, so we can forward to you by email. But my suggestion to you is to take the decision on the interim, to continue with the interim arrangements. And the other two decision points that I would like to suggest that we need to go back to those decision points is confirm the timeline of recruitment if, of course, we agree on the regional presence. So we need to go to the timeline. But we need to take a decision on the timeline, for the recruitment. And the other one is to acknowledge the schedule for recruitment. So if I can suggest, I'm trying to move this agenda just to adopt two decision points. The first one is to confirm the arrangements for the interim positions, because again, we need to continue with at least for the interim positions until new posts are hired permanently. And the other decision point is to take note of the schedule for recruitment. Those are the two decision points that I suggest for now. We are going to come back to this agenda item, but at least to have these two, Gladys.
Sorry, Co-Chair, to come back again, but yes, I agree with you. We got to advance, but we have space tomorrow too to discuss this. So I'm still not quite clear on, what do we need in place with regards to the MOU, and what's the role of the host, the UNDR and UNOP. So besides that slide that we saw, the Secretary provided another specific roles that every person in the interim position is doing. a list. So I see there some roles that maybe apply for the cost of the network. So I'm not clear yet. So I'm not saying that we need. I think we need the interim secretariat, and I agree that we need to keep at least this team, to provide to secure technical assistance in the coming months. But what I'm seeing here is that what I don't want it to happen is that we see this interim secretariat and the roles they are doing right now, and we can take that to the permanent staff, and seeing roles that maybe we should be filling with the role of the host. So my point is, I need to see clarity on what the host can provide, like when the MOU says in kind, or the legal, no legal, I think it's financial support to the network, etc. So I need to see that with more clarity.
Sure. I understand that, and I think most of you raised that comment. We want to see, for instance, what UNOPS can provide and the host can provide. So we took note of that comment, and I think that the Secretariat can make the consultations. We're gonna come back to this agenda item. So if you allow me, let's take the decision of the interim arrangements, and of course we are gonna come back to discuss with the Secretariat the consultations or the information and that they will get from UNOPS, from the host, what other support they can provide. This is interim arrangements. Again, we need to review the regional coordinators. We need to discuss the timeline for recruitment, but at least to adopt these two decision points with the assurance that we can come back of this because we are not closing the agenda item. So just for now, my suggestion is to keep, of course, you can review the decision points. Again, everything is open. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. So, but just to say that, so with that, my suggestion to you is to move to the next agenda item. And at least I thank you for being flexible in confirming the interim positions to continue until the end of the year. That will be the main decision point, and take note of the schedule of recruitment. And we will go back to this agenda item and to discuss the timeline for recruitment because it depends on the discussion of the next agenda item. And we are going to discuss, of course, with the Secretariat on what the host can provide. So I hope that they can have the opportunity to discuss with them. We can see this perhaps tomorrow, just to answer the questions that you raised during the session. Do you agree with that? For now. For now, yeah. Yeah, because I know we cannot close this agenda item. So just to have some kind of guidance from your side. So my suggestion to you is to move to the agenda item 7B, which is regional presence. And moving now to regional presence, I just want to remind you that our third meeting, the advisory board agreed to discuss intersessionally the potential recruitment of staff of the Secretariat to be located in United Nations and United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, regional offices, and requested the director of the Secretariat to coordinate these intersessional meetings. It was agreed that the meetings will discuss internally how to ensure a lean, cost-effective Secretariat. So the Secretariat prepared a discussion paper that was shared with the board. We have the opportunity also to discuss during the informal meeting. And on December 2024 and 20 February and 11 March, the board met intersessionally to discuss the Santiago Network regional presence, and the discussion paper was updated accordingly. We invite members, of course, to consider the document as an AB/2025/4/10 on establishing Santiago Network regional presence and adopt decisions on the next steps. In this regard, regard, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide an overview of the establishment of regional presence of the Santiago network. I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to be brief in that presentation because we have been discussing this for, a lot of time. So please, Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you once again, board members. We'll move now to the presentation on regional presence, and the first slide is just a recap of the comments that have been made. I will not stop here, also mindful of the request to be brief, but there's been an acknowledgement of the need of a regional presence, and there have been some comments as to the how, the shape and form of that regional presence. Next slide. Now, in terms also of how to structure and organize this regional presence, potential options for that have been presented in the paper. There are three options, and this is the first of them. These options are designed, all of them, to balance the operational feasibility with the cost efficiency also that we are mandated to safeguard, the cost efficiency of the Santiago network, and also the mandate, the delivery of the mandate to deliver technical assistance. Here we have option one, that is those positions, 7 positions in the head office, in line with the organogram that has been formally presented. And here in this option, there are 3 regional positions, one service in Africa, one Asia Pacific, one Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is also under the assumption that Eastern Europe will be covered by the head office. This is option 1, 7 head office positions, 3 positions in the regions. Option 2 is in terms of the head office position is similar to option 1, 7 head office positions, 3 regional positions servicing Africa, Asia Pacific and Latin America and the Caribbean. This option has the particular feature that 3 part-time positions to support the regional coordinators are put in place to provide a specific experience on a need basis. This is anticipated to be 50% of part-time support. Next. And this is option 3. Option 3, here we have 6 positions in the head office and 4 positions in the regions. This one of the key differences with the other options is that in this arrangement, we have 4 regional coordinator positions, with one of the regional coordinator positions also having functions that are global in nature. So this would be a 4th regional position, but that will have a combined role in terms of global and regional functions. The board may wish to decide on the location for the 4th regional position. These are the 3 options. Next. This is in terms also of the cost estimates between the 3 options. So the board has full visibility of the expected impact. We have here that option 1, the total annual cost is 2.5 million. In the case of option 2, this is 2.6. This is with the part-time positions in place to support the regional coordinators. And when it comes to option 3, the total annual cost is 2.5 million as well. Next. We also have the costs here in terms of the hosting of these positions. This is the calculation of the cost estimated to cover the annual office rental and the one-time furniture costs. 21,000 for option 1, 31,000 for option 2, with the note also that if work of the part-time positions is done from home, then this cost might be lower. In the case of option 3, the cost is 29,000. Now, in terms of the timeline, and this was one of the specific requests, that there was visibility of the time frame for these positions to be deployed upon establishment. Here we have a prospective timeline. that is considering the establishment of Santiago Network regional presence at this board meeting, that is Q2. Then the finalization of the TORs, also on the building on the feedback that we have received in this quarter. The selection of locations equally in Q2 as part of the possibly guided by the board as part of the same decision. The budget also in Q2, the revised budget incorporating the implications of the positions in the budget, the recruitment of regional positions to take place from Q2 to Q4 and align with the recruitment schedule. Also the coming in, the joining of these positions to the Secretariat by the end of the year. And we anticipate also that there will be work in terms of coordinating and integrating these positions. So we have one Secretariat that is acting as a whole, as a united core that is duly articulating global and regional functions. I stop here. It seems it's the last slide. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. Now I would like to open the floor for members to provide feedback. And as before, please be as brief as possible in your intervention, and be aware that the co-chairs, we intend to have further discussions with members of the advisory board during the break and the lunch period, with a view to arriving at consensus based on the views shared during this agenda item. Nothing that we only have today and tomorrow to conclude our deliberations. I would like also to invite you not just to bring your, as usual, positions, because we have been discussing this since I don't know, like the previous two advisory board meetings and intersessionally, as I mentioned before. If you have some ideas, perhaps bridging proposals, landing zones that you want to put in the table, we do really appreciate. This is not the moment to reiterate your positions. I think everybody knows what are the positions. And let me be frank with you. If we do not reach an agreement on this regional discussion, regional representation, we fail as board members. We fail because we are not gonna deliver any technical assistance. This is the meeting. This is the moment to start delivering. And the fail is not for us as co-chairs. The fail is for all of us. And our countries, our people are waiting for the outcome, waiting for this technical assistance since the adoption of the Santiago Network in 2019. So please, colleagues, try to be brief, try to be friendly, try to accommodate the positions to ensure that everybody feels comfortable with the outcome of this discussion. With that, I would like to open the floor for views, and I look forward to see bridging proposals in this discussion. Thank you so much. Edie, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chairs. So from my side, it's always short and very precise. So, can I have the chart of the third option, please? Yes. Maybe I hope we'll find a landing on that. The third option. Can I? Thank you. Okay, so you know my position. I already said and reiterate. I don't want to come back again on that. This can be a very good landing zone, a compromise. My position. So if we keep this regional distribution and also maybe allow the regional coordinators with combined function can be based in Africa with a regional coordination. If it's fit to everyone, I can go with this option, third option, if possible.
Thank you so much, Edie, for trying to bring an additional proposal to the table. I just want to ask you to react also to this proposal. So I think it's useful to hear your views on that. Rachid.
So, good morning. I fully support the proposal done by my colleague Edie. As a representative of African group, we have consistently demonstrated the spirit of solidarity, and we have made significant concession since the first day of our first meeting, and all aimed at ensuring the effective and operational establishment of the Santiago network. So, in light of the special circumstances and pressing needs of our 54 countries, vulnerable and committed countries, it is imperative that we earnestly consider appropriate regional representation. I believe that establishing a robust regional presence of Santiago Network Secretariats in Africa is not merely a procedural matter, but a fundamental issue of climate justice. Ensuring equitable representation will enhance the networks responsive to the specific challenges faced by African nations and will uphold the principles of fairness and inclusivity that are central to our collective climate action efforts. Such a presence is fundamental to addressing the continent's distinct vulnerability and to unlocking its significant potential in responding to climate-induced loss and damage. Strengthening the presence of Santiago Network Secretariats in Africa would enable the provision of contextually relevant, timely, and well-coordinated technical assistance. And finally, this approach would significantly strengthen African resilience while also strengthening the network contribution to the global climate cooperation.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Any other views on this? I mean, you don't need to reiterate your positions. We know where are the positions. There is a new proposal on the table. You can react to that proposal. But just to reiterate once again, we are gonna make informal consultations with you. So again, try to be brief. Try to keep in your mind the things that were raised by other colleagues. And with that, as I mentioned before, our main interest as co-chairs, and I'm speaking on behalf of Stella and myself, we are gonna try to do our best to accommodate all positions. But again, colleagues, I mean, we need to find a landing zone. We need to find a landing zone. We cannot leave this meeting without any agreement. That's the time to deliver the technical assistance. So we have Camila, followed by Aki.
Thank you so much, co-chair, and thank you for pushing us towards a decision. I fully agree with you that it is key, and following on the last agenda item, it is key that we agree on this position because these are the roles that will be delivering on the big gap that I pointed at, which is who's actually going to be reviewing and receiving technical assistance requests. And it is key that it is done not as backstop, but as actually work and support from the Secretariat. I will allow from what you've asked for, which is try to not to restate. I was going to propose as well. I'm happy to see and to be moving towards idea of landing zones, or I was trying to propose, and I think in what we were speaking on option one, but to have clear language that these coordinators would then be in charge of identifying in which way each region needs to grow and to respond on, and to have language that any further revision of this structure would be done in consideration of regional specificities, and maybe having language like that, saying we're establishing 3 regional coordinators and keeping the first one like that, with with a specific task for these coordinators to assess and propose on and what are the needs and the working ways of each of the regions, and then further changes would be done on regional specificity and to have that as language. And I hope that can also be seen as bridging. But to engage on ED's proposal, I actually have questions on it. Because if in comparing the two right here in country, we would have a country engagement officer and an OB&E engagement officer, and these are very, very distinct roles and on a global basis. If we change one of these to another regional coordinator, this is going to be the country or the OB&E one. Are we expected that function to be fulfilled from a regional position? And how does that impact? Because then we have one here that is this country, OB&E, and Eastern Europe, and I think that really this service Eastern Europe because it's then put in a really long so it's not clear to me how these global functions are then done by just one person, or how these global functions are then expected to be done from a regional position. So that would be my concern with that proposal, because it is not clear what the positions would be and the relationships would be. And once again, these two positions, country and OB&E, are key. These are the people that are going to be reaching out to countries. These are the people that are going to be reaching out to OB&Es. And this is crucial in sort of giving and maintaining that idea of a global position or of a global network. My question would be, rather than saying no on that grounds, is actually, what would that be? And also in a steps approach, how would we modifying this in the future? Whereas maybe taking a decision now that clearly delineates how we are growing in the future might leave us best serve towards growing sustainably and towards a network that responds to the need of all developing countries and of all those particularly developing countries that are across the globe, specifically the 39 SIDS that I serve that are across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Before to give the floor to Akio, I think it would be useful to hear from Edie, responses, so we can continue in this mood of discussion. I think it's useful to exchange views. Edie, and then Akio.
So please, can you come back to the action tree? So I think we don't need maybe we need to separate roles of the program officers. Or if we see the chart, we do not have the same role of regional coordinators in terms of program officers manager for OB&Es and country engagement. It's different. If maybe the work in Western Europe will not be like what we are going to do in Africa, for example. Eastern Europe also is not. Is kindly or completely different of what we will need to take into account the work that the programmers can make in Africa. So. Working with OB&Es is different with working with regional coordinators. We cannot say that it's the same and they are going to have the same work in the regional presence. That's why I want to make the difference, because this office will be the chapeau of the regional office, and all OB&Es, national national technical assistance, community-based, all will relate directly to the regional coordinators, who is combining all these functions. It's different. That will be the regional coordinators office for all these three regions. So I don't think that you can have the same functions and the same role with these two in such region different. So if you want to have it and to give him the same role in Eastern Europe and the same role in Western Africa, I think it does not work. The tasks are different. the work we are going to have in Senegal or in Mali, in Gore, will be different from what we are going to have in Eastern Europe. The reality are different. So we will not, I cannot have the same office doing the same job in such different impact of loss and damage. The reality are different. So we are facing here of a precise take into account of what we want to do in different countries or in different region. So if you can show me that the program that we will have in Eastern Europe will be the same of the regional office who is coordinating the regional coordinators, who is coordinating the regional office work, maybe I can go with you. But if you cannot give me or convince me that they are going to have the same work, there are two different bodies having the different tax with different contexts, I think we can keep it in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Edie. I give the floor to Akio, followed by Alpha, I think so, yes.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yeah, Co-Chair, you mentioned that we have been discussing this matter for many months before you become the chair. So yes, of course, so yes, responsible for deciding this matter soon. However, sorry, have a deep analysis on these three options there. All options require clarity. Sorry, but yeah, for example, in particular at this time, I want to check on the budget on any expertise on the ICA contract or not regular staff. Then, for example, about option 2, paragraph 53 of the document, one suggestion is to hire part-time positions. But depending on the capacity for language experts or administrative assistants, I don't think this is a significant role to support for technical assistant development at the local scale. Yeah, maybe we may be utilize the latest technology like AI for the translation, for example. But on the other hand, Camila mentioned that she questioned who and how many persons will receive and evaluate and communicate on the request of technical assistance. This is, of course, very important. But the question is, if it is limited to the capacity of regular staff, PA, who has a big salary, is this such a limited capacity? Or you mentioned that semantic expertise also included for the ICA. I know there are a lot of experts working in the local areas, and as there are lots of potential national staff who can be hired with cheaper salary. So, not sure about the lean secretariat. Is this? I don't know if this is called staff or personnel, not regular staff. Yeah, in this, however, they're, of course, they're as a part of secretariat, they can contribute to the promotion of technical assistance. So, under the indication by the COP and CMA decision, I think we may have a more choice of options to enhance institutional capacity at a regional scale. It's my current question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aki, I'm going to take Alpha and Gladys, and perhaps I'm going to go back to the Secretariat to answer the question made by Aki. And if you have any other questions for the Secretariat, are very welcome. Alpha, go ahead.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I think I might disappoint you, but I think I need to elaborate this point because so far the discussion we had were informal. And since this is an open setting, the world also needs and stakeholders needs to know what's our argument. It is also to think about the strategy of communication because we've been clear and agree with everyone that for this meeting, we need to have this decision. And believe me, there's no one who wants this decision to happen since yesterday than I am. But however, the proposal made by AD seems to be a landing zone for different reasons. So let me read the statement because I do not use to have statement. I like to be spontaneous, human, and react on the things. But I have a statement for the year. So I would like to respectfully present a strategic and evidence-based case for establishment of more than one regional office in Africa. This recommendation is grounded in operational necessity, equity considerations, and commitment to delivering meaningful climate impact on the ground, particularly to LDCs and seeds. Africa is a vast and highly diverse continent comprising 54 countries, 33 of which are classified as least developed countries, LDCs. These nations are disproportionately vulnerable to the impact of climate change, while simultaneously facing same of the greatest capacity constraint. An extreme event, a small extreme event, become a crisis in those countries. What will be an event? It is a crisis in those LDCs. As noted in paragraph 18 of the governing document, country in special circumstances, including LDCs, require particular emphasis. This recognition must match with tangible institutional support tied to regional context. From an operational perspective, Africa is traditionally divided into 4 sub-regions: West, North, East, and Southern Africa. Each of these sub-regions shares common cultural, linguistic, and environmental characteristics that directly affect how climate support is designed and delivered. Relying on a single point of coordination for such a large heterogeneous region has proven inadequate in practice. Institutions such as the Green Climate Fund initially adopted a one region, one representative model, but eventually revised this in recognition of Africa's distinct need, shifting toward more dedicated, decentralized support. As I speak, all regions in the GCF have one regional advisor. In Africa, we have 4 offices covered by the GCF at GCF headquarters, because the institution learn that 1 does not work, 2 does not work, 3 does not work, 4 doesn't work. Recent consultation during the WIM review process revealed that over 20 African countries have explicitly requested increased regional presence, including establishment of at least 3 offices across the continent. That can be also checked in the archive of the UNFCCC, more than 20 African countries. So what we are doing here, we are just having instruction from our countries, and that we are humbly trying to represent. The demands are neither symbolic nor bureaucratic. They reflect a genuine need for closer, more responsive, and context-sensitive technical assistance. Africa linguistic diversity alone, English, French, Arabic, Portuguese, among others, necessitate multiple coordinators with complementary language and regional expertise to ensure inclusiveness and effectiveness. We also highlight the potential for cost effectiveness and synergy by leveraging existing structures such as UNDRR regional office, for instance, in Dakar, Nairobi, or UNOPS in Cairo when I'm not. This approach would optimize resource use while significantly enhancing service delivery. Furthermore, it will directly align the document's stated objective of promoting regional balance while responding more adequately and fairly to the scale and complexity of the African context. We fully acknowledge the importance of balancing institutional costs with operational needs. However, the core mission of the Santiago Network is to deliver measurable long-term impact in terms of technical assistance support. This can only be achieved by providing timely hands-on support, especially to countries such as the LDCs with limited capacity to absorb and implement climate finance. So,
Alpha, could you please summarize your intervention, because the idea is we already know what is your position. I think Edie bring a new proposal. We are deliberating on that, but you are making a statement that it's reiterating what was mentioned by your other colleagues. So could you please summarize? Of course, we will go back. We will have consultations with all of you. I don't want to cut you, of course, but we don't have conscious of time. We need to, start moving forward. I appreciate it. Please continue.
Yeah, I seems to be caught. And secondly, as I indicated, this discussion never happened on floor. People need to know, because there might be, this process, we need to also own the communication. There will be people saying Africa is blocking everything. We have our point, and those are factual. And if you allow me, Chair, can I continue with my text? Because I think, thank you, sir. In light of these realities and the unique structure and vulnerability profile of African continent, we respectfully urge a reconsideration of current regional model. A one-size-fits-all approach risks undermining the responsiveness and impact that our institutions are designed to achieve. The proposal made by Edie, I give you some point why I support it. Can you come please to the slide 3, Ben, please? There are many reasons. Africa has 54 countries. If you combine Asia Pacific and Eastern Europe, it's made up 30 countries. 30 countries. If you combine Eastern Europe and Asian Pacific, it's 30 countries. And we have 33 LDCs. 33 LDCs. 3/4 of the LDCs are in Africa. So I think, first, the program official on OBMEs can do part of the country engagement, but I do believe the regional coordinator is best suited. The regional coordinator is best suited to cover the country engagement, because that's the way it can track across all the regional officials, whether they are enhanced country support. So the proposal made by ED suits well. We are making concession. The point is, we are using this design to reflect a little bit, because the regional coordinator can cover, because their salary is high. He can cover certain country. He can support the regional official in Africa. The proposal made by him, for the time being, I have to be clear, for the time being, is proposing only one regional official in Africa, provided we have a coordinator that can support the regional advisor. For 54 countries, regional official doesn't match. So I think combining Asia Pacific with Eastern Europe will actually make the regional work by the regional coordinator make sense, because if we will not be having 13 or 20, 13 to 12 countries to cover. So in terms of division of labor, in terms of fairness among the regional officials, one having 54 and one having 12, it's not good. So that's why I'm proposing, along with what ED proposed, to have a combination between Asia Pacific and Eastern Europe. Together they make 30 countries. And then we have one regional officer in Africa covering at least 30 countries, and the remaining 24 countries of Africa is covered by the regional coordinators because they need to be serviced. They need to be serviced as eligible countries to this network. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Alpha, for summarizing your points. Now we have Gladys, followed by Ide, who is online. Gladys?
Thank you, Co-Chair, for giving me the floor, and thank you for the presentation and for the proposal of the colleges from Africa. I certainly understand your position. I understand the constraints that the African region, endures. Or try to understand, and but I think if we can go back to the slide, please. I was quite not sure what's the difference between what was there in the slide and the current proposal. I think the difference would be that that the regional coordination from Asia Pacific also oversees what's happening in the Eastern Europe. Am I right with that? So I'm not sure if I understood your proposal, ID. Besides that, I understood that this second African coordinator would oversee the other coordinators, or am I wrong on that? Would be like coordinating the coordinators?
But what is his role?
What I would like to understand
No,
better is
the
the
role
role.
is a coordination of regional offices. It's different from the regional offices.
Is the
That
coordination
will be
of
the same role and the same task that will be assigned to the regional coordinators with combined function. But
This is just in this
it will be the
proposal.
shepherd. The regional coordinator will be under the
the three regional coordinators would be under this coordinator?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was I understood previously. Thank you.
Yes.
So I can. Yeah. That. Well. I think I will be. Sorry. Quite difficult for me to agree with something like that. I understand your proposal and your positions, and because I don't know what the program officer or the senior program manager would do, because they have those roles too. So it would be like duplicating work. So I think they are high. The salary is high for the senior program and the program officers, both for the OBNEs and the countries. So I would tend to think that the regional coordinators will coordinate with the senior program manager who has that role, or what would the senior program manager would do if there's another regional coordinator. So I think I see this, for me, it's not a landing zone, this new proposal. I'm sorry to say, really. Also, I would like to raise the point that this discussion doesn't have to be closed now. We can have a first step implement a regional presence and see how that goes and how many technical assistance applications or requests we have, how it's working, and to revise again this structure in the future. For me, it's very important that all regions are represented in this new structure of the network. So for me, it's important that we have a coordinator for every region. And I'm not saying no to the African proposal, but I think now it's premature to have that structure and considering the budget constraints too. So that's for now. Maybe I'll come back later with more views.
Thank you very much, Gladys, for being brief. We have Ide. Could you please take the floor?
Hi, thank you, co-chair. I'll make mine very brief. I'm listening to everyone here, and I go back to one of the things I think the Secretariat had emphasized earlier about them conducting a mapping exercise and looking at the more permanent roles. And I wanted to ask if when they were doing the mapping exercise, how broad was that mapping exercise done as it relates to projected activities for the Santiago network within the next 5 years? Just wanted to know that. And the reason for that is I wanted to check on what would be or how they came up with the rationale on these three options, and also looking at the budget that has been developed for this year and projected budget or projected financing for the next couple of years, and in looking at these options. And I think for me that is where I am more concerned in looking at a step-by-step approach. And I had mentioned this in our informal discussions, in that yes, we have three options, but which one of these three options can we start off with this year based on the budgets for this year? We can go back again and review these options or review what is needed once an assessment is done. For me, it is important for us to try to maintain, at least to be within the budget that has been approved, looking and ensuring that we don't have budgetary constraints coming next year to continue and sustaining the Santiago network, especially with the regional coordinators and the work that needs to be done in getting more of the technical support to countries. And with that, I really would want to, for us to be able to focus on those things. And I'm proposing for us to look at the budgetary part for this year, at least to commence the work that needs to be done. So just wanted to share that and ask that and get some clarity from the Secretariat on those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edie, for that question. We will go back to the Secretariat, but before I'm going to give the floor to Valentina, followed by Alpha, and I will close this round of comments. We go to the Secretariat, and if we need to react again, so we will have time. So Valentina, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to briefly share my opinion regarding this issue of regional presence. I'm not fundamentally opposite of the idea to having regional representatives. However, I would like to share my idea regarding all this. We have already functional secretariat, we have functional advisory board members. And why we not would like to concentrate it and put our energy to delivering high quality demanded driven technical assistance, expanding awareness and accessibility, and ensuring that Secretariat can manage all growing workload. Why I mention this, for this moment we have only 2 projects to request, and I'm sure that Secretariat can work and their workloads will let them to conduct all activities they need to manage. We have a wide possibility to thinking about regional representative, but I would like to keep my idea as a network. It can be not one regional representative per regional. It can be several representative, like a working group will be open for all regional, all countries. And it give possibility, for example, to have one global coordinator in the secretariat and manage using the establishing working group or thematic clusters at the country level, using existing national focal point and institution. And this approach will ensure that it will be both geographical reach, strengthening country ownership, keep the structure cost effective, and allow to scale up flexibility when needed. I think we can keep this functioning mechanism as is it and return back to this idea when really there will be need to discuss this request and to return to this idea of regional presence based on actual operational need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Alpha, followed by Edie, and I will close and give the floor to the Secretary to answer the comments made. Alpha, followed by Edie.
Thank you. For record, there were options proposed during the informal meetings at several occasions, at two occasions, option proposed by a group of countries that unfortunately did not make to the document. The second point is I wanted to be factual. Factual because, as I indicated in the informal meeting, let's be fact-based, and I challenge anyone to give me objective reason why we should not have at least two in Africa. So, as far as I'm concerned, I think it is important to indicate that the proposal made by ED might be an option, and I would like to table that now formally as an option, please, because the combined regional coordinators will be tracking, overseeing the work by other regional coordinators, adding additional tasks, for instance, tasking him to cover perhaps 20 other African countries. To be fair, at least to have 30 as a mere average, because the average across all regions eligible here is 30 countries. And if we made up the Asia Pacific plus Eastern Europe, it makes 30, straight 30, 30. And in Latin America, it's 32. And Africa, we have 54. Where is the sense of solidarity among developing countries? Where is the sense of solidarity among developing countries? We have 54 countries in Africa. How can you imagine one person covering the 54 countries? It's a bottleneck. To entertain a narrative African country cannot be helped. And we are not allowing that. We are not allowing that because we want to start on the fair and a good ground. We are not going to allow that because 54 countries cannot be covered by one, while the other regional officials have country covered in the range of 12 to 30, and one is covering 54 countries. That's a fact. The second fact is we need to learn from institutions. The GCF is a good example. The GCF started with one region, one person, end up having 4 in one area, in one continent, while maintaining the one in the other. That's another fact that we need to consider. And third, I do not believe that we have to save money here. The money has to be going to countries. This system that we set up, our countries are not getting nothing except technical assistance, and we make sure that those technical assistance are sustainable, return, and there is a logical framework, a shift logical framework that emphasizes the learning component of capacity building. It's not about box number of technical assistance delivered. It is about retention. So I cannot imagine, I cannot understand how we have one regional officer having 54 countries, and the other regional countries, the one has 12, the other have 14, and the other have, say, 18. The one covering Asia Pacific is 18, the one Eastern Europe is 12, 30, and we have one doing 54. That is not fair. And we need to be fair. We need to be fair to the LDCs that we recognize as very vulnerable, require technical support. So I think I do have some issues with discussing that offline. We need to discuss that here. The whole world needs to see that what we are asking is simple, logical, and simple mathematics. It's a simple mathematics. You don't need to be principle based. So, Chair, we are very open to discussion as long we keep the spirit of fairness. But I think the way it's evolving, I want to keep that discussion here and not offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. And just to clarify, we are not going to have any discussion behind the scenes. It's just informal consultations that we can conduct as co-chairs. If you don't want us to have informal consultations, it's up to you, but we can do it. And we are in the right to do that because we are trying to move the discussion forward. We are going to come back to the plenary and we will discuss the co-chair's proposal in the plenary. Everything is going to be in record. Everything is going to be live stream. So just to clarify that we are going to be transparent in the process, and we want to discuss with everyone just to ensure that we really understand your different points of view. So I really kindly ask to be friendly, not only with the co-chairs, but with everybody here. I think everybody is trying to provide their views. Of course, I know that you have point of order. You can do that. But please try to be friendly because we are transparent in this process.
Please, point of order.
Go ahead, Alpha.
I think everything is recorded. All the words I said were respectfully and not disregarding something. We need to accept that some people have divergence of views, and that's what I expressed. I will ask anyone who felt being insulted by me to say, because that is a strong accusation that I do not want to allow, and I want to make that clear here. So I have a point of order, and I don't think that I'm being disrespectful. Thank you.
Again, Alpha, just to clarify, and I'm not going to entertain that. I just want to reiterate that the consultations that we're going to make is just with the purpose to try to listen the different point of view and bring proposals. We are not going to hide everything. We are going to come back to the plenary, and everything that we discuss, whatever proposal that we bring to the table, is up to you to decide if you can take it or leave it. I mean, it's just a matter that we are proposing and trying to move that discussion. Edie, go ahead.
Please, Chair, very short. So I think we need to dispassionate debate here.
Exactly.
We are speaking as adult people, so with different and various experience here, we can express our views and our opinions without getting nervous or something. So I call you colleagues all. We respect every views here. We respect the ways of expressing views. And we are building and we are here for the same objective, the same goal. Is only to take into account matters for vulnerable countries and vulnerable peoples and vulnerable communities. We need to understand ourselves, what we needed, what we want. It's not for me. I will not have $1 in my pocket. Also, if I will not have $1, it's not in his account. But we need maybe to calm down and to depassionate the debate. And then we will understand each other after and maybe find the way for an agreement.
Thank you so much, Edie, for that call. I fully appreciate. So now I'm going to continue with the list of speakers and colleagues. I want to close it to allow the Secretariat to provide some answers to the comments made, because I think we have an important question made by Ide and Akio. And I also want to react to those questions, but also I think it's important to listen all views. So we have Camila followed by Gideon.
Thank you, co-chair. I'll admit to you that struggling in finding ways to phrase what I was going to say, particularly as one of my colleagues who just made an impassionate speech and spoke about facts, logic, and mathematics has then left the room. So not sure of how and where we are exactly to progress if we're being asked to make statements clearly here. And on process, I am very grateful that for your call and Edie's to depassionate the conversation. I will add my call to that. I do not believe that a discussion here on who's the most vulnerable and where the most vulnerabilities are is at all helpful to the idea of solidarity in the developing world, or to the idea or to the actual work of building this network. The position from AOSIS has always been one to try to operationalize this network as quickly as possible. And we've also had intense discussions within our group as to what it is that it means to best serve SIDS that are across the globe, and what are the difference and challenges that we have in accessing one place regional offices. And that is the constant call and message that I get from my group. I was happy to engage with proposals, and I have real questions as to what that idea proposal means in terms of the distinction between the global work and the regional work, and how are we making sure that we have sufficient people working on that TA assistance, and that remains unclear to me in that counter proposal. I have also made a call for a steps approach that I think absolutely responds to that need for each region to have its specific needs met. And I'm not really heard any engagement on that. And so I'd like to call for that as well, because I do think that thinking of this as a steps approach that will then make sure and give clear guidance to those regional coordinators that they are to establish and to inquire on what is the best need might lead to eventually, because it is what I want to see. I want to see this network grow. And we might end up with 5 people working for Africa, and 2 in Latin America and 7 in Asia. We do not know. We do not know what it actually looks like to receive technical assistance requests and to respond to technical assistance requests. So what we need to be focused on is building the best basis on which this network can grow. And I'll restate, it's a network. I do not feel that a comparison to funds and to global funds is our best comparator. Because the way we will work is different, which is why I also think giving sufficient work for OB&E engagement officer is really important. And it's one of my concerns with the proposal of separating that and then not having an OB&E person working working globally on our vision as a globe. So to clarify, I don't think this seat's position has ever been an opposition to growing regionally and to growing regionally at different speeds, because we are different regions and there are different needs of each region. What I want us to focus on is how are we building the basis upon which we can grow in a way that everyone is giving their due consideration. And for that, I really do feel that starting with the two positions identified globally and three positions regionally, with a clear task and clear decision that this may be reviewed and that revision can be done to respond to regional needs, which is what I hear the colleagues from Africa asking, but also the colleagues from Eastern Europe and also the colleagues from Latin America, and also particularly SIDS who are distributed across all these regions, is a way to actually build a sustainable foundation, and as we grow as a network, adapt to respond to those specific needs. So I hope that can also be considered as a landing zone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Gideon?
Thank you, Co-Chair. During the last informal sessions or informal meetings, I've raised the similar concern about this particular agenda item. And having listened the conversations right now, Africa have raised the same concern. And I'm trying to be very careful, especially from my side, because I represent the entire indigenous people from the developing countries, to be very careful not to support Africa because I am coming from Africa and try to avoid the conflict of interest, but I'm looking at the facts. There are some issues that raised by Alpha, that there are some best practices from different mechanisms such as the GCF that they had for position for Africa. I think it's up to us to look at what are those positions and why there are such kind of arrangement, and why it doesn't apply for the Santiago network. And we should look all the option. I think we should really, discuss this agenda and approach it in appropriate manner to avoid conflict and blocking this work to progress ahead. So I think we should have a sort of an informal discussions, or we should have a sort of a bilateral discussions so that we resolve this matter. Because there are some issues that when I listened to Alpha, he said African continent have 54 countries, while the Asia Pacific plus Eastern Europe have 33 or 20 something countries. We need to fact check these issues and to see how we can resolve this issue and move forward, and not really blocking this progress, so that we make the Santiago network, operationalize and to deliver technical assistance to most vulnerable countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Rachid? Yeah, okay. If it is in terms of process,
Yes.
we'll do it at the end, but of course, go ahead.
Really, I am really confused this morning. So, what has been proposed by ED? We didn't touch the architecture. We don't touch the chart. What we suggest that the person who is in charge to coordinate with regional coordinator be based in Africa. We didn't ask anything more. So why we oppose just to contradict other? Now, really, we can't, in case we could reach a consensus, we will postpone these subjects until say May 7th, okay?
Thank you so much, Rachid. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to give the floor to the Secretariat to briefly answer the two questions that were raised. Perhaps just to mention something that I remember, and also the Secretariat can clarify. I remember that in the previous, when we adopted the budget, we decided to launch 2 regional coordinator positions, if I'm not wrong. So we already adopted the budget saying that, And just to raise that, of course, we are the advisory board members, so we can make an additional decision saying that we will have an additional one, for instance. But we are quite tight because we took that decision. I don't know why we took that decision finally, but just keep in mind. And of course, we are gonna try to discuss with you during the informal consultations and with the secretariat if there is that possibility. But perhaps the secretariat can provide us some guidance if we can change or request to have an additional regional office, regional coordinator positions or two, because it's tied to the budget, as was mentioned by Ide. We already took that decision, and it's something that we need to keep in mind. But now I would like to give the floor for the secretariat, and then I will close this agenda item with just final comments and let you know what is going to be the process. Secretariat, please.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to all board members also for the feedback on the options and the perspectives that have been shared. We will be guided by you and happy also to provide clarifications on the questions that have been raised. On Akio's question, many thanks, Akio, also for noting the paragraph 53 of the document where there is a recognition of the MOU, and also on that basis, the staff that is to be part of the core team to deliver on the functions of the Santiago Network Secretariat, and the possibility of having a consultant positions also to fulfill some of the roles. Just to know that as per the hosting MOU, these details that the Secretariat permanent positions shall be on staff contracts, and there is a relevant paragraph in that respect. We consider that for some supplemental functions beyond the functions of the core team, the possibility of having consultant contracts could be an option, and that is why in this paragraph, the suggestion of having these part-time positions under option 2 could benefit from different contract modalities. That could be for supplemental support, additional positions based on need that could have different types of contracts. Now on Ides, my apologies, Ide points, and many thanks Ide also for noting the importance of the budget. Just to confirm what has been mentioned by Co-Chair Angela, that two regional coordinator positions were budgeted in the approved budget for 2025. Also, just to mention that as per the recruitment schedule that's been presented, if a decision is taken at this board meeting, the expectation is that these roles will join until the end, the final part of the year, around November, December. So also that means that the expenditure will be incurred until that time. It is expected, also given the fact of the recruitment and the timeline of recruitment, that there might be underspent on the personal lines in 2025. In any case, the board may wish also to revise the 2025 budget once the decision on the regional presence is taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretariat. So with that, colleagues, I would like to invite you also to consult between each other, because it's not only in the hands of the co-chairs to deal with the landing zone. I think it's also in your hands to build together a landing zone. So we're going to have a break, we're going to have a lunch, and I kindly invite you to use those spaces to discuss between each other, between the regional representatives as well as the different groups, and to see how can we build together. My last point is we as co-chair decide to have some informal consultations. So we will approach you to have these informal consultations as fast as possible. Our idea is to do it, all of them today. So please be patient with us. If we do not approach you immediately, it's because we are with someone else. So we are trying to talk with all of you. But of course, we also kindly invite you to consult between each other. If you believe that could be an additional landing zone, please feel free to approach us so we can keep the perhaps possible solutions in our mind when we sit tonight to write something for your consideration tomorrow. So that's my kindly request. And with that, I would like to close this agenda item with the understanding that we do not have any agreement yet. And let's go to the break. And please use the break for reduce the tension, talk with each other, try to understand the positions, and try to find a middle ground in this. It's in our hands to start delivering the technical assistance. Please, colleagues, think about it. Think in our people. Okay? Let's go to a break, and thank you so much for this discussion. Thank you. Colleagues, just to raise that the break will be 15 minutes. Perhaps try to be efficient with time, rest, and discuss between each other. Thank you so much. Colleagues, could you please come to the room? We are gonna start. Dear friends? Yeah, please. Colleagues, could you please come to the room? We need to start, and we need the quorum also. Okay, colleagues, sorry for starting late. As you know, we are starting the process of the consultations and we will approach you at some point. We already start with one. Oh, I have an echo. Sorry. Okay, thank you so much. With that, Eneida asking for the floor for the previous agenda item. Okay, so I'm gonna allow you to make your intervention on the previous agenda item because you didn't have the opportunity to react. But after that, we're gonna move directly into the next agenda item because we need to continue with the schedule, which is agenda item 6C. Rachid, are you asking for the floor for the previous agenda item? Okay, colleagues. Just these two interventions, and I'm not going to allow any more interventions on that because we are just starting the consultations, and I just want to remind you that we are going to come back to this agenda item again. So we need to save time because otherwise, I'm going to keep you here until 8 or 9. And we don't know until when because we need to finalize all agenda items. So, Eneida, you have the floor, followed by Rachid.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you, colleagues. Actually, it's my first time taking the floor, and I think that it's a very necessary thing that we build a bridge in this process and find a solution to be more concentrated in technical assistance. Regarding the options that were discussed, I would support the idea to have equal regional balance in the globally, and maybe in order to also address the issue of the African group, I would propose to hire consultants, but have the same equal regional presence for the offices. As Eastern European group, I also support the idea to have the regional office with the shared responsibilities in Geneva that was discussed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's useful for us. Rachid?
I apologize if I was a little bit tough in my previous intervention. I have no doubt that at any time about the constructive commitments of all members of the advisory board. We are very open and we believe in our possibility of finding common ground that suits all of us. ED has done a proposal with little adjustments regarding the option 3. Now, due to the discussion and the concern raised by many members, so we are also open for the option 1 with a little adjustments. So for the senior program manager, so we propose that this senior program management will be based in Africa for the option 1. And also we can adjust their term of reference in order to support the regional coordinators. That's our option. And thank you so much.
Rachid, just to clarify, so the senior program manager based in Africa and the 3 regional coordinators, that's your new option, yeah?
Yes, the senior program managers in this term of reference, in addition to the management and the usual tasks, we propose that the task cover also the support for the regional coordinators.
Thank you so much,
It's clear by
Rachid.
proposal.
To me, it's
Yes.
clear. So just to, again, we have a new proposal on the table. So I invite you to consult not only with me, because at the end, the decision is not mine, not from the co-chair, it's from your side. So consult between each other. And of course, we are going to keep this proposal in mind when we have our informal consultations with all of you. So with that, thank you, Rachid. I'm going to give the floor to Estela, who will be handling the next agenda item. Estela, you have the floor. And thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Thank you, Angela, and thank you, colleagues, and good morning from my side to all of you, as it's the first time I'm speaking today. And firstly, let me also express my gratitude to how we've been engaging already on the previous agenda item, and very much appreciate the latest remarks that have been made on that previous agenda item. I think we are all trying to find solutions. We're trying to build consensus while hearing everybody's views and accommodating the best possible solution at this meeting. So fully appreciating this from my side. And as Angela has said, we will be working as co-chairs behind the scenes, but also bringing it in front of the cameras and in the plenary, trying to build consensus and seek for possible solutions and build bridges. So this is our commitment, and we are hopeful that we can leave this meeting with the decision that is so much needed for the Santiago network and for all of us. So with that, let me turn our attention to a different agenda item. We will be now discussing agenda item 6C, which is the operationalization of the Santiago network in terms of managing funding provided for technical assistance. So as you may recall, in accordance with the decision 12 CMA4 endorsed by decision 11 CP27, the advisory board at our third meeting approved the guidelines for managing funding. Also, at our third meeting, the advisory board requested the secretariat to do several things. One of them was to develop a glossary of key terms in the guidelines for its consideration and approval to facilitate the understanding of the guidelines. Second was to share relevant existing rules and regulations of the co-host as they apply to Santiago Network, including relevant financial evaluation processes and information and process of due diligence for its consideration at its next meeting. And thirdly, ensure necessary synergy and complementarity between the different guidelines and procedures that we have been adopting over the last year. So that includes guidelines and procedures for responding to requests for technical assistance and the guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance, including also adding necessary graphics to illustrate the process flow of the Santiago network, again, to streamline, to facilitate, to ease the readability and accessibility of the documents we have been approving. So I would now like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on progress made since the last meeting of the Advisory Board on the operationalization of the guidelines and the requests that were made by us, the Advisory Board members, including the glossary of key terms as contained in the document that were in your document package, that is SNAB/2025/04/05. Relevant existing rules and regulations of the co-host as contained in the document SNAB/2025/04/06, and the proposed process flow of the Santiago network as contained in the document SNAB/2025/04/07. So I would now like to give the floor to the Secretariat to give an update and a presentation.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning to Advisory Board members and representatives. In the context of today's agenda item, I will start by talking to the first 2 points, i.e. the glossary of key terms and the guidelines, and secondly, the relevant rules and regulations of the co-hosts. And I'll then pass over to my colleague, Kristen, who will talk through the process flow, which was also shared as a background document for today's session. As Stella has already noted in her introduction, in the third advisory board meeting in September 2024, the managing funding guidelines were approved, and there was a request for this glossary of key terms, as well as the relevant rules and regulations. And over the last few months, we have been developing those in readiness to submit them for the board today. And we have made a reference in both of these to the rules and regulations of the co-hosts. You will note that there are interdependencies between these documents as well as the process flow. So in terms of today's presentation, we will go through all 3 components because some of the questions that you may have may be answered in the process flow that Kristen will speak to in a few moments' time. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all the different terms that were included in the glossary, but I've just highlighted here as an example how they have been presented within the document that was submitted, i.e. that we have presented the term and then provided a description of that term, both in terms of a definition, but also in many cases how it is being applied in the managing funding guidelines. And we have already also made reference to what sections within the managing funding guidelines that it is used in. Obviously, in some cases, it has been referenced in multiple sections, and obviously we have indicated that there. In terms of the different terms that were included in the guidelines, for the sake of completeness, we have made reference to many terms, although some of these could be of relevance to the other guidelines which were also approved, particularly the technical assistance guidelines, which were also approved at the third advisory board meeting in September last year. Again, in the interest of time, and also because some queries may be captured in Kristen's presentation on the process flow, I am not going to go through these one by one now, but obviously if advisory board members and representatives have any questions on the specific terms, then I'd be happy to pick up on that as part of the Q&A subsequent to the presentation. In terms of the relevant existing rules of the rules and regulations of the co-hosts, as you will be aware that it is included in the MOU that the rules and regulations of the co-hosts will be applying to the operations of the Santiago network as appropriate. What we have done here and what we're trying to make sure is clear is that these rules and regulations have been adapted to the context of the Santiago network. And so what we have drawn upon is the policies relating to management of funding, the requirements relating to the management of funding, and then also relevant templates and tools which will support the effective operationalization of the network. And this relates both to sort of technical assistance in terms of the process flow, but also to those components which are relevant to the management of funding. So what we have done is, in essence, adapted these policies and, well, these requirements, these tools and templates to make sure that they're fit for purpose for the Santiago network. And you can see in this illustration that we have these guidance and requirements. They have been brought already into the development of those guidelines, both the technical assistance guidelines and the managing funding guidelines, because we were referring to them in the development of those documents. But they have also been feeding into the process flow and also how we have been approaching this first response to the technical assistance request from Vanuatu. And so, as I've said, we've tailored some of these tools and templates to make sure that they are appropriate for the Santiago network. And Kristen, maybe in her presentation, can talk a little bit more to how that has occurred, particularly with the example of Vanuatu. And so with that, this is the example, and I illustrate this. I think it's also included in the rules and regulations document that was shared with you, but you can see some of these tools and templates that have been developed, which have come from our basic or UNOPS's basic templates, whether it's the call for proposal, the narrative proposal template, etc. We could benefit from using those templates rather than from starting from scratch, but they have been adapted to make sure they're suitable for the provision of technical assistance. So with that, I will pass over to my colleague, Kristen, who will talk through the process flow, which was shared as part of the third background document submitted under this agenda item. Over to you, Kristen.
Thank you, Ben, and good morning again, colleagues. As Ben has said, I would like to just walk you through the process that we have followed for Vanuatu. And that illustrates maybe a little bit more in terms of tangible terms of how the technical assistance sort of evaluation process is conducted in terms of reviewing proposals that are submitted by relevant OB&Es and members. Maybe just to give you a bit of context that this process flow is for technical assistance that is provided with the financial support from the Santiago network. So it follows the regular selection process that is described in the guidelines for requesting technical assistance. You will remember that there's also another option that was included in the guidelines related to where a proponent or someone who's requesting technical assistance has already financial resources. There, a different workflow might apply depending on what the proponent would like to see. But this one is very much tailored towards the Santiago Network Secretariat providing the funding through a grant. Just also to mention that when we were developing the process flow, we kept it complementary to the Annex 3 of the technical assistance guidelines. We tried not to duplicate information too much, but just to provide some high-level sort of framing so that the sequencing makes sense, but just to understand that they're supposed to be read in conjunction. And also just to summarize that this process flow clarifies how proposals are prepared and issued. It also clarifies the evaluation process of proposals, the selection and matching with members, and then all the way down to finalizing the agreement to transfer the funding, to deliver the technical assistance, and then also how the agreement is managed and then subsequently monitored and reported on. On this first slide, you can see just the framing. We wanted to provide a little bit of context. So the technical assistance request is submitted and comes into this secretariat. Then the request is reviewed. You remember that there is the 21 days no objection period where the national liaisons are involved to make sure that the request is compliant with national and regional and local priorities. And then the secretariat would work together with the requester to develop the call for proposals. I've alluded to this already yesterday in terms of how we did this with Vanuatu and how closely we worked with them to really define the key elements and criteria to deliver the technical assistance effectively, and also to the priorities that they would have liked to see. After the call for proposals is issued, the proposals come in from relevant members, or in the case of Vanuatu, we also opened it up to prospective members, so OBNEs with relevant experience, who would then have submitted also their expression of interest for membership at the same time as their proposal to deliver the technical assistance. In the meantime, then an evaluation committee would be set up that would conduct the assessment of the proposals that are coming in. So as you saw also yesterday, this includes the preliminary screening, the technical evaluation, and the financial evaluation. And this evaluation committee, in the case of Vanuatu, was made up of 5 members, if I remember correctly, with our director chairing the committee. It would still have to be clarified once the permanent secretariat is in place how the committee formation will be undertaken. So there will still be tweaks to the operational procedures on that. But just for you to understand also in terms of the number of people that are involved from the technical side, but also from sort of the grant management and then operational side. If you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Then what happens after that is that the proposals are received and opened, and the preliminary screening is conducted just to understand are there any issues with due diligence, eligibility, and so on. And if the proposals are compliant, they move on to the technical evaluation. Yesterday, I mentioned that for the case of Vanuatu, we had a 70% technical compliance criteria or threshold. So if the proposals that meet that threshold, they will then move on to the evaluation of the financial proposals. And then again, based on the scoring of the financial proposals, a combined analysis will be undertaken, and then a discussion will happen to recommend one of the members to deliver the technical assistance. Then finally, once a member has been recommended, there will be background checks that also include, again, a review of the conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest. This is also part of the technical evaluation already, but just to really be sure that there's no conflict of interest, there will be another check done. And also, again, to do the due diligence also with the proponent and the requester of the technical assistance to ensure that they can work with the recommended candidate as well. After the background check, if everything is in order, the proposal evaluation report will be completed, and upon that, there's engagement with the recommended member, who will undertake a capacity assessment, as well as an assessment of the social and environmental safeguards and the sexual exploitation safeguards as well. And after that, if that is passed, if everything is in order, the Secretariat will start the negotiation process with the member to sign the agreement and finalize the award. And then after agreement signing, I think you're all pretty much aware probably how this works. The technical assistance is delivered, and then we go into the phase of agreement management, which includes the delivery of the technical assistance, as well as monitoring, evaluation, and reporting requirements, as you can see here in a little bit more detail, as well as the disbursement of the funding, including also through the main lead member to the sub-grantees and any other grantees that are involved in this. Just to note that this is sort of the process flow that we have applied for this first case of Vanuatu. We're still learning, and we're trying to streamline the processes, but there are still some factors that we have to take into account. We don't have the permanent secretariat in place, so we have to see how that might change sort of the setting up and the flow of this. We still also have the discussion on the levels of minimum percentage directed to communities pending later on today. So that might also influence how the process flow is conducted, and also the additional lessons learned from providing technical assistance to other countries. And of course, we remain at the guidance from you on this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Secretariat. I understand this completes your presentation. Yes, so thank you so much, Ben and Kirsten, for presenting, and also our thanks for fulfilling the request that the advisory board has made at the last meeting and coming back to us with very detailed information, in particular on the rules and regulations, with the detailed glossary, but also with this initial process flow that, as you said, still will be evolving depending on the different elements, such as the recruitment of the secretariats, the guidance that we might be giving, the experiences and lessons learned from responding to more technical assistance requests, but also with the discussion on the levels of minimum percentage. Which, just to clarify, we will be discussing that point under the next agenda item, the Santiago Network Strategy. So this is, it is linked, but we are not opening the floor now for comments around that topic. So what I would like to do is to open the floor for any comments, clarifications, questions from the advisory board members to the secretariat to this on this presentation. What we will be suggesting to do is that at this stage we do not have to adopt any of those documents, with possibly the exception of the glossary, which could be included as annex to the guidelines that we have already approved. So if that is agreeable, we could be moving forward with that. But of course, we will first leave the floor for discussions. But we would also be taking note of the other two elements that have been presented of this process flow, and the rules and regulations. But if there are additional suggestions, additional comments, we will also take that into account. So I am opening the floor now for your comments on that. And please be mindful of the time and the agenda that we still have ahead of us. So if I may ask you as before to be succinct and to the point with your comments and questions, that would be highly appreciated. So I have Akio followed by Camila, and then followed by Alpha. Akio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, co-chair. Yes, I think these documents, thank you very much, secretaries, for preparing this document. That would be, user-friendly document. So I think that would be continuously be improved based on the comments and inputs by members and other stakeholders. From this context, I have a few questions or comments. One is, this one. Yes, glossary. This is very helpful. But in some terms, for example, openness, in the COP-CMA decision, or when I check the guidelines of openness, it is categorized as openness, not individual word is defined. Yeah, I check the guidelines of openness. Yeah. So, but that would be, if it is defined, that would be useful for the potential openness. So I think that would be make some consensus or others. If it is a general, it is regarded as a general definition. So then about the meal. The first time it's shown in the strategy document. Then also it's in the glossary. But when checking the document 7, process flow of Santiago network, on page 5, the monitoring evaluation process, it's shown, but there are no think and learning process not included. But so I think that should be improved for the consistency. And having listened to the presentation by Secretariat Christine yesterday, on the flowchart of technical assistance, I heard that in the case of, I don't know, but in the middle of receiving the request process, then realize there's not good candidates or openings. In this case, they initiate the call for expression of interest of these. So as such, flowchart of the openings guidelines and also technical assessment guidelines must be, more combined or in a systematic manner. So I think I hope that Secretariat will consider for developing by combining this process, so that stakeholders can understand. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akio, and thanks for the questions to the Secretariat as well, and some suggestions on aligning and consistency. The floor is now for Camila, followed by Alpha.
So much, co-chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for these documents. I think they respond to a lot of the questions that we had during our last meeting to have a more clarified process, and I'm very happy to see them here. I'll echo Akio's point, and I think the document on this workflow does speak to it, that this is to be viewed in conjunction with the guidelines for responding to TA. And I know that eventually, I think we do need to develop some more friendly work, and I think that can be one of the next steps that we agree to today. Like if we have the clarity, not that, because I think they do different things, right? We need to have our documents that are for making sure that all of the rules and the steps are clearly ID'd by the Secretariat, and then also ones that are friendly and that people have, or OBNEs and countries understand what that process is. But agreed that that's a necessity too. I did have one specific question on the workflow. Because I mean, I think we've had the opportunity to talk a little bit, in particular to have we've been responding to the Vanuatu response. I think we both want to have a strong enough process that is clear and transparent and sustainable, but also one that is flexible and quick enough that we are responding to TAs expediently. I know that this is ongoing, and we've had very little, sort of maybe just one, and starting to respond to Iraq. But from your experience in these ones, I'd love to have some clarity as to where you see that actually there's more of the work that's taking place. That would be very useful for us to, in our reflection on engaging with this. And I had one specific question on the workflow. There's a moment where the evaluation is terminated, and there's two cases, right, when there are no members recommended or when they do not pass the background check, but then there's no reference to what happens with that TA request. Just if there are no members found, there's still a TA request, what is the response we're giving to the countries? And I know this might then be linked to the other network, but I don't think there's any place where we're speaking about that. And I think what is the expectation once there's something that's terminated and it's not, when our responsibility is to respond to the country and make sure that we're responding to their TA requests. So just a question as to where that's being seen and how are we making sure that no country is left unanswered, or how are we working with countries afterwards? And would love to see how you are, or where you would see that going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila, also for the questions and for the call for consistency and suggestion for how we move forward from the different guidelines. I have now Alpha on my list. I have no other speakers on the list. So if there are no other flags, we will move to the observers after that. So just reiterating the call and give the floor to Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I wanted first to thank the Secretariat in preparing the different documents, and altogether gives a good picture of where we are leading to in terms of deploying technical assistance. On the glossary, I would like first to make some remark on the glossary. So first, I was one of the proponents for requesting this glossary, and the idea was that the glossary should be an explanation, particularly, and I'm realizing that particularly speaking to the process flow. The process flow, because there are rules and procedures in the UNOPS that will be applied, and on that context, I was actually expecting to give us a sense how the management agreement pools that UNOPS has will be applied to the divergence, to the variety of OBMEs that we'll be having. Okay, because we are having OBMEs, all called OBMEs, with different capacity, different technical background, etc., etc. So, and this grant agreement or the process, the management of funding needs to recognize this situation, and particularly in the longer term to allow for OBMEs from the south to have fair access to the technical assistance. So, and looking at the document discuss matchmaking between request members, but there is no indication how countries with limited capacity can navigate through the complex. And I think it will be important to add specific provision for regional technical support official who can help countries to prepare technical assistance requests. And in the flow, by the way, in the flow presentation that I had, I did not see what happened behind the door, because the proposal made by Vanuatu is being subject of a lot of back and forth, and we need to recognize that. And I think country seeking support needs to understand that, and that speaks also to the issue of timeline that the workflow is not showing. We need to, in terms of efficiency, we need to have a timeline tied to that. And the evaluation process seems to be very centralized. No indication of regional representation in the evaluation committee. That needs to be addressed, because I strongly believe that the evaluation committee should have a variety of context ideas to be there, and particularly the context in terms of criteria, the context number needs to be also waived, because it is different circumstances, and we need to recognize that. And in my point of view also, it seems to be centralized. Perhaps it's only my perception, regardless of the capacity. And there is no option on fast tracking. We need to be also, as a technical assistance, be able to respond rapidly by certain requests, particularly, for instance, by extreme event. A country want to have a post-disaster assessment. We need to be having a track that will allow that for. So, and in terms of management of the management of funding, I think the financial obligation needs to recognize the different financial management capacity. And that's actually the reason why I was one of the guys asking for the glossary, because we don't want to have a box and entities or OBMEs from our region coming to us say, I did not succeed. We need to have a clear understanding, and particularly the recognition of the dynamic nature of institution, the dynamic nature of capacity building, and focusing. And when we operationalize the demand drivenness, it has to be a flexibility when it comes to financial management capacity assessment. And therefore, I actually propose a tiered evaluation system where small local institutions can access simplified procedures based on the resources that they ask, with tiered financial evaluation criteria. We have a case, for instance, the GCF has, even with the accreditation, to make it more dynamic, actions-oriented accreditation system. So we want to have the possibility of having technical assistance-oriented financial management processes, as well as flow. And in terms of implementation mechanism, I think the document indicate a preference for grant agreement, but consultancy procurement are also listed. So there is and that speaks to what Akio mentioned. And by the way, Akio organization bodies expert are eligible. That's OBNEs. So they have to be there, and they cannot be subject of the same procurement process. I think UNOS has experience on that. The only point that I wanted to say is there are experts from the ground, and particularly there are community-based organizations, for instance, that do not have institutional memory, because they were set up as a response of climate event. They realized, the community said, we need to have our own system. and they have a point in terms of technical assistance request, but the institutional memory is not there, the institutional evidence is not there in terms of financial management capacity assessment. We need to have this flexibility or clarity how we proceed with that. And last but not least, I think we need to have an inclusivity clause, because for me, OBME's goes, it is good mention of youth, indigenous people, but I think local government, we are trying to do a very devolved and autonomous development process, at least in Guinea. So I think those municipality decentralized bodies that have risk profile and the case that should be also included there. I will stop there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Alpha. I think there are no other flags in the room or online, either from members or observers. But before kind of turning back to the Secretariat, Alpha, you have asked quite a lot of questions to the Secretariat, so hopefully that can be clarified. But let me just highlight a few points from your intervention that I think some of them are very much linked to the discussion we will be having under other agenda items as well. And it is quite closely related when you speak about the kind of regional representation in the evaluation committee or the regional support official that can help countries prepare. These are also very closely linked with the recruitment of the secretariat and the regional presence there. So that is the link with the other discussion we're having, but also the very important points you're bringing around the local OBNEs, local governments, the different communities and the access, which in turn it's a very valid point for this discussion because it was part of the guidelines for managing funding. But as I said, we will also look very specifically into that in the next agenda item, and we will be having discussion around those issues of inclusivity and accessibility and closeness for the different levels. And one last point I just wanted to make with regard to your comments on the response. On the rapid response, you may recall, and other members may recall, that we had the discussion, I think, around at the second meeting of our advisory board, where we decided not to have the kind of rapid response window, but we in turn added the KPI. That speaks to the timeliness of response to make sure that that element is captured. And we will again be having discussion on the strategy at the next agenda item, which is very closely linked with our results framework. But with that, I would like to turn it over to the Secretariat, as there were many questions for clarification and suggestions as well. So the floor is yours to respond.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and many thanks, board members, for the feedback that we have received and also for the questions. We're pleased also to hear from you that the delivery of these documents is responsive and responding to the requests from the last meeting of the advisory board. Just some general comments, and my colleagues Ben and Christine will come in with some of the specific responses. We are endeavoring as well to make sure that the guidelines are more friendly, not only the guidelines, but also the processes. So we can also communicate externally in terms of the process flow and how this is managed. That can be also an important information for potential proponents and also for the members and potential prospective OBNEs to understand our processes and how to navigate them. So that is something that we have in the plans. Colleagues will provide in more information about that. Also, when it comes to making sure that we have tailored modalities to cater for the diversity of OBNEs and members, that is something that we're working on. We want to cater for them. They have already gone through a process when becoming members, through a process of making sure that they have the expertise and the experience in terms of the criteria, and we need to meet them where they are. in terms of their capacities. So making sure that we have those tailored modalities is also something important for us, and well noted on the flexibility that is being requested. Alpha, thanks for those notes. Also, in relation to the support for preparation of technical assistance requests, at present in the budget, there is a 3% of the technical assistance budget that can be deployed for preparation purposes. So that can be deployed as we move ahead in the provision of technical assistance. There are some other options as well under consideration by the board that might be broader than the preparation only, and that are also intended to be more inclusive of the diversity of potential requests, such as the possibility of having a dedicated window for proponents and for requests that are directed to communities under the minimum percentage. So that's another option. And that goes also to the simplified procedures that were being mentioned here. A dedicated window with a certain threshold would allow us also to trigger the use of simplified procedures that can be less easier and faster as well to navigate. On the urgency as well, that's very well noted, and that's particularly important when working on loss and damage. There is a need for an urgent response. Just to note that the technical assistance guidelines already foresee and give some consideration to urgent requests, but also they foresee that a request requiring an urgent response would need to develop further guidance on relevant procedures related to those requests, and this will be based on the experience gained from the initial stages of implementation. So this is also something that we have in the plans, coming up with specific procedures for urgent requests. And on the regional part, we also expect that once, if and when the board decides on regional positions, that will help us also make sure that we have that context-specific response also integrated in the workflow and relevant processes. Many thanks. And now over to my colleague Ben.
Thank you, Carolina. Perhaps just a couple of points to complement what you've already shared. I think a number of points have been made with regard to making sure that we have a comprehensive process for how we manage technical assistance within the Santiago network, and that is both pre the call for proposal process, but also post. In Decision 12 CMA 4, there is actually the request is for the Santiago network to develop modalities and procedures, including the expression of interest for members or OBNEs, technical assistance, and managing funding. But it's inclusive of, not exclusively. So I think, as Carolina has already said, our intention is to develop further both processes and procedures in a user-friendly way to ensure that both proponents and potential OBNEs and members have a clear understanding of how this mechanism works. And I think that talks to some of the discussion points we had yesterday on accessibility and making sure that we are communicating in a clear and concise way how we operationalize or catalyze technical assistance. We are planning on moving forward with the development of some processes and procedures in Q2 this year with the view to develop a handbook. What I would be cognizant of, and Kristen mentioned this is a learning process, and we are investing heavily in this idea of continuous improvement. So we do need to be agile in terms of evolving. And to some of the points that were raised in terms of working with smaller community-based groups or where there needs to be greater flexibility, I think that would be something that we can pick up on as part of these more comprehensive processes and procedures. And obviously we can share those with the board for their feedback as we develop them. On a couple of the key points I think there was a reference to the definitions of OB&Es, and I was just wanted to flag that this glossary was developed in the context of the managing funding guidelines, but we don't have glossaries for the other guidelines, as it were. So it did have to capture some of the terms that it would not necessarily have done otherwise, because it would have referenced the other guidelines. And there is a definition in the guidelines for designation of OB&Es on the different types, the OB&Es, but we'll just make sure there's consistency. With regard to the approach to meal, to your point, Akio, about consistency, we will make sure that we're consistent in our terminology rather than M&E or meal going forward. We will be approaching how we approach meal as part of the strategy development, but on an operational level, we will also need to develop that framework in the context of the Santiago network, taking into consideration the provision of technical assistance and what perhaps would happen subsequent to that provision of technical assistance. We also need to take into consideration, as Kristen was saying earlier, how do we address situations where the Santiago network is not providing the funding, and that will need to be elaborated further upon as part of these processes and procedures. I think I wanted to kind of use those sort of overarching comments, which I think have picked up on some of the main points that have been shared. But perhaps I can pass over to Kristen to pick up on some of the other questions on the process flow.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments. They're well received. I think Akio and Camilla, you both made a similar point related to the combination of the flow charts and also making them a bit more digestible. I think our sense was to make them complementary, but not combine them at this stage, because they provide a lot of detail, and it really is not easy to go through them and understand them if we're putting them all together, because as you remember, the technical assistance workflow is quite heavy and complex already. But we are thinking already about how we can simplify this more and really have these tailored messages to the OB&Es and also the countries that we're trying to reach. So any additional guidance from you would be very much appreciated. But just to say that, yes, for the purposes of illustrating to the board the process that we have applied and our thinking behind it, we thought this would be the most sort of simple way while still having the complexity in that sense. On some of the other points that Camilla, that you raised, we are going to conduct an in-depth review on the Vanuatu experience. As I explained also yesterday, there were certain parts that took us a little bit longer because we were going through the existing processes and trying to UNOPS and trying to see how we can tailor them to the needs of the Santiago network. It's still a learning process, and we will talk through some of the ways we can streamline this more and be more efficient, more responsive, and make the process also less heavy and quicker. So any suggestions also from your side would be very much appreciated on that, any reflections. But I think it does require also a little bit more on our side to gain the experience. We have heard in previous meetings that from UNOPS side, the flexibility exists so that we can really develop a tailored or a more tailored process flow in this regard. In terms of also related to that on the learning aspect is we have a call set up with CTCN, because there were a few questions that came up as we were going through the process where we think we can really benefit from also their experience a little bit more now that we have a better understanding of how it could work, and we can sort of identify some of the bottlenecks and understand how has it worked for them over the years. So we're hoping that having this engagement with similar bodies will help us to refine this more and provide the expedient technical assistance that is required. In terms of those two occasions where the process might be terminated, you're correct, we didn't maybe go all the way through to the end. We had some preliminary discussion internally what would happen if we do get into a situation where there are no members that sort of fulfill the criteria. We don't anticipate that, and we hope that doesn't happen because we have very qualified members already in the network. So we hope everything will be in order. But there are several options that could be considered, such as re-advertising, thinking about are there any alternative ways to match the technical assistance request, also in collaboration with the requester of the technical assistance. We could think about were the selection criteria maybe not appropriate? Is there anything that we could change also in terms of budget requirements that would allow smaller organizations, for instance, to get more easier access, because there are different thresholds for the funding disbursement and what sort of due diligence criteria need to be met for those. And maybe Ben could also speak a little bit more to that if you would like more detail. And then on some of Akio's some of Alpha's points, in terms of the evaluation committee, we did look at the expertise that would be required from a technical and also from a operational grant management financial perspective, and tried to put together a committee that has also the experience in similar regional contexts and country contexts, and brings that technical expertise to really do a thorough technical evaluation. And the way that the process is set up, that is that the evaluation committee can have very deep conversations about each of the proposals to really ensure that the regional expertise that is required is met as well. So this is something that we have already taken into account also for the Vanuatu proposal. But of course, as Stella has already alluded, it will become a more streamlined and perhaps an easier process once the regional coordinators or the regional presence is more established, because then it's we have the very much the contextualized information and expertise as well in the team. In terms of sort of what happens on the back end with the engagement between the country and the secretariat, I think with Vanuatu we worked very closely, and it was very much appreciated from their side as well, because it's very much important that we make sure that the technical assistance serves the purpose that it's supposed to serve. So the close collaboration is essential. In terms of, yes, the sort of time commitment, it could be quite heavy, but it really depends from request to request. Some requests might be easier to process than others. But for this first one in particular, we wanted to make sure that we get it right. And the partnership is very much important with the countries as well. And then on the diversity also of the members that respond, one consideration, and I presented on this yesterday as well, is how we use the criteria that are included in the calls for proposals to really get that diversity of members that can respond to each of the calls for proposals, including also OBNEs from the Global South, from the regions, countries where the technical assistance is to be delivered. I would stop here and pass back to Stella, or who am I passing to?
If I could just compliment just on a couple of points that Kristen mentioned, and also maybe coming back to a point that Alpha had referenced in terms of those other modalities through which we might be able to provide funding, and you mentioned procurement and HR, that will also be picked up as part of the guidelines I was mentioning earlier. I shouldn't say guidelines, the processes that need to be elaborated more. Sorry, I didn't come back to you on that specific query. And also just talking about the sort of streamlining of the process, we picked up on this yesterday for smaller grants amounts, and that was where the term for the $50,000, we, as per UN Ops standard rules and regulations, there can be a more streamlined approach when a grant is $50,000 or less. And so that is something that we would also incorporate into this process, so that we can be clear. If it's a much smaller grant, then we don't need to go through quite the levels of evaluation and capacity assessment, etc. And so that would be something that we could look at. It doesn't in any way limit any member from applying for a smaller grant. I mean, this would be determined with the proponent what level of funding is needed for that technical assistance request. But it does mean that we can have a more streamlined process, and that picks up on the level of due diligence that we would need to do, and ties into that idea of us being able to respond quickly and effectively. So I just wanted to pick up on those last 2 points because I don't think they're being covered adequately. And with that, I'll pass back to Stella. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, colleagues from the Secretariat, for those very detailed answers, and thanks also for kind of expressing again how the work that you're doing is complex and how much is connected, the connection between this agenda item and what we're discussing in other agenda items. So, colleagues, I do not see any more hands raised. I hope that the replies to your questions were satisfactory to you. As I was mentioning earlier, we have to decide what do we do with this agenda item. The suggestion would be that we take note of what was presented to us in terms of the rules and regulations, and in terms of the process flow. We are, of course, mindful that this is just based on one response that has been handled so far, and that is an iterative and continuous process. And we can, of course, encourage the Secretariat to continue working and improving that process flow. And we heard also from Ben that there will be an idea of a handbook being developed. So we can encourage the Secretariat to continue working on making sure that it's user friendly, that it's that there is a consistency between the different guidelines, that there is a very clear process flow. But at this stage, we would take note of what was presented, and we would encourage the Secretariat to continue working on that and updating the advisory board as we go towards the next meeting. And in terms of the glossary of terms, the suggestion would be to approve it and annex it to the guidelines for managing funding, unless there are objections to that or comments that are specific, perhaps something is missing or something wasn't clarified enough. So I'm just testing that idea with you, and if those elements of a decision are fine with you, we will be again proceeding as yesterday, putting those decision elements into one document and sharing it with you by the end of the day. I see Alpha's flag, so I will give you the floor, and we'll be monitoring if there's any other reaction to what I suggested. Alpha, the floor is yours.
I'm wondering, how do you see me raising my flag? Because it was very to the point.
I can see the room.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. And thank you. And I have just one suggestion. I think from the discussion we had, everything that we said has implication on the glossary. So the glossary is also a living document, because the glossary should also, in addition to the document indicated by Ben, need to capture further element. I'm fine with annexing it, but under the understanding it is a living document, and when updating the document, the guidelines for managing funding, that it should be updated. And the last point is, perhaps I did not capture that. It is on the flow chart. I guess we need a narrative for each element of the staff of the flow, but also a narrative of each phase or stage in the request process. And that has to be user-friendly, self-explanatory, to help people understand, and our regional advisor that will be not sufficient have not to explain again all these things. So that's my proposal down the road. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alpha. So if I understand, we would be annexing the glossary as is for the moment, but treating it as a living document, which I think is agreeable. We are learning as we go, and we are developing this network, and we will be, of course, updating the documents when that is the need. And we also have a plan for updating the guidelines for managing funding. So, of course, that could be done at the same time. And in terms of the process flow, I also take your point, which I think was made by others, that we need to continue working towards something that is user-friendly, that is comprehensive, and that includes also the narrative around it. So at this stage, we would be simply noting what was presented, but we would be working together as advisory board and the secretariat to make sure that there are new elements provided for those who are seeking assistance, but also those who are trying to supply it. So in that spirit, I do not see any other flags raised, and we will be suggesting decision points for you later this evening. And now that brings me to the question. We have 10 minutes before lunch. We have scheduled to start the discussion on the next agenda item, which is the Santiago Network Strategy. So my suggestion to you would be to start with this agenda item. We can perhaps at least go through the presentation and then maybe have a discussion after lunch. So if that is agreeable to you, we will be now turning to the agenda item 8 on the Santiago Network Strategy. As you can recall, Decision 12 CMA4 Annex 1, endorsed by Decision 11 CP27, sets out the roles and responsibilities of the Santiago Network Secretariat, which includes executing the work program approved by the Advisory Board, building on synergies with the 5-year rolling work plan of the Executive Committee of the WIM. At our first meeting, the board approved the Santiago Network Work Program, and that is contained in the document SNAB/2024/1/05 Ref 1, which includes Activity 8, Develop Strategy for the Santiago Network, including results framework with key performance indicators. Apologies, let me just check, because I think there is a flag in the room that I did not notice. It's from Camila. Camila, is that on the previous point?
On the approach, if I may?
On the approach for taking this agenda item now?
Yes.
Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And I am very aware that you're really trying to keep us to time management, and I'm really happy to be here and work in your hands. And you've made a proposal. I believe, because you've also proposed to use lunchtime for informal consultation. And this Santiago Network Strategy is one of the most key documents in terms of vision and the document we want. I was wondering if perhaps not to separate the presentation from the discussion, because it would be quite a long separation where we will also be delving into other items. And I think it really will be helpful for the discussion to actually have a discussion on Santiago Network Strategy if we can have the presentation and the discussion not be broken up into that. It's a question if that can be considered, please.
Thank you so much for the suggestion, Camila. Of course, we are in your hands as co-chairs. We are mindful that there will be some consultations during the lunch, so we need to also take time for that. And as you said, we will be delving into a different discussions during those consultations. I am in your hands. If that is preferable, if we could break now and maybe start the consultations earlier, so that colleagues can also benefit from the lunch break. And then we, when we come back, we go into the presentation and then followed immediately by discussion. That is, of course, fine with me. So I think there is agreement in the room, if I can judge by what I see. I see colleagues want to raise flags. Alpha, do you want to react to that proposal?
Yes, I support the way forward, but I would like to indicate that we should be at 1:45. So to have a clear timeline. So if that's possible, agreeable to you.
Thank you, Alpha. If that is feasible also for colleagues and for the lunch break. I think going back at 1:45 will be a little bit short because that is less than an hour for the lunch break. So perhaps we could come back at 2. But I would then encourage all of you to be really on time in the meeting room so that we can start immediately at 2 p.m. And now we would then break for lunch. And when we come back, we would take the agenda item on the Santiago Network strategy. Would that be okay with everyone? Fine, perfect. Thank you so much. With that, we break for lunch.
Stella, you have a virtual lunch, okay?
I will have virtual lunch with some of you.
Colleagues, just to remember that we are in informal consultations and we will use the time to have 10 minutes with we are going to try to cover as much as we can, all of you. But just to let you know that perhaps we need to interrupt your lunch 10 minutes. So because that's the only time that we have available. So I appreciate that you understand. Thank you. Colleagues, apologies for being late. We just want to kindly ask you to give us 10 minutes. We're still in consultations and we reconvene in 10 minutes. So we are trying to create a bridging proposal that we are consulting with everybody so everybody feels comfortable. Apologies for that. So take your time to rest and digest your lunch. Hello, colleagues, could you please take your seats? Sorry once again for the delay. I hope you understand what we are in the most important discussion with all of you in terms of how to launch the process to deliver technical assistance. So if you allow me, Estela, before to continue, just to raise that, of course, we're still with consultations. We will continue with the consultations during the break time. So we will let you know, we will approach you. And the idea is to finalize the agenda items that we have for the schedule of today. So I think it's going to be it will be a long day, but I think for us it's important to keep all the agenda items that we have for today. Otherwise, tomorrow we will not have enough time to finalize the decision points, to take the final decisions, to adopt the decision points, the reports, and react to the co-chairs proposals and everything. So I hope that you can understand what is the situation now, but we are trying to move as fast as possible. So now I would like to give the floor to Stella, who's gonna lead us in the next discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Angela, and thank you, colleagues, for your patience. In particular, thank you for all to observers as well and colleagues joining online. We know this is not easy when you have to wait for us to be back in the room and to start. But as Angela said, there is a very important justification behind our delays. So without further delaying this discussion, I invite you now to turn your attention to the agenda item 8, the Santiago Network Strategy. And as Angela has said, we will go through that discussion point. We still have the afternoon ahead of us. We have one more point on the agenda after, and we will try to close items or at least exhaust them for today. So I beg your indulgence and please be concrete with your comments, with your interventions, be brief, succinct, so that it is clear for us what are your recommendations and how do we make the decisions to move forward from that. On the Santiago Network Strategy, I started explaining a little bit before our break, and it was highlighted that this is indeed one of the most important points for us also for this meeting. As you recall, the decisions that are guiding our engagements here, the Decision 12 CMA4 Annex 1, endorsed by Decision 11 CP27, they set out the roles and responsibilities of the Santiago Network Secretariat. That includes executing the work program approved by the advisory board. And it builds on synergies with the 5-year rolling work plan of the executive committee of the WIM. At our first meeting, the board approved the Santiago Network work program. It includes activity 8, develop strategy for the Santiago network, including results framework with key performance indicators and corresponding M&E system. This could include the development of a draft 3 or 5-year strategy for the Santiago network to align with the timeline of the EXCOM work plan under the direction of the advisory board and through a coordinated participatory approach. At our last meeting, third meeting of the advisory board, we adopted the interim results framework that is contained in the document SNAB/2024/3/10 Rev 2, noting that it will be revised if needed once the Santiago Network strategy is developed. In addition, the board took note of the outline of the Santiago Network strategy contained in the document SNAB/2024/3/11 and requested the Secretariat to further develop the strategy to be presented for consideration at this present meeting, taking into account the comments and suggestions that we have made at that meeting. So we invite you now to consider the document SNAB/2025/04/11, Santiago Network Strategy Zero Draft and Development Roadmap, and to provide guidance for its finalization. So in this regard, I would now like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the zero draft of the strategy, Santiago Network Strategy. Thank you to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I will be very pleased to present the Santiago Network strategy and also to introduce the proposal for having a roadmap for the further development of this work. And next slide. This slide in front of you is mapping the Santiago Network strategy, where it sits right at the center of the work of the Santiago Network, and also other strategic components related to the Santiago Network strategy. Some of them are coming to this meeting as well, to the fourth advisory meeting for consideration of the board in the form of a zero draft. Just to walk you through this map, we have the Santiago Network strategy right at the center, that at this moment has the form of a zero draft that has been further developed based on the feedback that we received from you in the last advisory board meeting, where an outline was presented. This has been informed by the interim results framework that was adopted by you at the last meeting of last year. This is also in orange color, just signaling that this is already in place. There is a provision also to adapt this interim results framework once the strategy is in place, but as of now, this is informing our work when it comes to the development of the strategy. We have other pieces also under development here in green fund. We have the resource mobilization strategy, and you also have the zero draft with you. We have the communications strategy, also that you have in the form of a zero draft, and we have the outreach strategy that was presented yesterday. We listened to you very carefully also during the outreach strategy yesterday in relation to the interdependencies and connections between all these pieces. We see that it is important to move in tandem and also to make sure that the different pieces inform one another. Just as an example, the Santiago Network strategy is one that needs to fit into all the different strategic components in terms of the mission, the vision, and the value proposition, and strategic priorities that are to be defined at the higher level. This needs to trickle down to the different components. We see also here that an essential piece for us to be better able to communicate our mission, vision, and strategic priorities to different audiences is having a communications strategy that helps us build the identity and the messaging of the Santiago Network. That communication strategy needs to fit into the outreach strategy that is here at the bottom, and that needs to be informed and guided by the identity and the messaging that we identify in the communications strategy. That is the articulation that we see in here. And of course, also part of our engagement pertains to different sources of resource mobilization and making sure also that we engage with contributors and alternative sources in a manner also that is conducive to deliver on the mandate of the Santiago Network. At the bottom of this slide, you have some implementation arrangements in the forms of a monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework, risk, sustainability, gender, and diversity that are also to be developed as we make progress in setting the direction in the form of the strategy. So this is only to inform all the components which are interconnected, and all of them are shaping up. The fact that they are shaping up at this moment also offers a window of opportunity to make sure that we have a coherent strategic framework for the Santiago Network. Next. Now, in terms of the roadmap, you may have seen that the document contains two main sections. One of them is the zero draft. The other one is the suggestion of having a roadmap for a participatory and coordinated approach for the further development of the strategy. As mentioned by co-chair Estela, the work program foresees the development of a strategy that is the result of a participatory and coordinated approach. And that is why we're coming up with the suggestion on how that approach may look like. The suggestion is for this to start building on the outline that you provided feedback, over which you provided feedback last time, to start at this fourth meeting of the advisory board. That is the step that you have here right at the left with the draft zero, the zero draft that you have in front of you, and further develop this draft zero based on the feedback that we received from you during this meeting. And also the suggestion is to have a period for written inputs. And of course, this timeline is subject to your views, but to have a period of written inputs so we can also fit those submissions into the further development of the zero draft. Based on this draft 1.0, will be developed. And this draft point zero can also benefit from an informal meeting that could take a hybrid approach. One of the suggestions is to explore the possibility of this hybrid meeting if the board wishes to move in that direction, either back-to-back the meeting of the WIM EXCOM or the subsidiary bodies in Bonn in June this year. Those could be appropriate spaces for us to conduct these consultations that can also benefit from stakeholders consultations more broadly. Yesterday, we heard that it was important to engage with UNFCCC constituents. This can give that space to engage with those constituents. Based on those consultations, a draft 2.0 is proposed to be developed. This also can benefit from the views of board members in a virtual informal meeting together with written comments. So a period for written comments can also be considered here towards the development of a final draft during the month of August. This final draft will build on the process of consultations and will be made available in time for publication in advance of the following board meeting. The dates of the next advisory board meeting, of course, are also to be determined and decided by you during the respective agenda item. For now, we are considering the dates proposed in the date and venue paper towards the end of September, early October. This is the map. Another important consideration here is the suggestion to use this roadmap not only to consult on the main strategy, but also to consult on the strategic components. And this is something that can help us capitalize on the organization and also the costs of the consultation process. Instead of consulting on one document, we can be consulting on the whole strategic framework of the Santiago network. Next. Now we move to the second section of this paper, that is the zero draft. And we listened also to your comments during the last advisory board meeting in terms of the need of a theory of change. Just to note here that this theory of change is one that has the purpose also of helping out in setting the direction, the strategic priorities and the approaches towards the effective delivery of the Santiago network mandate, functions and impact aspiration. So it was built along those lines. We have the theory of change statement that is built using the if, then, because propositions to understand how we can progressively arrive to the impact aspiration expected for the Santiago network. This slide is a bit wordy, but I will try to walk you through it. If we go to the if proposition, here the assumption is that if the Santiago network catalyzes technical assistance that has the following five, and here again the number five, five characteristics, and I will go through them. First, that addresses the needs and priorities in developing countries particularly vulnerable, facilitates the development and access to knowledge and information. This is one of the functions as well. Actively connects proponents seeking technical assistance with the best suited OBNEs. This goes to the catalytic role. Facilitates collaboration and synergies among OBNEs, the dynamic nature of the membership, and enhances access to finance, technology, and capacity building. And now we move to the then. Then, developing countries will have enhanced capacities in a demand-driven manner at the local, national, and regional levels to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change. This will be due to enhanced access to information and knowledge, access to technical assistance in an inclusive and country-driven manner from best-suited OBNEs, and aligning with national priorities with access to finance, technology, and capacity building. Important to note also that the 10 proposition here is fully aligned with the impact aspiration of the initial results framework. The first part of it is taken from the initial results framework, so we're ensuring that there is alignment with that impact aspiration. Then we go to the because, and here we have the rationale and the assumptions. in the context of this theory of change, facilitating the development and dissemination of knowledge and information, those proponents, particularly vulnerable, will be able to identify, prioritize, and communicate technical assistance developed through an inclusive and country-driven manner aligned with national priorities, allowing access to finance, technology, and capacity building, and also for this to take place within and outside the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We believe that this theory of change can help articulate the value proposition of the Santiago Network. Now we move to the overall structure. This is also one of the graphics that you have in the paper. The overall structure of the Santiago Network strategy starts at the highest level with the mission of the Santiago Network, and this responds to the mission that was vested on the network upon establishment by the COP and the CMA to catalyze technical assistance from OBNEs to implement relevant approaches for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage at different levels. This mission is then translated into a vision towards 2028. Just to note here that this responds to the work program that anticipates the development of a strategy for 3 or 5 years. In our view, it could be convenient at this initial phase of the operations of Santiago Network to identify an initial startup phase that spans all the way to 2028. That will be a 3-year framework, and that is also in line with the MOU and the hosting arrangements for an initial period of 5 years. So we consider that this horizon towards 2028 can give an important timeframe for the strategic planning. The vision here is that by 2028, developing countries, particularly vulnerable, will have access to the knowledge and information they need to develop technical assistance requests in an inclusive and country-driven manner at different levels to receive this assistance from the best suited OBNEs and members to address their needs in alignment with national priorities and allowing access to finance, technology, and capacity building. Now, moving down, this vision is informing 5 strategic priorities. These strategic priorities also, we were careful to align them with the initial results framework objectives. The first of them goes to the facilitation, development, and dissemination and access to knowledge and information on a wide range of topics relevant for loss and damage. This is linked to the initial results framework outcome 1. The second strategic priority is assisting in identifying, prioritizing, and communicating technical assistance needs and priorities, including through supporting inclusive, country-driven processes to enable timely and targeted responses to demand-driven requests. This goes to the comments that you have made during yesterday's session in terms of facilitating technical assistance requests and engaging at that early phase prior to the submission of requests. The third strategic priority goes to the catalytic role of Santiago Network in terms of catalyzing demand-driven technical assistance, including by connecting those seeking technical assistance with the best suited OBNEs and members in an efficient manner. We move now to the fourth strategic priority that is directed to the network of members and facilitating diversity. There were comments yesterday about the inclusivity of the network. This strategic priority is precisely intending to address that at different levels and catalyzing collaboration and synergies among the members of the network. This also speaks to the nature of the Santiago Network and making sure that we activate the network, as we have heard from you these days. The last priority is also one of the functions of the Santiago Network, facilitating access to finance, technology, and capacity building both within and outside the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and doing this in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and the WIM EXCOM. This is key also to position the Santiago network and to add value to the loss and damage landscape. These strategic priorities inform the operational approaches that we are presenting to you here. Just to know that these strategic approaches are here framed at a higher level, but the intent is also that this can be brought down to operations in the form of respective work programs and also through the different strategic components that are currently under development. The first of them is in relation to knowledge of information and making this accessible online and broadly accessible in through different channels. The comments that you provided yesterday on the outreach strategy fall squarely also within this operational approach. The second of them is supporting and assisting in the development of country-driven requests, including through dedicated windows, support for LDCs and SITs. Also, under this strategic approach, the consideration of a minimum percentage and having a potential window for vulnerable communities could fall within this strategic approach. The third of them is accessible and fit-for-purpose process for catalyzing technical assistance in a timely and tailored manner. And here, those requests that you have made in terms of having a process that is efficient and that also responds to the urgency of the requests is one that fits within this objective. The fourth of them goes to an outreach plan for a strong and diverse membership. The inclusiveness of the network that was brought up in many interventions is also reflected here. And lastly, the collaboration arrangements to enable that access to finance, technology, and capacity building. The zero draft stops here in the operational approaches because we will be informed by the direction of these sections to develop the implementation arrangements. Just to know that the implementation arrangements are those that cover the monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework, risk management, sustainability plan, and gender and diversity. And that's the last slide. In terms of the structure of the strategy, we will appreciate your feedback also to take this zero draft further. And your feedback is welcome both in terms of the zero draft, but also in terms of the roadmap, because that will signal how we will take this work further. Many thanks, Co-Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for this very detailed presentation, and also thank you for providing us with the clear roadmap and the zero draft. Let me just say before I open the floor and set up the context for your comments, we are tackling this agenda item in two parts. One is looking at the roadmap and the zero draft of the strategy, and the other part is looking at the discussions we had intersessionally and the document, the background document, the discussion paper on the minimum percentage of funding going directly to particularly vulnerable communities. So we will separate the discussion. We have first had the presentation from Carolina on the first elements, so the roadmap and the zero draft, and we will take comments on that. And only later we will move to the minimum percentage issue. So at this stage, you have heard a very clear roadmap with also possibilities for us to provide comments and suggestions and guidance on both on the process of how to take that forward, but also on the things that perhaps you would like to see developed further between the zero draft and the next iteration of the strategy that we would ideally be adopting at our next meeting. So I would like you to be very specific in your comments, very concise again. We have a timeline suggested for that, so please speak to the timeline and to the roadmap. But also if you see that something is missing, that some guidance needs to be provided at this moment for the Secretariat, please specify those elements. And with that, I am opening the floor and just waiting to have a signal of the flags. I see that Alpha was raised his flag first and then Tetet. So the floor is yours, Alpha.
I wanted to say that 2-1 today. Tete broke the ice. I'm breaking the ice. And yesterday was Camila breaking the ice. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. As you know, during the informal session, I made very detailed comments that I will not bring now. But if I manage in the course of next week, I will put them and share with the secretariat to help help the secretariat actually get a sense of how we can improve the document. I very much appreciate the secretariat dividing the document to help us to get in deep into the subject, but at the same time, we should also bear in mind at the end of the day, the different puzzle leads to a strategy. So I have specific comments first on theory of change. I think the theory of change focuses on knowledge and actor connections, but lacks clarity on how the Santiago network will enable actual implementation of solution of technical assistance. So suggestion might be, for instance, in the if section to add specific language on supporting the delivery of technical assistance to ensure implementation of technical assistance, not just a facilitation. The strategy correctly center the Santiago network core mission to catalyze technical assistance to OBMEs to implement relevant approaches, blah, blah, blah. The 5 strategic priorities appropriately also reflect the network catalytic function rather than attempting to position it as a direct implementer. And that's very good. We are matchmaking, we're catalyzing, we are facilitating. So the key issue that I would like to bring first on the vision lacks emphasis on urgent needs of vulnerable countries and direct implementation support. It has insufficient connection to Article 8 and COP19 agreement because we need to have a legal anchoring of the strategic issue. There is an inadequate focus on mobilizing dedicated loss and damage finance because this Santiago network can be catalytic in helping country to submit proposal to the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. And there is a limited attention to non-economic losses, and then we can improve the technology transfer and development part as well. So in terms of implementation concern, as I indicated, is too focused on developing requests rather than implementation technical assistance. And we need also a strong accountability mechanism for measuring the impact. There is a limited recognition of varying capacity among developing countries, and I spoke earlier about that in the managing of funding, and inadequate support for rapid response technical assistance, and we can improve also the connection between technical assistance and local community impact. So in terms of recommendation, and provided that I will provide later my specific comprehensive comment, I think we need to strengthen the vision statement to emphasize both immediate needs and long-term capacity building by stating that we are having a new model of log frame, which is not in the binary way, box ticking, workshop held, or participated, or consultation held, but we need to make emphasis on the knowledge component of the capacity, and being saying that, and the retention, to add also a specific metrics for measuring technical assistance reach at local community level, and I think the discussion on the minimum threshold will help us to do that. There is a need for increased budget allocation for request development beyond 3% for LDCs and seeds, and there's also a need to add strategic priority focus on implementation of context-specific technical solution. Remember, today I was talking about context-specific funding management requirement, and the last is to expand the strategic priority 5 to include mobilization of new financial resources dedicated to addressing, averting, minimizing loss and damage developing countries. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha, for very specific suggestions. And as you said, it would be great to receive them in writing as in line with the process that we will outline. So thanks for that. Next on my list is Tetet, followed by Camila.
Thank you very much, Stella, and happy that there seems to be a fresh aura behind Alpha now. No, so glad to see that he's not listening. Anyways, overall, I feel like the document can benefit from significant streamlining to facilitate the advisory board focusing on the overall strategy, separate from elements mentioned, which are specific actions. One method to address this is to pull out and separate elements in the paper which are more suited to action planning and program of work, for example, such as operational approaches in para 26 and high-level activities in para 32. So this can be discussed in a separate but complementary manner. For example, the information included in para 41 and other information elements could be included in a separate paper on complementarity rather than being part of the main strategy documents. So, as I've said in the informal meeting, the strategies focus on strengthening collaboration among the Santiago network, the fund, the WIM-EXCOM. It's crucial in the evolving landscape of loss and damage. To avoid duplication of efforts, separate space should be created to agree specific action points to enhance collaboration, coordination, coherence, and synergies, and to outline a timeline to follow up for follow-up meetings to assess progress. Now going into some more specific comments. Para page 4, para 6 in the zero draft, it's not clear to me why risk management, sustainability, gender, and diversity can't already be part of the strategy as common values and objectives, irrespective of the work done on these elements eventually. It says, you mentioned it will be deferred until such time, but I think we could already deal with them. No? Page 7 on outcomes and impact and page 8 on strategic priorities, we seem to be missing the component of funding for technical assistance provision. Now, I think Alpha already mentioned that. The fact that Santiago Network will provide finance per the Glasgow decision para 67 seems to be missing. So maybe we need to go back on that. Para 26A mentions the Santiago Network acting as a depository and hub of information. I'm not sure we do have the mandate to do this role. So maybe it's just me. Maybe we need to look back again on what our main mandate should be. No? Para 27, there's a reference, no, including for LDCs and SIDS, but this doesn't align with any previous decision text. So can we delete it and keep it general to all developing countries? LDCs and SIDS should only be specifically mentioned or singled out for support for preparing TA requests, as this comes from the COP CMA decision. And while acknowledging that there's a separate resource mobilization strategy, there should somewhat be an element in this document on funding targets that ensure the sustainability and predictability of funding for operations and for technical assistance. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Tetet, as well, for being very specific with your suggestions and also encouraging you to submit those in writing. I now have Camila, followed by Gladys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And I'm very happy to be engaging in this discussion. I've also really liked how it's going because I feel this is what we should be doing, right? Debating on what we see and what it is that this network does. And I think it's already really interesting to having heard from Alpha and from Tetet, sort of how they see this network and how we define it together. And I'd love to agree and react to some of that and hopefully hear from some others how they see it, because this is a key document where we determine the vision of what the network is, knowing that as for stress for time and that we have discussed some of this in the informal meeting and that the co-chair has asked us to be brief. I'll just say that I am first extremely happy with seeing sort of the process for this and a clear delineated steps approach with clear moments where we will be consulting with the board and where there will be a lot of consultation with stakeholders. And I hope that all documents that we see can have this clear approach. This was really helpful as well for me in understanding what is expected of me today, and I will also be making sure that this seat in the time can send much more in detail comments in writing. But I wanted to thank in that. I wanted to focus. I'm trying to change what I'd written up to also be much more responsive, but I see. Right, the Santiago network as a part of the WIM has to catalyze the implementation of the functions of the WIM, both on enhancing knowledge and understanding, on synergies, coordination, and coherence, and third, on action and support. And I actually feel quite happy to see that this strategy, even if organized slightly different, speaks to all of these functions. There's been some questions as to the knowledge part, and I think this is also a key role, and I understand concerns, and we need to discuss clearly how we delineate that responsibility with the ExCom, and we've spoken to this in other decision items, and I think I've left comment regarding that in some of the decision points that are there, but specifically here, I think on approach 1, when knowledge is just how knowledge is developed, but I would add is developed and collected, which is more in line with what it should say. And I do feel that we have a clear mandate for the SN to facilitate the development, provision, and dissemination and access to knowledge and information. So I do think that idea of sort of repository does sort of come from some of those discussions that we've had there. I do feel and agree with Alpha and Tetet, though, that on the action and support part, there's not quite as much clarity as to how we're doing that. However, I think, and I would say that one of the key things that we need to do as we're answering these questions is think of what our distinctive value is, and that is that we are a network. So my question in answering and how we're making sure that we're responding on better integrating the delivery part is how are we doing it in a way that leverages the knowledge and the resources from the OB&Es that are part of the network. So I know that it's because I understand that it's harder and that it might be weaker in the document because we are not delivering technical assistance. OB&Es are. So we have to find the ways in which while acknowledging that we're also putting this as a priority, but also in a way that we're giving a value added to these OB&Es. And that's a little bit of, it's the questions that Timo was presenting yesterday when he talked of engagement. And that one of the questions he has is, what is the value added to OB&Es here? And I don't see that in the strategy. I see what it is that we are doing and how they're coming, but we need to be able to answer that question in the strategy, because otherwise we won't be able to communicate that to OB&Es. They will not understand the value added, and we will never actually comply with our mandate on catalyzing the delivery of technical assistance through OB&Es. That is the key question that I think it's lacking here, and I'm sorry to say I maybe right now don't have the exact answer as to how we do it, but it's where I'll start to reflect on when we come. The other points that I wanted to raise on on increasing on that function on action and support is I feel that while there's a lot on the document and sometimes it can be streamlined, I think there are other areas where there's actually not enough, and particularly in operational approaches, both in knowledge management. I think it's very broad, and I understand that is filled through the outreach document as it is now, but I did have some questions on who is doing that knowledge production, how are we selecting those topics, and how that procedurally is happening, but understand that it sort of falls in both of those documents, but would really like to see a little bit more coordination there. And then the other part of operational approaches where I think it's really lacking is on the SITs and LDCs. It's just sort of mentioned, and support to SITs and LDCs in preparing TA requests, but there's no information as to how it is that we're doing that. And unlike on knowledge, where that was clearly delineated in other documents, this is really one of the things that we've been consistently asking for, and there's no answer to this. I will also point out, and co-chair, if you indulge me, because you did say that this would be under agenda item 8, and it does go here, but it's as well on the relationship with the FRLD. Because there is some, at least on XCOM, it's a bit clearer. But one of the questions I have in particular with the FRLD and on this idea of what is our value added, because one of the outcomes of Board 5 last week was to request the Secretariat to prepare a call for proposals for the startup phase of the funds with small projects. And this is going to be coming out shortly while we are also receiving TAs. So there should really be synergy with this to take care, to make sure that we don't have two funding streams and mandates that are distinct or people are being confused. And this should be clear within our strategy, right? What is it that is being sent out when we make call for proposals, and how is this distinct than what already exists? But really happy to continue working on this and to send in my my comments in writing and see the next iteration of this text. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila, also for being very clear with your comments. Next on my list is Gladys, followed by Matthias.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you to the Secretariat for the preparation of this document and all the other related documents. I think there's a lot of information there. I would address like 2 points. The first is I agree with the intervention made by Alpha prior. In consideration to the vision, I feel like the vision, as stated there, it looks like is to focus on countries to have access to knowledge to prepare proposals, as the way it's written there. It seems to me like that. So I would like that we could review that part, and I don't know, maybe it would read like developing countries to have access to technical assistance, because that's the final goal of this network. And then to have all the descriptor, like it should be national, local, regional, in a country-driven manner, inclusive, etc. But for me, it seems that it focuses too much on that, that put the load on countries that they have to make these proposals in order to access the technical assistance. Well, we have to, but the focus should be on the deliverance of the technical assistance. And in line with that, I think the theory of change would also have to be reviewed in that line, to reflect the proper functions of the network. The second point is regarding the knowledge and information. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So we have the 5 strategic priorities. And the first one, that is the facilitating of development, dissemination, consideration, and access to knowledge and information. I think in paragraph 25, I mentioned it in our prior meeting, that we should seek that this will not replicate work of the WIM, and to maybe reflect better here how we're going to assure that. And this in line with the comment made by Tetet 2 of paragraph 26, that I also am not sure that part of the functions would be acting as depository and hub of information. And also regarding that strategic priority, I think in the decision, the language is a bit different, because here it says facilitating the development, dissemination, conservation, and access. And the functions, it reads facilitating development, provision, and dissemination of and access to. So it's a slightly different. I don't know if you want to keep the same language from the decision or not, but maybe we can consider if this language complies with all that is in the functions of the network. So no duplication of work for me is very important with what the XCOM already does, and that this specific knowledge and information is in relation to the specific work of the network is a real and added value and contribution and to catalyze technical assistance, that is the final goal. And finally, in the comments that the support for technical assistance in case of disease and DLDCs, in our understanding, this is to elaborate proposals to the Santiago network, noting the provision of resources for technical assistance, since these resources are for all developing countries, particularly vulnerable to climate change. Finally, just to say that I am okay with the roadmap presented, so that will be it for now, and I will maybe send some written comments later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys, also for being very, very clear and specific and encouraging you to send the comments. So we have a long list still ahead of us. Next is Matthias, followed by Rashid.
Thank you, Stella. As other colleagues have mentioned, obviously this is a key tool to reflect on the purpose and to provide guidance to the work of the Santiago network and also sustaining impact orientation, accountability, and learning. I think we should, on the level of detail, for me, I think this should be a fairly high-level document, quite succinct, but obviously not superficial with the adequate level of detail. But we have to be cognizant that there are connex documents such as the outreach strategy, communication, the guidelines, the various guidelines we have. So this is a whole ecosystem of documents, which the strategy is kind of the high-level galvanizing piece. That brings me also to the second question. I think we have to decide to a certain extent what, is this a document that first and foremost is for the insiders, or is the people sitting here in the room, and perhaps some the OBNEs, etc. But is this also a tool for communication to the outside? And I think it can be both, I think. But if it has to be both, then I think some of the language has to be adapted to make it a bit more readable to the outside. I've mentioned in the informal meeting the vision, but perhaps also the theory of change. I mean, the vision is couched in a very technocratic, bureaucratic language, which can be, I think, adjusted. And I agree with Alva and others that it can be made more impact-oriented. Actually, I would, responding to the point made by Gladys, I would even say, access is not even the end game. Access is a stepping stone for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. So that's the vision, that's the purpose. That we have these end results. That the technical system is a contribution to. So I think this kind of level should be enshrined in the vision, and then also, of course, with the focus on the particularly vulnerable countries and communities in particular. So just few more details, like on the targets, as I already mentioned in the informal. I think the private sector is also should be somewhat part of this endeavor. And here we not just talk about big multinational companies, which could be even perhaps some stage down the line harnessed to chip in with funding for such loss and damage efforts. But I'm also talking about small companies, but even in the informal sector, which are heavily affected by climate change. There are operations being disrupted, etc., from agriculture to small businesses, etc. So I think this should also be taken into account. Agree with Ted on the importance of the gender diversity piece, and also the other connects, the other outstanding parts, the MEO framework, the risk management, sustainability plan, etc. So these are really important matters that we should see here as fast as possible. Now, my last, and that's a question on the results framework. I'm obviously, I'm how should I say it, an elderly new kid on the block here. In a way, I haven't been part of the discussion on the interim results framework. I strongly feel that this document could be improved and streamlined and made more impact oriented. I think a lot of the indicators are very process focused. I'm not saying I'm against process indicators, but they should be complemented with some more result orientation. So, and then also the question of baselines and targets, etc., etc. So there, my question is, when it will be the moment that the board will have a further occasion to look at this framework, to tighten it up and make it more useful. And I think also, it has currently a lot of different layers, and that makes actually then the result tracking also more cumbersome. Sometimes some streamlining can also help to make the operations more efficient. And then finally, just on the process going forward, I mean, on the workshops, I could imagine that there are much more stakeholders present at the subsidiary meetings in Bonn than at the WIM ExCom meeting. Of course, if you have the capacity to do workshop at both, that's welcome. But I think if you have to choose, the June meetings in Bonn will certainly be a more inclusive endeavor than the WIM ExCom meeting for holding this workshop. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Matthias, for the concrete question and for adding some new ideas to our conversation. Next on my list is Rashid, followed by Akio. And then I am not sure about Samuel. Please clarify, you removed your hand, so just making sure that you still want to speak. Valentina, and currently that is the list. I would like to open up to observers after the members have spoken, so please be ready also to raise your flags and signal your interest. Rashid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the Secretariat on the development of the Santiago network strategy. Really, I was genuinely impressed by the quality, the depth, and coherence of these documents. The roadmap is well structured with a logical sequencing of action that facilitates clarity and implementation. Also, there is a strong coherence with other strategic components, particularly there are well-placed cross-references to resource mobilization, communication, and also outreach strategies. The vision and the mission are clearly articulated, building effectively on the network's mandates and the interim result framework, IIF. And also the 2028 vision is particularly compelling, emphasizing content-driven, inclusive, and need-based technical assistance. The 5 strategic priorities are comprehensive and relevant. However, strategic priority number 5, regarding the access to finance, technology, and capacity building, will benefit from a more explicit references to NDC, National Determined Contribution, and national climate strategies to strengthen alignment with broader policy frameworks. While the document address the link between the strategy and resource mobilization, this connection could be further enhanced by including clear funding targets, indicative cost estimates per type of assistance, and sustainability pathway beyond donor-based financing. In terms of recommendation for further strengthening, there is a need to ensure consistency and alignment across related strategies, communication, outreach, and funding. Consider including particular or practical case studies in the final strategy to illustrate key concepts and application. Also, there is a need to prioritize clarity around eligibility and accessibility, particularly for communities and decentralized stakeholders. And finally, there is also a need in terms of reflection on regional balance and language accessibility as part of the membership expansion strategy. Once again, congratulations for these excellent drafts.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Thank you for your positive word. And I must say, I really enjoyed this conversation. It is giving a lot of positive ideas, but also giving due praise to the Secretariat for the work that has been done, that has been really comprehensive and a clear process ahead of us. Next on my list is Akio, and then I will give the floor to Valentina because I do not see the hand of Samuel. Please, Akio.
Thank you, Co-Chair. First, thank you very much, Secretariat, again, for creating various documents on the strategy, including these documents, as well as specific strategies documents, including communication, resource mobilization, and outreach, and others. Yes, as I'd like to repeat the importance of coherence of terminology. So please check. So there are also this document that need to be aligned with other languages. This is the first. And the second one is a frame structured in a particular timeline, as mentioned by Tete and Matthias. I think I understand that the latter part of the actions in the annotated outlines, including meal strategy and gender and others. These are as a part of the strategy, I think. So in this case, I think this document clearly states that would be promoted step-by-step basis or phase-based approach. And also, if I believe this is document for communicating the partners outside Santiago network. In this case, it is very important to demonstrate this is the timelines. It is the long term, 10 years or 5 years, 3 years, but it is said it's until as a target year is 2028. So in this case, that is flexible on the title, but as a subtitle or main, including main, for example, 2025, 2028 strategy or 3-year strategy or something, or phase 1 until 2028 and phase 2 beyond 2028. That will include the other important components. This kind of information is very important for communicating with partners. And yes, mentioned by Erachit and others, and then about outreach and communication others, they are included in the strategic priorities. But this is very important, who will be expected to take these actions. So as discussed in the previous sessions, we are a network. So then our resources of a secretariat and our members are quite limited. We need a partnership to promote communication and outreach and others. So it's important to who will be expected to do. And target groups. This is very important when communicating with stakeholders. But I think these categories should be much more developed. To be honest. For example, point A is developing countries. B is technical assistant providers. It is confusing, actually. So developing countries are there two parts. One is developing countries as beneficiaries, particularly vulnerable to the impacts. But there are other developing countries who are not particularly vulnerable. may have a role of providers of technical assistance. So these categories should be considered for the alignment. And also technical assistance provide, not sure if that includes some governments of some strong developing countries or others, and also, as mentioned by Matthias, private sectors acting globally or some in not only in developed countries, but very active in developing countries. But they have a very big powers, financial resources and technologies, like food industries, or the companies who has early warning system, or even SME has good knowledge and technology. So, and also local governments who are very active in cooperation with grassroots activities. Such and also liaison based in country who can have a affordable for technical assistance. So, and also another example is category E, funding sources is a bit vague. So that can be more, much more developed, I think. And sorry, one more. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akio. And of course, you can also submit those in writing. Again, there's a lot of specificity in your comments. Please, now the floor is to Valentina. And after that, I will start with the observers because I have no more members. Oh, I see Camila. Camila, you want to come back. So after Valentina, I'll give the floor to Camila. And then if there's no other members, we will turn to observers. And I have GIZ on the list.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I welcome zero draft of the Santiago network strategy. Thank you, Secretariat, for the huge work you've done. The drafts and the strong foundation for the network full operationalization and effectively links with other key elements of the global and damage architecture. I look forward to ensure that Santiago network become a truly impactful and inclusive platform for addressing loss and damage. To further strengthen the strategy, I would like to suggest to consider the following: to specify a role of communities in request generation and feedback. There should be a formal role of the community formulated, particularly those most vulnerable in shaping requests for technical assistance, monitoring the quality and support provided to ensuring that it will be followed up. I would like to see more innovation and accessibility tools related to the Santiago network facilities, like innovation facility include mechanisms to test and scale innovative approaches such as nature-based solutions, some action system, community owned early warning network. Should will be decided and funding windows in frame of the Santiago network. And it will be nice, I think, to consider development of low-tech, multi-language mobile tools to assist in preparing and submitting technical assistance requests from local actors. Related to sustainability planning, I think it must be clear section included on financial and institutional sustainability, ensuring that network continues to deliver impact behind the initial cycle. And related to the visibility and advocacy strategy, it will be nice to integrate communication as a core function, ensuring that Santiago network is visible to decision makers, communities, different partners across sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentina. And now I give the floor to Camila.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and thank you for indulging me. I just really think this has really felt like a conversation, and there were some things I hope I'll be very punctual, but to touch on listening to Matthias and Akio as well, reflecting on what this document is and how wordy it is, and if it's a internal document or a comms document. And I think that's a really good question that we need to have clarity on, or give real clarity to the Secretariat before we move forward with it, because if we define it as internal, where we want to have a real clarity of all, like a real level of detail, while tasking a separate communications, more friendlier communications document, which might also respond to that question on what are we telling OBNEs and the value added of this specifically to OBNEs, might be a way of move forward. Whereas if we're seeing this, we want it much more streamlined and directly as communications, then a lot of these questions are different. I think I'd personally go for the first idea in trying to have a central document where we can have sort of the link and the access to all of these strategies, while having specific requests to having friendlier one, which is more tailored towards communication. I also wanted to echo, because I didn't, Akio's comments on target audience. This is another one. I think we have very different identification of target audience in outreach, in communications here. And just, I think also Matthias also made a point to that, and Akio, and when we're saying governments, that's very broad. I believe the one that was done in the communication strategy is much more specific and could be useful here, because the strategy would be different when we're talking to governments, but it's different when we're talking to governments as supporters and providers, because they might be, or as recipients of TA. And Akio made the distinction maybe between developed and developing, but actually a lot of developing countries are also providing requests. So it might be clear. And also on Matthias asks for the private sector, which is also one of the target audience that we're talking to, and how we can increase it, and maybe how they can also be part of the OBNEs, and how we might engage with them. And finally, on the process of consultation, in line with what Valentina said, I also think we can be slightly more clear, either in the document as well, or in the decision on the stakeholder consultation that might happen intersessionally, because I do think, how are we making sure we're reaching out to a lot of the more sort of local, or how are we integrating as well some of those OBNEs that represent more communities? And I had mentioned the collaboration with ExCom, but I do think, and particularly in stakeholder consultation, the expert group of the ExCom, where there are a lot of organizations that have a lot of experience of working with the WIM, might be particularly interesting to have a stakeholder consultation. So if we could have that clearly included, we're reaching out, because those will be the OBNEs. Some of them are already also OBNEs, but are definitely members that have punctual experience on working with the women, will have probably a lot of input onto what are some of the things we can be better at, what are some of the gaps that the ExCom is not filling, and how the Santiago network can be its distinct thing while learning from what the ExCom is doing. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Camila, for those additional clarifications. I will give the floor now to GIZ, and please, if there are other observers in the room that would like to take the floor, please, it is open still for you. After that, I will close the list, and we will go back to the Secretariat before summing up the discussion here.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jana Peters from GIZ. I just have 4 minor comments, because a lot of things have already been said by colleagues. So first, under approaches for the strategic priority number 5, facilitate access to finance, technology, and capacity building, we were wondering if also an outreach to the Paris Committee on Capacity Building might be useful next to an outreach to the WIM and the FRLD as other bodies, just to be coherent here, since they also engaged on loss and damage related topics before. Then another comment regarding the target groups. There we acknowledged that we have communities particularly vulnerable outlined, and then separately to this, stakeholders identified in the 11th preambular paragraph of the Paris Agreement, including indigenous people, local communities, migrants, children, persons with disabilities, and people in vulnerable situations. And this is something we observed over several other documents as well, that we do have different languages, different language on communities, on vulnerability. We know we didn't come up with a definition here, and this is also very difficult to narrow this down because it needs to be context specific, but maybe we could agree on a consistent approach here, since there are also significant overlaps between these groups, and just to have an straightforward wording here might be useful. Then we also noticed that there's alignment regarding the operational procedures of FROD and SN, which is, of course, very useful. However, Carolina also provided some updates regarding the Barbados implementation modalities that were recently decided on. So maybe we could make this a bit more clear, also looking to the upcoming high-level dialogue. There we should have a clear vision and a value proposition of the Santiago network. We want to bring that in on also looking at coherence and complementarity of the whole landscape, and really saying this is our idea, this is the added value the Santiago network can bring to this evolving loss and damage landscape. And the last comment, to follow a lean and efficient approach, we also noticed that there is some overlaps between the sub-strategies, which was also applied, how this feeds into the overall strategy, but maybe this could be a bit streamlined and also show how these different elements feed into this one overall strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those comments as well. I do not see anyone else on the speakers list. So with that, thank you so much for this very rich discussion. And I would like to turn it back to the Secretariat. Carolina and colleagues, there was a lot of comments that were made. I don't think you will be able to respond to all of those, also noting that there is a process ahead and there will be possibilities to provide those comments in writing. But perhaps you could refer to some of those specific questions that were made that need to be addressed at this meeting before we move forward. So the floor is yours, Carolina, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and I'm extremely grateful for the variety of comments that have been received and that are covering both the strategic components, but also very specific recommendations, including some suggestions to address some of the paragraphs. I will address first the comments on the roadmap. Many thanks for the overall endorsement and appreciation of the roadmap. We will endeavor also to be clear about the process for how to take the documents forward, as done this time. And we take note also of those specific suggestions in terms of the possibility of using the SBs and also the wide audience participated in that context to make the consultations richer. So we'll adjust the roadmap also in that regard. We also hear the comments in relation to the roadmap to make sure that we can explore the possibility of consultations with the EXCOM experts groups, because they are already as well a part of the process. So it will be good to capitalize on interactions with them. We will be also engaging with the board representatives to the WIM EXCOM, and we're grateful also that we have been invited to the WIM EXCOM 22nd, so we'll be there. Another opportunity to collaborate as well is in the context of the SBs. Santiago Network has a side event that has been confirmed for the SBs, and that could be also a good space for interaction. Those are comments in relation to the roadmap, and some other suggestions we will also consider, including those in relation to making sure that we engage with the stakeholders in paragraph 11 of the Paris Agreement. We'll make sure also to make this more explicit in the document. Now, some points in relation to the zero draft on the theory of change. We note all the comments that have been made in relation to focus a little bit more on the impact on the implementation also on the results, not only on the way to get there, but also on the final outcome. So we will make sure to adjust the theory of change in this respect. Also the comments that were made by Gladys and Matthias in relation to the end goal, the end game that needs to be reflected in the strategy, and the need also to make sure that it's not only about facilitation, but about access to technical assistance, finance capacity building, and also at the end of the road, access to a response to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. So we'll make sure that that is clarified in terms of the purpose of the strategy. There were several comments about streamlining the paper, and we'll do. So this is a paper that is more concise and high level. We also heard the suggestions to clarify whether this is an internal or external facing document, and we heard the suggestions along those lines. Our suggestion also would be we would recommend to have a separate external facing strategy document as a communications product that speaks to the mission, vision, and value proposition with less focus on the operational approaches that will be more specific. This could be a 5 to 8 page high-level strategy communication product, and we can work on that once the strategy is in place. Also, well noted on the need to move in parallel with the monitoring and evaluation risks, sustainability, diversity, and gender aspects and frameworks that will be the implementation tools of the strategy. We will do so. The intent also is that this can be further fleshed out as part of the roadmap. So we'll make sure also that we flesh out these sections and that we can develop this in parallel. On the comments, there were some comments about funding. The need, Akio, you suggested also the need to be clear about the section on funding sources. Also, Tete noted the need of predictability of funding. We'll make sure to be clear and also to articulate this with the resource mobilization strategy that will go to a further level of detail. Also, we note the comments in relation to knowledge. There were a series of comments as well. I think at least two, Camila, Gladys, in relation not only to producing knowledge, but also acting as a hub for knowledge and information, and also the role that we play in collecting information and knowledge to make that more explicit, and also the value proposition in terms of the value that we offer to our members. And that goes also to the nature of Santiago Network as a network. So we'll make sure to reflect that much better. Also, just taking together the comments about the FRLD. Yes, this is one of the highest priorities coming from the 5th meeting of the FRLD board, where the Barbados implementation modalities acknowledge the Santiago Network and also request coming to B6 to collaboration modalities between the fund and the Santiago Network. We'll make sure also to continue collaborating in that respect and to reflect that in the strategy, and also the call for proposals that was mentioned. We need to be ready to make sure that we assist countries with that call of proposals. There were also some comments in relation to making reference more explicit to the NDCs and the NAPs, and how the technical assistance for loss and damage is aligned with countries' priorities in terms of the largest climate space. So we'll make sure to reflect this also mainly in strategic priority number 5. Other comments in relation to coherence in the terminology, and also making sure that we make sure that we hear from communities. Thank you, Valentina, in shaping the technical assistance requests and also shaping the strategy. So we'll make sure that that is profiled in the consultations and roadmap. I will stop there, mindful, as you mentioned, co-chair, as well, that there is a process as well for continuing developing the paper, including the possibility of written comments. Many of those that have been provided here, we have taken note. We welcome also if you can send those in writing. If there is also a time frame to receive further comments, we will be very pleased to accommodate them. Thank you very much. Back to you, co-chair.
Thank you so much, Carolina, for those answers, and thank you again for to all the colleagues for the discussion. So before we go into a short break, after which we still have the second part of this agenda item and one more agenda item to discuss, I would just like to tell you a little bit what we are thinking in terms of decisions, and also test some of those ideas with you. So of course we had a very rich discussion on this document, the Santiago Network Strategy Zero Draft and Development Roadmap. So we would be suggesting that we take note of this roadmap that is setting up a coordinated participatory approach to facilitate adoption of the strategy no later than at its fifth meeting, so our next meeting of the advisory board. We would then, as another element of the decision, request the Secretariat to further develop the Santiago Network strategy, taking into account all the comments and suggestions that have been just made in this meeting, but also the written submissions from the advisory board members. And Carolina was just referring to a possible cutoff date for the written comments, and we would be suggesting a cutoff date by the end of the month. That would be something we will propose in the decision points, but also for your comments and approval when we approve the decision point. Then we will also need to agree on the further steps that are part of the roadmap. We heard a suggestion of having some kind of a workshop consultation, partly informal meeting of the advisory board that would take the advantage either of the ExCom meeting in May in Bonn or the SB session later in June. So we have to also consider, of course, the costing options of those, but also the complementarity and the possibility of having those joint discussion with the stakeholders that are constituencies of the ExCom. So as was said, also in particularly the members of the expert groups, and being able to draw on that expertise. But then on the other hand, also the stakeholders that are present at the SBs and the possibility that there will be there also of holding an event. So at this moment, I would like to see if you have perhaps some quick reactions on that, if you think something is missing at this stage, or if you have reactions on how would we deal with our next engagement for consultation on that, and what form it would take, and where it could be held. Also noting that I think at some point we were envisaging maybe having a joint session with the between the Santiago Network Advisory Board and the WIM ExCom, so that could also be explored. But that's for your consideration. You may wish to react now before the break, or we will be proposing something to you and checking the final decisions with you later this evening. I see Matthias raising his flag, so the floor is yours, Matthias.
Thank you, Stella. No, I think it sounds very good. Your summary and the points to be considered in the report. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss an answer to my question on the results framework. I have some chatty neighbors here, so maybe I was distracted when you said. But did you had a question on the results framework? Is that the interim results framework? Is that when will that be next looked at? And then just on this, insider outsider couching of the strategy, I think it's a good. Your suggestion makes sense, Carolina. I still think that the divergence of language between the two different versions couldn't be too far, and it makes sense also to de-technocratize to a certain extent the main document, the main strategy document, the larger one. I mean, I must say, even for me, like reading through the vision is not really something that is really, motivating or, in the way it is formulated. Yeah, just to say that I think the divergence shouldn't be too extreme between the more communication document and the strategy itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthias. And I will turn it back to Carolina again for your question on the results framework. But before that, Samuel is also wishing to speak.
Yes, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. So part of what I wanted to talk about is the timeliness for response, which like is end of this month. Just also to mention that by the end of this month alone is a very busy month for a lot of us, which include like meetings, engagement, and all that. And I'd like to crave on Jordan that we may look into this and look at the deadline, which I think is not something that we have like I don't know if it is something that we have said yes to or not, but then I feel if we could be flexible with these dates, that would make sense as other organizations, not just because these contributions we are receiving is not just in intervention from the board, but also intervention from the observers, as they would also like to send in some of the observations as well. And then another thing that I would like to talk about is why echoing the last person that made a comment on language, the need to transcribe this, the languages to other languages. I also want to also spotlight the need for us to also elaborate more or take the contributions from ACU very seriously in the areas of target audience. I feel is very, very important. And then beyond just that, but also in the areas of partnership. And some of the things that I'm thinking right now is the role of Santiago Network in catalyzing technical assistance for developing countries, but most importantly, the role of those developing countries in also owning their technical assistance. Are we using expert group? Are we saying that these countries will not be consulted to co-create their technical assistance with them? CCS did I'm emphasizing on one thing, and if there's one thing is making sure that people that are receiving this technical assistance are part and parcel of creating or owning this technical assistance. Else, this technical assistance we are giving will be short-lived and we have to go back to the drawing board again. So in the strategy, I would like us to also consider the need to bring up an element whereby communities or countries are, brought into perspective while developing or catalyzing technical assistance in the areas of developing this technical assistance for them. There should be a co-creation process. There should be a community engagement process. That engagement process, why we look at communication and outreach, but I've not taken much time to read through the document, but I've not really seen where we'll emphasize on community engagement process with these communities, which I think is something very, very important, and we need to start putting that into perspective. An element of youth is missing in this document. In most of the documents that have been published, element of youth, element of children, their perspective is actually missing, and we wouldn't want scenarios whereby people that are most affected by this incident are the people that are ignored, not even left behind, but are ignored. Because if you look at scenarios of climate change and its impact, I'll tell you, for instance, my own personal story. I was traumatized. I was depressed for years. As a child, not even as an adult, as a child less than 10 years old, I was already facing depression, anxiety, because of flood that destroyed our home, destroyed our property. My mom lost everything. So if I could experience that as a child, I even had to stop school as a child. If I could go through anxiety, depression, then what are we talking about? Why are they not included in a lot of elements here? I feel why we are making this decision, why we are also trying to, carry our country's interest at hand, we should also understand that we are humans as well. And we should also understand that humans, we were once a child. Everybody, we once came from this root of being a child, being a youth, being an adult, being a mother, being a father. And we should not forget that these are growth processes. So I just want us and the board as well to consider these elements because they are very, very crucial and they are very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Thank you for also your very personal reflection. Just some quick reactions also about the kind of the timeline and the process that that is proposed in the roadmap. And I hear you on the deadline for comments. For the moment, what we are suggesting is end of the month for the advisory board submissions. But I think we can be also flexible with that. We could extend it by a few extra days or an extra week. We will consult with the secretariat and come back to you on that. But also there is a process that is being proposed for broader consultations and in a very participatory and inclusive approach. During the June SB session, there are possibilities to consult with UNFCCC observers and constituents. That, of course, includes your constituency, but also through you and through the other representatives that we have on the board. That is also the idea, to have those voices heard and to contribute to development of the strategy. So I hope that that can also satisfy the comments that you have made. Thank you for the thumbs up. As I said, I don't think we are here in a very clear position on deciding whether we're doing informal meeting, with what type and which point, but we are very clear that we do have this participatory process with different steps ahead of us, and we will discuss after the meeting is over today, try to propose something clear for you for the decision points on how we're moving forward with the roadmap. But I think we are all in agreement that we will be having the time for the written comments and also asking the secretariat to take into account comments made at this meeting for the development of the next iteration, and then the different steps that come in between now and the adoption of the final strategy, hopefully at the next meeting. So maybe I will turn it back very quickly to Carolina to answer Matthias's question and maybe any other reflections, and then we will, if there are no objections to the way forward, if there are no elements that are missing, we will then break for a quick break before continuing with other agenda elements.
Yes, thank you very much, Estela. And just going back to Matthias, and you didn't miss it, Matthias. I missed that in my response, so my apologies for that. But on the review of the interim results framework, it was adopted on an interim basis, precisely because the strategy was not in place. But it acknowledges that it can be revised once the strategy has been developed. So there is that recognition that it can be revised. The interim results framework itself also acknowledges that the cycles of the Santiago network and the funding cycles have not been established, and that upon establishment, a review can take place when the board deems it appropriate. It also specifies that there is potential for the interim results framework to be revised every 2 years. And this based on experience and also as part of a consultative process. So there is an indication of the possibility of being reviewed, and also it being reviewed once the strategy is developed. Just on Samuel's point, a very general reflection. Many thanks for your comments, Samuel. We'll make sure also that youth and children are duly reflected in the strategy, as well as other stakeholders. That goes also in line with making more explicit preamble or paragraph 11 of the Paris Agreement, and we'll be reaching out to you also in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolina, and thank you all again. I am proposing, but checking with Angela and colleagues in the Secretariat and colleagues in the room, if a 15-minute break would be fine with you. And I do not see any drastic movement in the room, so I guess that is acceptable. So we will meet again at 4:40 in the room. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I see some of you are back in the room and the others are making their way. So please, if you could take your seats. So colleagues, I hope there is enough members in the room for us to be able to restart. Please let me know if that is not the case. I do not have a full view on the room, but apologies again for starting with some delay. Again, we asked you to be here back at 4:40, but we took some time as co-chairs to further consult on the regional presence. We do not have a quorum yet, so if you wouldn't mind just asking colleagues who are still outside to join us so that we could continue our discussions. Thank you. I understand we still do not have a quorum, so we are waiting to have a quorum of members in the room or online. Colleagues, welcome back. We have reached the quorum, so we can continue our meeting. Let me turn now to the second part of the agenda, item 8. We are still with the Santiago Network strategy. We are continuing our deliberation on that agenda item, but with cross-reference to the agenda item 6C on managing funding provided for technical assistance. So I would like to invite you now to consider the approach for the determination of a minimum percentage of technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago Network to be made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. In accordance with the decision 12 CMA4, para 17, endorsed in the decision 11 CP27, the guidelines for managing funding for technical assistance should make provisions to ensure that technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago Network is made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including through levels of minimum percentage of technical assistance funded directly by the network directed to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. At our last meeting, the advisory board agreed to continue the consideration of the levels of minimum percentage to be made available to communities particularly vulnerable for further elaboration and agreement at the next meeting, so at this meeting of the advisory board. We have met intersessionally on the 11th of March where we considered a discussion paper on the approach for the determination of minimum percentage as part of the guidelines for managing funds. An updated version of the discussion paper, considering the feedback that we as members and representatives provided by the board, was prepared by the Secretariat and is contained in the document SNAB/2025/04/12. So we invite you to consider this document. It is the discussion paper on the levels of minimum percentage. You know, it's a very long name. I will not repeat it again. But first, before we open the floor, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide a brief update on the discussion paper and what has happened to it since we last met informally. The Secretariat, the floor is yours.
Yes, many thanks. Co-chair, happy to present on the minimum percentage, and I will be brief and trying also to emphasize those points that came up in terms of feedback during the informal session. Just very briefly, you have seen this slide already. It's a timeline of the relevant milestones. Just relevant here to note that the Santiago network, from its very establishment, was intended also to catalyze technical assistance in developing countries, particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change at the local, national, and regional level. In that sense, working at the community level is intrinsic to the very establishment of the Santiago network and to the mission of the Santiago network as well. There have been other important developments, and of course, this meeting in itself is one of them. The proposal that we're presenting for your consideration also anticipates a process where we can both, on the one hand, track technical assistance requests to make sure that you can have an informed decision on the minimum percentage, but also incentivize those technical assistance requests directed to communities from coming in. Those two aspects are interconnected, but they are distinct. On the one hand, the tracking and the incentivizing technical assistance requests. The suggestion is that this fits into the review of the guidelines for managing funding, which is scheduled for 2026, 2 years after its approval. Next. Now, in terms of what exists already on community-centric elements in the Santiago network, we have the technical assistance guidelines that have extensive reference to working and technical assistance requests from communities, and these are scattered across different aspects, both in terms of the requests, in terms of the process, in terms of the proponent, and in terms of the member. So there are plenty of references that can help us also serve as a checkpoints for us to track those requests of technical assistance directed to communities, and we can address those elements when it comes to different parts of the process. It is important also for us that we have a critical mass of technical assistance requests to be able to monitor all these elements that are already contained in the technical assistance guidelines. In relation to this, we have a proposed approach, and as noted, these have two main intents. On the one hand, to incentivize technical assistance requests directed to communities from coming in, so we can start building that critical mass. And on the other hand, tracking those technical assistance requests so that we can have data that can be useful for the board consideration of a minimum percentage. Here we have a set of steps that starts with the consideration of vulnerable communities. This building already on what exists, the references in the Paris Agreement, preambular paragraph 11, and also the references in the technical assistance guidelines. There is a process also of research on good practices that can inform our work. We have, in terms of incentivizing technical assistance requests for communities, we have the proposal of an operational framework that can help precisely address those requests of having a simplified procedure that can make it easier for proposals directed to communities to go through the process. And once we incentivize the uptake of community-centric requests, the tracking of these requests, so we can have important data. And for that, we have a set of criteria. We are also considering here, based on your feedback, the collaboration with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. At this point in our respective processes, they are also considering the allocation criteria, and they have also in their GI the consideration of climate vulnerable communities. So this is also another important point of articulation where we can work together and make sure that we do a proposition that is coherent and that makes it easier for communities to access both the Santiago network and access the FRLD. This is intended to identify lessons learned, and also in conversations with the team after the informal meeting, because we were taking note and trying to identify how best to address your points. We identified that this process will be important because precisely this will help us learn on how to simplify the process, how to make it easier, simpler for communities, how also to gain efficiencies at the secretariat level, so we can use the resources that we have in the most efficient manner and invest the less time possible in a process that is in itself is human resource intensive, but these lessons learned and challenges can help us best suit our resource capacity with the needs of countries and particularly vulnerable communities. All of this will lead to the proposal of minimum percentages, so we can present this to the board consideration after an 18-month period of tracking for a decision to be taken on this matter. Next. Here we have the operational framework, and this is precisely the facilitative arm of the proposal. This is the one that is intended to incentivize technical assistance requests coming from communities. And here the proposal is to facilitate the whole cycle from the early stage, going through a dedicated window where an envelope of up to $50,000 is proposed to make sure that we can provide this under simplified procedures for proposals directed to communities. Here, something important to flag is that when we consider communities in this proposal, that is in terms of the final beneficiaries of the technical assistance, not that much in terms of the members providing the technical assistance, because it can be both members of different types, those supporting communities, but here we're focusing on communities as the final beneficiary. There is an added value if, apart from the final beneficiary, the member is also a community-led organization. There is an added value, and that is something that we will incentivize. But this dedicated window could be for proposals directed to communities as the final beneficiary. We are also suggesting a tailored grant modality, and that goes also to some of the comments earlier about having specific financial management procedures for communities and proposals coming from local actors. Supporting also the implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and results. This goes to the result and impact. So the support is not only in terms of incentivizing, but going the whole cycle up to the point of implementation, and this will lead to the tracking of results. The tracking is important for us because we will use an 18-month period to identify under the following criteria those community-centric components that can help us inform your deliberations of a minimum percentage. First, the nature of the proponent, the scope of the technical assistance, and these are already requirements in the TA template, the type of technical assistance that is requested, the alignment with priorities on loss and damage, and also the alignment of these with plans at the local level, and the inclusiveness as well of the proposals. This is also something important in terms of identifying if this, in terms of the proponents, this includes the most vulnerable communities to receive access to these resources. And here we move now also to the criteria for AV consideration. This is the minimum percentage proposal. This will include a minimum percentage of a range that will be informed by the tracking that has been outlined. The baseline as well and the periodicity for applying this minimum percentage. This will be also informed by the dynamic nature of this minimum percentage based on the maturity and evolution of the Santiago network operations, modalities for applying the minimum percentage, and additional parameters as applicable. And we close here with the proposed timeline. The timeline for consideration of vulnerable communities is 2025, and that in the context of also of the advisory board meetings. We will continue also in parallel doing research on good practices. This also will be helpful in the context of designing the operational framework that is here proposed. If the board so decides, that operational framework can be designed this year to be implemented over 2025 and 2026 to facilitate the procedures for communities. The tracking will span over 2025-2026. The collaboration with the FRLD is also intended at an initial phase during this period. I have to say that this period coincides with the initial setup phase, the startup phase of the FRLD. So we can also take advantage of this startup modality to make sure that we articulate at the community level. The proposal on a minimum percentage to be presented to the board in Q2, Q3 of 2026. So this can feed into the review of the guidelines for managing funding, which are due to take place by the end in Q3 of 2026. This is the proposal, Co-Chair. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolina, for this presentation. And I would suggest to leave this slide on for our discussion, because I think it also sums up a little bit some of the elements with the timeline. But before we delve into that, just let me say one more thing on practical arrangements. As you know, there has been a reception planned for you at 6 p.m. We still have on the agenda this item and resource mobilization. We will see if we are able to cover those, knowing that the timing of the reception is flexible to a certain extent because it's in the same building. But we will ask your indulgence and we ask for your flexibility also in adapting to this, to the timeline for today, which will, of course, affect our schedule for tomorrow. So first of all, let me thank very much the Secretariat for the presentation, but also for the discussion paper and for the engagement that you have made with us intersessionally, and then also incorporating the comments. This is a very important subject for all of us. Personally, I find this is really an important agenda item, and I look forward to having a good discussion and also a good way forward. I think this, what is now proposed, is a really clear roadmap again for advancing the consideration for proposing the operational framework, but in having all those different steps, including collaboration with partners, but also tracking so that we can determine the minimum percentage at the end of that process, and we could update the guidelines. So with that, I would encourage you again to bring your comments on what is proposed so that we could have a decision with a clear way forward on that. I see that we have already some flags raised in the room. I will give the floor first to Camila and then followed by Alpha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And thank you, Secretariat, for this presentation. I agree with Angela. I really like having this steps approach and the timing that we're doing and how we are making sure it's a process that includes consultation and that's working with people. I also agree this is a very important document to respond to our mandate. I'll try to be brief. I have comments sort of on how we're thinking about the purpose on this document and comments on how we're thinking about the process. And first on purpose, I think one of the first things I think the document needs is to identify the barriers that are being met for communities to access technical assistance, and I'm not sure we're quite there yet in how A is being framed now, and we have to be very right if we're trying to eliminate the barriers that local communities are facing in reaching technical assistance. We need to think of them both procedural, and that is the link with managing funding, and how are we making sure that there's special provision so that conditions are not too onerous for local OBNEs or local communities to access them, but also in terms of capacity, that we are supporting local communities in preparing TA requests, and that is linked to the broader request on support for preparing TA requests, and as well a barrier on access. These are exactly the communities that are maybe not quite aware of how to access the network and what it can offer for them. And I think being more clear in these barriers can better help us identify how we will be addressing them through this. I think there's also lack of clarity somewhere in the document on the purpose of this minimum allocation, particularly when we're talking about the cap and the envelope. Is this for when we're talking about 50%, 50,000, and where that number came from? Is that a cap on the project size for support that's accessing by local OBNEs, or is it more broadly for support at the local level? And then if projects that are broader but had specific local level engagement, how is that being accounted for? Because presumably it is work we're doing at the local level, but it's quite different, and sometimes it's speaking, in my sense, to one aspect, and sometimes in other. The barriers are also different. Sometimes it's barriers in local communities and engaging with broader OBNEs that might be more regional and then in access directly. So I think there's also distinction that can be that can be there, and so if the cap is by funds that are being managed directly by smaller type or more informal type of OBNEs, I understand. If it's more broadly on the amount of work that we're doing with local communities, then it's not quite as clear to me. On process, I think it does identify some of the relationship with other documents, particularly the guidelines for managing funding. It's not quite clear to me how it's relating to other guidelines on OBNEs and on knowledge products, and I think there are some links there that can be clearer for everyone. On the timing, I also, with that discussion, we've added A and E, which I think is important, but all of the description of what A is now is linked to the tracking that we're doing on D. So it's just not quite clear to me how that follows to each other. I think we can strengthen the consultation aspect here, particularly because we're speaking about engaging with local communities. And I think that this is a moment in which we really want to make sure that we're hearing and listening to the challenges that local communities have in accessing this type of network. But overall, I think a good starting point, and that there's a lot that we can build on here to make sure that we are delivering on this crucial mandate for the network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. And I have Alpha next, followed by Gideon, and then Akio. Alpha, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just at the outset, I wanted to say that first to recognize and acknowledge the hard work and the effort, the big effort by the Secretariat to move us very quickly by tackling all the different points that we identify in our work plan. Second point is, I think we need to step back when talking about the community minimum percentage, because there are different, we need to have a shared understanding what we are talking about. Are we talking about community-led organization, or are we going to track that across the portfolio component that goes to communities, and the definition who are communities needs to be a little bit done. And I think the consultation will help us to avoid any top-down definition, but to get sense from the community. And particularly as far I'm concerned, I guess it has to be context specific. So in terms of framework, funding framework, I think I spoke about, are we talking about all TA having minimum percentage or having component in order to know how much we are getting from our whole resources, or are we talking about, because there is a specific windows also mentioned, are we talking about only those proposals going through that windows? The 50,000, I don't know where that come from, but what I can say is we need to be very careful and to have a range approach here, because you can have a community-led organization because it is a community-based organization that is submitting. It does not have a capacity, but you can have a community having a very severe and acute impact that require what a normal TA requests. So we need to, if we have to give a number or an amount, we need to bear that in mind and have that flexibility, even though, as I used to say, I do not believe that we can engage in any amount without having our understanding how much we are going to give to TA. That is the core question mark that we need to think. Community-led and community, how to say, minimum percentage is a qualifier, is a feature of the Santiago network, but not the mandate. The mandates are the countries, and then we need to know first how much we get at minimum per technical assistance, and in terms of implementation approach, I think the tracking criteria is a good one. However, it focuses much more on who submit the proposal rather than community benefits. I want to have an impact, action-oriented benefit approach. We need further criteria to demonstrate direct beneficiary, because community, there might be within communities and communities. So we need to clarify that out as well. And on your research approach that I like, that I very much appreciate, I think we can broaden the consultation, and that can be also captured in our outreach strategy, because we've been having outreach strategy, and we can use this minimum percentage as a targeted outreach action plan or something like that. So, and the last point last area that I want to touch is the accountability and the learning component. As I indicated, for me, the capacity building, and we need to have that discussion, and that has also to happen in the strategy. What type of capacity building is? What is the added value in terms of capacity building, technical assistance that we are doing? If we were to go to have a binary logical framework, where you say you have disaggregate data of X number of women, number of workshop, number of requests, etc., etc., I think it doesn't make sense. We want to focus on the retention. We want to have countries through the Santiago network over time to be able to take their destiny at hand and use strategically the Santiago network to add additional competence, skill. So, and I think there is also an over-reliance, and as I indicated, on workshop with, we need also for this area, to the extent possible, as our budget allows, also to think of the local barriers. So at least for that, we need to have in different fluent languages, because community speaks their own languages, and I think the next language that is there is the language spoken in the country, and I think we need to have also an idea of the minimum percentage applied for direct assistance. Particularly if we are having community-based organization that are having one off or two off support by the Santiago network, we definitely need to motivate these people, and I think we can think of strengthening those institutions by having a reasonable, for instance, administrative arrangement in terms of fees. Why not? Because those are community engagement, and those are strengthening communities, etc., etc. So I will stop there, and thank you for the proposal.
Thank you so much, Alpha, also for going very much into the detail with your comments. So now I have Gideon, followed by Akio. Please, Gideon.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I wish also to congratulate the secretariats for coming up with this draft on the minimum percentage for communities. And I would like to cement what my fellow member speakers have already spoke about, and I would like to propose that on the minimum window dedicated for communities, minimum percentage, there must be a simplified application procedure to allow the most vulnerable communities to easily access to these financial resources. Even if it is small, 50,000 is really peanut, considering to what extent the communities are affected from the impact of climate change. But this such amount allocated for communities, should be really simplified in a way that it has to remove all the barriers so that local communities, indigenous people, and other groups can easily access from this funding. And therefore, I call for the direct access. It has to be, a predictable. And I would like also to comment on the outreach strategy, to link with the outreach strategy, that communities really needs to be aware of this minimum percentage for them. And I would like again to reiterate that there is really a need for the Santiago network to further continue engaging the wider stakeholders to understand fully not only the work of the Santiago network, but about all these strategies that we are developing, because it is for them and by them. In connection to this, while removing their barriers, you need also to make sure that the big organization must not be intermediaries, let the non-state parties, local organization, should play their pivotal role in terms of accessing this funding directly from the Santiago network. I have also a question on whether the Secretariat could clarify or give us a clear definitions when we talks about the vulnerable communities. Who are these vulnerable communities? From my perspective, yes, I can say indigenous people fall under this group, but what about other groups from this end? So I think there is a need to broadly clarify and define who are these vulnerable communities and what does it mean? Yeah, and again, you also need to explain further on this minimum percentage, 50,000 US dollar, focusing on what specifically? Is it to have a best practices from the communities? Is it to develop some sort of information and disseminations to inform the decision and the work of the Santiago network? So I think it is also this really need to be clear on this specific matter.
Thank you so much, Gideon. I now give the floor to Akio, followed by Tetet.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you very much, Secretariat, for providing the draft document on the minimum percentage based on the request by the CMA and COP decisions. Yes, we have to do it. But yeah, I also understand it's quite challenging to decide this number actually. So under the condition, there is no technical assistant funded, and there are only a couple of requests for technical assistance. So and also it's I'm not sure if this is the right place to define the rural community or to define the maximum budget 50,000 US dollars, and also it's the actions in this document requested in document includes research, and I'm not sure who will do it. Research, this is a role of a think tank or research institute. Not sure is this a right thing that Santiago Network or Secretariat will do it. So another question is assessment cycle. This is new to me. Have we decided the cycle of technical assistance under the Santiago Network? And also timeline. It clearly says track requests for technical assistance. I believe this is under Santiago Network about this year and next year. I repeat, there's no technical assistance case. So without the case, it's impossible to have a case study. So I think it's very important to develop this work, but that should be carefully coordinated with actual, proceeding of technical assistant under the Santiago Network. By the way, thank you very much for drafting this document. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akio. I now give the floor to Tetet, and then followed by Samuel.
Thanks very much, Stella. And joining the choir, congratulating the Secretariat for giving us this paper that, provides a good basis for our discussions right now. So as I said in our informal session, I do like the fact that we are now thinking of how to determine a percentage in an informed manner. Unlike during the fund meeting, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, the Secretariat is proposing to set LDCs and SIDS percentage with, I don't know what rationale, behind it. So congratulations to us for having this informed conversation. We have yet to arrive at an operational definition of vulnerable communities. So again, I'd like to bring us back to our previous discussion where there was a divergence of views, ranging from adopting Paris Agreement language on who vulnerable communities are to even entertaining, the idea of multiple vulnerability indexes. So maybe that's one basis for our discussion on determining that operational definition of vulnerable communities. But whatever the case may be, there should be alignment with how communities are defined both in the fund and in the Santiago network. So at least there's alignment and coherence. In the same vein, we need clarity on what a community-centric technical assistance is. Because for us, working in the front lines, success rests on community ownership at all stages. So again, that debate about for communities and by communities, I think we also need to have more clarity on that. It is not just for communities, but more importantly, it should be owned by the communities themselves. So thank you, Carolina, for already explaining the rationale in the informal session about the 50,000 envelope. At least for me, that's clear. But it's my understanding correct that the secretariat will be involved in providing support for implementation, meal throughout the TA cycle. Again, do we have the resources and the personnel to do this? I also appreciate that in the informal session that we had, there were some conversations around this minimum percentage should not be construed as a small grant. There's a possibility that it's not just a one-off grant and that it may be a springboard for programmatic support. But I think I need to see that articulated in the paper, because unless and until it's written down, it's subject to he said, she said interpretations. And lastly, the 18 months time frame is quite long because actually, loss and damage is happening on the ground already. Yeah. And just to reiterate again my point about the important role of the national liaisons in aligning with national priorities. So perhaps even the TA for communities and by communities would also have to benefit from that involvement and guidance from the national liaisons. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Tetet, and thanks all for this very rich discussion. It really, I must say, I'm very, very happy that we have such a deep discussion on this very important topic. I still have on my list Samuel, then Matthias, then Edie, and then Gladys. And I would also like to then hear our observers. So please be mindful of the time. This is not our last agenda point for today. And we will also propose a process and a way forward, and you will be able to provide comments as well. So if you are able to be short, succinct, and very to the point, that will be greatly appreciated. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, and thanks to the Secretariat for providing this document. And this is one of the documents that we've also been anticipating to see. Even though I remember right from the first day of right from last year during our second advisory board meeting, we made mention of this, but then that wasn't the right time to bring it up. I don't know if you can hear me clearly. Am I audible enough?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Samuel.
Okay, great. So part of the thing that I would like to talk about first is the cap, the $50,000. I wanted to understand where that was coming from, which has already been mentioned, and I don't want to go further on that because others have spoken on that. And another thing I want to understand is the word envelope. What does that word mean? Because when we say an envelope of 50,000, what does it mean? Is it like you just want to dash people money? You just want to give them an envelope? Because that's the envelope. Even in the word, it denotes some form of things are not really transparent. There are things under the box. So I feel if that test could be looked into and if maybe changed, or if there is a word to denote that word, just for meanings. And I also want to understand the role of the Obianese to this 50 envelope. What is the role of the Obianese? Are they the ones that will, help communities access this envelope, or communities we have direct access to this envelope? Like I say, the term envelope, I don't really know what that is. What the $1,000 is, which I know is very, very small. But what is the implication of that? And another thing is a grant-based funding. I saw here that was mentioned. Are we going to liaise with the fund for responding to loss and damage in funding the initiatives, or we are also going to operate as a fund, or we are a network that is catalyzing technical assistance to communities? So are we operating are we also operating as a fund, or will liaise with the fund for responding to loss and damage? So the grant-based funding, which definitely I support that all the deliverables of finance is going to be grant-based. But in grant-based funding, I was saying Santiago Network will catalyze technical assistance using grant-based funding approach, or we are just going to be giving communities fund without actually catalyzing technical assistance. And then when we are looking at percentage, I was hoping to see a percentage and not actually a fund, like a monetary fund. I was also hoping to see at what level, at what percentage, since the term denotes minimum percentage, I was hoping to see at what percentage of support can the Santiago network catalyze technical assistance for communities that are particularly vulnerable to climate change in the disasters. And like Tete rightly mentioned, particularly vulnerable or the part of vulnerability, we are missing that definition. And I would be grateful if Secretariat would provide us context on that. I know that there were references given to seeds and LDCs due to the extent. And this, lastly, is the learning component. I will just make reference to what Alpha said. What is the learning component of these deliverables to the local communities? And what is the added value to this on this in local communities? And lastly, I would like to talk about I think I've forgotten. There's something I wanted to talk about, but it just skipped my mind right now. But I think these are the major things I want to point out. Yeah, if I have any other thing, I will just bring it up, probably on the comments.
Thank you, Samuel. And I will give the floor to Matthias now, followed by Edie and then Gladys.
Thank you. Thank you, Stella. This is a key item for us. It's essential that loss and damage is dealt with in a localized manner. And of course, we have a clear mandate here from CMA and CP, giving us the task to come up with this minimum percentage. Actually, we would have been keen to see that already in those managing funding guidelines that were adopted. But now that we see this very thought through logical process set up, we think that's it's very methodological and it makes sense to us. Perhaps it would be even good to specify the specific meetings where things are submitted instead of more vague Q2, Q3 for some of the or mentioned intersessionals. But this is a detail, frankly. And on G, we could even go along with revision of the guidelines for funding, for managing funding, because I guess that's at the end of the day what we're going to do then. And once we have clarity on the minimum percentage we are seeking. On the dedicated window, full support from our side. So I understand this is for local, like community proponents. And that makes a lot of sense. Also to have it more, less burdensome, more streamlined process, while of course keeping in place, basic accountability and transparency that this is needed for all kind of support provided by the Santiago network. So that due risk management is applied, but with a leaner process for sure. So full support from our side and looking forward to that piece coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. Edie, the floor is yours.
So thank you. So I will not be very long. So because with regard to technical assistance to vulnerable communities, I think so. it will be more appropriate if within the board we develop guidelines for technical assistance. Maybe we can frame definitely all the chapters on technical assistance, if you want to be very complete in what do we need to be taken into account when OBNs are dealing with technical assistance, even with countries, even with local government, local community, autochthones, etc. So if you want maybe to cover completely, we need to define guidelines and what do we want to see in a document when you are providing technical assistance to a vulnerable community. That will be make us comfortable. We can have a channel through to identify action activity to be realized when we want maybe to develop technical assistance for vulnerable communities. So that will include lesson learned, capacity building, all this. But if we do not have this coming from the advisory board, can be developed with collaboration with research institutes, university, local communities, lessons learned, etc. So we will not know exactly what we need to see in the document. So maybe we need to develop our guidelines on technical assistance globally, and it will focus on different chapter on that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Edie. I will now give the floor to Gladys, and then as there are no other flags from the members, I will give the floor to observers, and the first on the list is Loss and Damage Youth Coalition. So first Gladys, and then over to Nicholas.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for the presentation and the work done in this matter. Well, I will maybe repeat some points, but those are important for me. That my main concern are two things. First, it was said prior to me. How do we define what are vulnerable communities? How do we do this letter A, the consideration of vulnerable communities? Maybe we have to think a little out of the box to search ways, to have this in place, this kind of definitions, or not maybe define what are, but look into what countries do, what countries report maybe under the convention, their own vulnerable communities in the countries identified inside nationally determined ways. And the second point is about the timeline, because I think this is a very important topic. We have a mandate to do it. We have to have a specific amount, allocation for these communities. But I think we've been very ambitious in the timeline presented, because I see it's quite difficult to have a certain mass of requests that we can review and see what how many of those are from local communities, and just to select a specific number there. So those are my main points. And finally, I would like to ask regarding we are discussing this topic under the agenda item on in conjunction with the strategy agenda item. But in the Dubai decision, the mandate consider this topic under the guidelines for the managing funding, where there's a placeholder there, right? So the question is, why are we considering this topic with the strategy when the mandate says that we should developing guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance, etc., including to ensure that technical assistance funding directly by the Santiago network is made available to communities particularly vulnerable, and technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago network directed to communities particularly vulnerable to achieve effects up to vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate. So that's the letter C of the decision. So I was wondering, I understand in the previous meeting you had an agenda item on on managing funding where this topic was placed. So this just a question. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for the question, Gladys, and we can come back to that as well when we have responses also from the Secretariat. Let me now give the floor to the Lost and Damaged Youth Coalition. For the moment, I have no other expression of interest for the floor, but please do let me know if there are. So over to you, Nicolas.
Hello. It's working. Okay, sorry. It looks like I'm the one in need of technical assistance. All right. Good afternoon, good evening to those in the room and to those online. My name is Nicholas Gollin, speaking for the first time on behalf of the Lost and Damaged Youth Coalition. Thank you so much for the informative discussion so far. I hope to be brief. I have two requests for clarification and one point to raise, and I'll be slightly echoing some of the issues that have been raised so far. So given the urgency of the climate crisis, no need to expand on that, we'd like to understand the reasoning behind the timeline for the proposal on the minimum percentage of technical assistance, which is scheduled for Q2, Q3 of 2026. In our opinion, the current timeline does not reflect or doesn't align with the urgency of the current escalating climate crisis we're facing. Additionally, we do welcome the $50,000 access envelopes, and we note that larger amounts are available through the regular technical assistance process. However, based on the Vanuatu experience, we'd like to know if a more streamlined or for more expedited process is being explored or could be explored. And again, the Vanuatu case has demonstrated that the process is actually quite lengthy and deserves to be shortened. Lastly, I'd like to build on Gideon's great intervention earlier. While we welcome the reference to the 11th preambular paragraph to the Paris Agreement in this document, which highlights the different vulnerable communities, such as children, we'd like to note that youth, who are an equally vulnerable community, are absent from paragraph 14 of the document. And so we call for the inclusion of youth for consideration as a vulnerable community in the work so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these comments. I now give the floor to Nadia from UNICEF Online, and after that I will close the speakers list. Nadia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for opening the floor for the observers. And we have been listening keenly and want to echo what some of the board members have already alluded to. While you're defining the scope of vulnerable communities, we would urge you to give due consideration to the disproportionate impacts on children and ensure that the designated minimum percentage benefits children, especially addressing loss and damage impacts on child critical sectors like WASH, health, nutrition, social protection that are critical for their survival. This would be consistent with the previous references and emphasis in the guidelines for requesting technical assistance and OBMEs. We would also like to echo what Tete mentioned on seeking alignment of this definition of vulnerable groups between the Santiago network and the FLRD. This would help streamline considerations across these very critical bodies and cross over to consideration under the WIM as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nadia. I just have a question to Aisha because she appeared briefly with her hand raised. I am not sure if that was for this agenda item, so just checking.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I wanted to talk about the previous one, but I think we'll have time in the intersectional.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Aisha. So with that, thanks so much for the rich exchanges. I would like to go back to the Secretariat for some initial reactions. If they can be brief, that would be appreciated. And then I will try to propose a way forward.
Many thanks, Co-Chair, and will be brief. And I will acknowledge also all the views that have been provided. Many thanks for those. Those are very valuable as we take this draft forward. Our intent is also that we can further expand and elaborate on your comments. And as you may have seen at the end of the document, the suggestion is that this is also further developed as part of the development of other strategic components. And this is one that could also benefit from the roadmap on the strategic consideration of Santiago network matters. So in that context, also your comments can be further elaborated and then taken into account as we revise this this document and this proposal. Thanks also for the comments in relation to some of the elements that need to fit into the proposal. Some of those in relation to the barriers. So we're more specific about the problems that we are trying to address and how we are intending to enhance the community-centric approach when it comes to Santiago network operations. The facilitation and the plan also to incentivize technical assistance directed to communities, a part of the operational framework here proposed, will also benefit from having a closer look at the barriers. So those barriers are removed and enable access to capacity building, but also to technical assistance and to larger finance for loss and damage. So we'll incorporate that in the paper. We also see that there were some comments in relation to the 50,000 up to 50,000 amount that is suggested in the paper, and well noted, as Samuel, we will not use that word. We'll change that word. That is part also of making our language more accessible and friendly. We will not be using envelope. We'll change that word. But just to explain also where is this coming from, this is is not a cap. Is the level to indicate under which level a more streamlined process could be used for the technical assistance that is directed to communities. So the whole purpose is to make sure that we can offer streamlined and simplified procedures to make it easier for this type of technical assistance requests to go through the cycle. Worth to note also that local communities would still be able to submit requests for technical assistance with a budget over 50,000 over the standard procedures. But this will be benefiting from faster, quicker disbursement. Now, there were also some comments in relation to the need to have a shared understanding of the definition of vulnerable communities. Section A proposed here on the consideration of vulnerable communities is precisely intended for that, to make sure that we receive guidance from the advisory board on an operational definition of vulnerable communities. We see that there is opportunity here as well, as mentioned by Tetet, to align with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, because they are also considering climate vulnerable communities as part of their operations. So what we would suggest here is an operational definition that can help us identify how to identify those communities. And thanks, Gladys, for suggesting looking at the submissions from countries, how they identify themselves as well, those vulnerable communities, so those can feed into our operations. There were some other comments in relation to the fact that this needs to be presented as work for and by communities. Thanks for that. That is also at the heart of the proposal, that communities are part of the design, decision-making, and implementation of these technical assistance requests. We will make that more prominent in the paper, and we will make that part of the consultative process to further develop the proposal. Also, I would like to note how important it will be for us to make sure that as part of the identity of the Santiago network, we can be identified as the actor of choice for working with and for communities, that we are recognized in the loss and damage landscape as a network that understands communities, that works with communities, that engages with them, and that can liaise with them effectively. So that goes also to the messaging of the Santiago network, to the identity and to the added value. And this is something that we will articulate also with other components, with the communications strategy, with the outreach strategy. There was a suggestion from Alpha of having a target for outreach that is linked to the vulnerable minimum percentage for vulnerable communities. So that is a way for us also to incentivize more uptake from communities. There were a number of comments on the timeline, some of them suggesting that the timeline was very lengthy given the urgency of the matter. Some others indicating that the timeline was rather short as well and rather what I have here rather ambitious in terms of the time. I can explain how we came about the 18 months. We consider that there is a need in order to provide the board with elements for an informed decision. There is a need first to collect those elements, and we can only collect those on the basis of proposals coming to Santiago Network, which are directed to vulnerable communities. We wish that we had those proposals already with us. That is not the case. So first we need to incentivize them to make sure that we have a process to have a mass of requests that can help us track the community-centric components that responds to the 18-month time frame that we estimate also that in that period of time we will be able, of course, with a lot of effort, in reaching out effectively to communities, but we would be able to have that critical mass for the tracking of requests. We also consider that in a way it can be ambitious, but we think it's doable. Another reason of the timeline, and this addresses also the point that was raised by Gladys in relation to this agenda item being considered as part of the technical assistance managing funding agenda item. This also is connected to that the timeline. We see that there is a need also to address some of the strategic components of the minimum percentage that tied into the Santiago Network strategy for a minimum percentage to be decided by the advisory board, so that can fit into the review of the guidelines that is scheduled for late 2026. That is 2 years after the guidelines were approved, the managing funding guidelines. They foresee a review after 2 years upon approval. That will be in late 2026. So this minimum percentage can fit into that and can fill the existing placeholder. So that is the logic behind it. There were some other comments as well in relation to making, and thanks Edie for that, making also a chapter in the guidelines of technical assistance, making something more for communication purposes, where we explain what is expected in proposals directed for communities. So this can serve as a resource for communities to be able to engage with Santiago Network and build their requests. Not well taken. We take it also as part of our homework, so we can make sure to engage and communicate effectively with local communities. We'll note that we cannot come up with case studies without technical assistance, so we hope during this 18-month period we will be able to collect those requests that can help us with relevant information. And finally, on the research, just to close now in the interest of time, on the research part, the research will also be based on best practices from others, including on support provided to communities, but also in listening from communities-based organizations, so we hear from them. And this research will also cover modalities that can help us streamline the process of access for communities. I stop here, but all the feedback provided will help us further refine this proposal. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for addressing those comments and questions very comprehensively and in detail. I think that is helpful for our discussion and also for those who raised the points to understand. So before we move on, let me just say that indeed, as has just been said by Carolina, the timeline for the full determination of the percentage is quite lengthy. but we can decide here on the first step. So we are not deciding on the percentage, but we are deciding on the elements of the roadmap, on the elements of the operational framework, and the other parts of the approach that has been laid out in the discussion paper. We were actually meant to decide at this meeting. So that was the decision from Advisory Board Meeting 3, that we will have intersessional engagement and we will have a decision at this meeting. We are not able to take a decision at this meeting on the percentage, but I think we can, as I said, take the first step. As this was linked with the agenda item on the strategy, and we have proposed a deadline for written comments on the strategy, I would suggest that we use the same deadline and we ask for comments on that particular issue, written feedback in line with the same deadline. But also kind of asking you at this moment that we endorse the approach. So we will have time for comments. You will be able to submit in writing the comments you have made or any additional ones. And I would then suggest that we put this on the agenda for our next intersessional meeting. And at that point, we would finalize this roadmap. So again, we will be not deciding on the percentage, but we will be deciding on the approach and on this timeline that has been presented with the comments that you have made that will be considered. We would then request also the Secretariat to update the document before the intersessional meeting that we will have, based on the comments provided today and also on the written feedback. So we will again put those proposed decisions in writing for you to consider at the end of the day. But if you have any reactions on anything that is missing or that is not agreeable at this stage, I am just checking with you now. And I have a pretty good side of the room. I don't see any flags, so I hope that is agreeable. So we will come back to you with that approach and with the written proposal. Which brings us to the end of this agenda item, but that is not the end of the day. We still have one agenda item ahead of us. I know we have a reception planned that is already a bit delayed, but we would suggest as co-chairs to continue to see if we are able to cover the agenda item that is still for today, which is on resource mobilization. Perhaps we will not be able to close it, but I would ask you kindly to consider that we continue and we have a bit of delay with the reception. I guess there are no objections to that. Very good. So let me continue with the resource mobilization agenda item 10. At our first meeting, the advisory board approved the work program of the Santiago network, which includes activity 19, stipulating that the Santiago network secretariat will develop a resource mobilization strategy under the guidance of the advisory board and aligned with the Santiago network strategy that will outline how the secretariat will engage donors that made pledges for the operation of the Santiago network and broaden resource channels, as well as coordinate with member states and other donors for mobilizing and effectively utilizing resources. At our second meeting, the advisory board asked the interim secretariat to initiate the development of resource mobilization strategy. As you can remember, at our third meeting, we discussed the annotated outline of the resource mobilization strategy, which is also contained in the document SNAB/2024/3/12. And we requested the Secretariat to further develop the strategy, taking into account the comments and suggestions made at that meeting. So I would now like to invite the members to consider the resource mobilization strategy document, zero draft, and provide guidance for finalizing it. And I will first ask the Secretariat to present it to us briefly and then open the floor for comments.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. We will be presenting now the Resource Mobilization Strategy Zero Draft that is also with you. This is another one of the strategic components that we are bringing to the fourth advisory board meeting. and also one that will benefit from your feedback and from the roadmap of consultations. This is one of the key also elements to make sure that the Santiago Network mission is duly implemented. And we also have taken note of the comments that you have provided in former sessions about the need to have a predictable, sustainable source of funding. So this resource mobilization strategy is intended to that. Now, in terms of the content of the paper, and this is in the form of a zero draft, we're presenting here the purpose, approach, and goals, the funding sources, and the funding approach, together with some considerations at this point in time at a very early stage in terms of the monitoring, risk management, and sustainability. And some of the next steps. The next steps in this case are particularly relevant, as this is something that we will be taking further. This is the background that has been provided already in terms of the context in which this strategy was requested, and this is part of our work plan as mentioned by our co-chair. Next. Now, when it comes to the purpose of the strategy, here the purpose is to make sure that we have in place, as mentioned, a strategy that can help us have an ongoing, predictable, adequate, and sustainable funding streams. And this is basically intended to address two purposes. On the one hand, to secure funds to support technical assistance for the implementation of relevant approaches to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. And second, to enable a support structure to deliver on the network's mandate. This is the purpose behind the resource mobilization strategy, that we are fit for purpose and that we're able to deliver on the Santiago Network mission. The approach also to further develop the strategy and the goals is to respond to the relevant sections. This is the connection to the Santiago Network strategy. Also, there is the intent also in the case of this to make sure that we have analytics, that we have data to duly inform the demand of technical assistance, and that the resource mobilization strategy is guided also by the demand and ensuring that we have the resource base to respond to that demand. As part of the strategy also, there is the plan to map the contributors and stakeholders that can be helpful in terms of resourcing of the Santiago Network. We have heard some of your comments in terms of diversifying the sources of funding, and this is something also that we're mapping out in terms of this strategy. This is also linked, of course, to your consideration of the budget of the Santiago Network, and we see that there is a space as well to clearly outline responsibilities to different parts of the Santiago Network when it comes to this strategy. This is the current levels of contribution that you have seen also in former presentations. We have 40.6 million and outstanding pledges currently under negotiation amounting to 12.1 million. We have heard also your request to have more disaggregated information when it comes to contributions, and that is something that we will make available. Now, in terms of the funding sources and the approach, we are identifying also, and we think this is one of the first steps, the types of contributions that the Santiago Network may receive. And we try to identify a wide range of possibilities and options: bilateral governments, philanthropies and nonprofits, multilateral partners. We have private sector here, and high net worth individuals as well as some of the potential sources and types of contributions. Some of the approaches that we have here, and this is basically the starting point for further development, is the segmentation of contributors, so we can understand better and also understand better to what extent and how we can engage with them. Also, this will be coupled with identifying financial sources and also approaching these potential financial sources. We need to build complementarity across funding channels. And another important element as well is the need to determine, and that will be guided by the advisory board, a replenishment cycle. that in our view could be also together, could be could mirror the cycle of the strategy. That way, the Santiago network could have a cycle that cuts across both the strategic framework, but also the replenishment cycles. Now that the strategy is being proposed towards 2028, that can inform also a potential replenishment cycle on the way forward. Also, we consider that in terms of the financial terms and contributions, it would be helpful as well to follow up as has been done on the agreement side, signed between the contributors and UNOPS. On behalf of the Santiago network, we have also some tools, some elements such as the contribution agreement template that we're using, also the rules and regulations of our co-host for funding management, and making sure also that we apply as a pool fund, that we apply those principles applicable to us. Here are some elements as well that require a further development as part of the resource mobilization strategy. An important one is the monitoring framework, and this is completely aligned with the operations and with the interim results framework to make sure that we can deliver on results, and that is part of the monitoring. We can also come up with customized tools for the purposes of the Santiago network. It is important also that this is informed by appropriate evaluations. Just to note, as you know, that there is a independent performance evaluation of the Santiago network as per relevant COP and CMA decisions that needs to be undertaken. Also, the timing of that independent evaluation, is to be determined. But that one of the elements that it considers is the adequate and predictable source of funding. Also, it is important to consider in this context risk management and the sustainability and long-term planning when it comes to the complementarity with other sources and the diversification of resources. On complementarity, also to note the conversations in the context of the FRLD and the possibility also of exploring collaboration modalities that also imply to some extent the consideration of resources that can flow or can be shared between the two institutions. The modalities are to be explored, but that is also something that we may explore in terms of complementarity. And here, finally, the next steps. We identify that there will be some factors important to inform the further development of this strategy. One of the key ones, the value proposition, the value addition of the Santiago network to the loss and damage landscape, and that's being discussed in the context of the Santiago network strategy. Also, the need for the Santiago network to initiate operations to deliver technical assistance, so that can help us build a track record that also builds the name of the Santiago network and the recognition of the Santiago network as the prime provider of technical assistance for loss and damage. So that track record is to be put in place, and that is an important tool for resource mobilization. And of course, we need to be informed by the needs on the ground. That is something that we need to have also an understanding of the needs to inform the resource mobilization strategy. We consider important also that this is a flexible approach, given that we are working in a changing environment, and a lot of data and analytics needs to take place to make sure that this is also a strategy that is informed by the ecosystem of potential existing and potential contributors, but also by the demand that we're expected to have. This is the end of the presentation. Many thanks, Co-Chair, and we are, of course, available for comments and questions.
Thank you so much, Carolina, and thank you for taking us through this at this very late time of the day. You have been extremely engaged in this meeting with a lot of presentations and answering to a lot of questions, so really appreciate the effort from you and the Secretariat. So colleagues, let me open the floor for your comments on what was presented and on the document that you have in front of you. The first speaker on the list is Tetet. You have the floor.
Thanks, Stella. I really want to have the icebreaker crown for the day. No? Thank you very much, Carolina and the Secretariat for making this presentation on the resource mobilization strategy. So I'll keep it short and sweet. No, of course, the advisory board must prioritize developing a robust resource mobilization strategy aimed at securing new, additional, predictable, and adequate funding for the network, with a priority on public funds. Now, my main comment basically is on the types of contributions. I'm missing this political message. Now, the strategy refers to the dynamic nature of the funding environment and geopolitical considerations. And while there's an element of practicality that is really needed, the Santiago network needs to send the right signal insofar as the promise of developed country parties in the Glasgow Climate Pact and associated decisions at COP26 that the Santiago network will be provided with funds to support technical assistance, and that developed country parties would provide funds for both the operation of the network and for the provision of technical assistance. So I think that is where my sense of discomfort is coming from when reading this strategy paper. So we need to discuss how to sustainably boost the number of contributors, including approaches for converting pledges into full contributions within 6 months upon the announcement of a pledge. No, and I remember I can hear Alpha's voice now. No, that is it a multi-year grant? Is it a multi-year pledge? So I think we also need to have that clarity in the resource mobilization strategy, because it's going to affect ultimately the sustainability of the work that we want to do. So I think we also need to draw on lessons learned from our experience in converting pledges into contributions. So maybe we can have, a tactic or whatever moves that we can in order to, exert pressure to convert pledges into contributions more quickly than what we have experienced at the moment. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much, Tetet. Next is Alpha, followed by Matthias, and followed by Akio. Colleagues, please try to make your points very clear, as Tetet just did, if you don't want to spend the rest of your evening in this meeting room. So, Alpha, you have the floor.
I have a plea to you, Chair, if I allow my fellow colleagues from developed country to start, and then I will react on that.
I think that can be accepted by other colleagues. Next is Matthias and then Akio, if that is fine with you.
And I think I can summarize afterwards.
I think the summarizing now belongs to the co-chair. Thank you, Alpha, but I think I can accommodate your request. So, Matthias, would you like to...
Thank you, Co-Chair. I will be very brief. I think thanks to the Secretariat for the hard work, impressive, the number of documents and how many or how long or how deep are the thinking. But a couple of things. To me, if I think of the fundraising strategy or resource mobilization strategy, I will ask ourselves first, what do we need? How much do we need? We don't have that question. We don't have that answer. We don't know how much we are going to give, at least as a minimum range for technical assistance. That's a question to us. We need to resolve that. It also speaks to the presentation we made yesterday and the insistence I had that I would like to see the detail in the grant agreement or the pledges agreement that the Secretariat had, because we need those information to project and to know when we should start fundraising strategy. But from what I saw yesterday, I think we need to start that since yesterday, because 2026 we will be living from balance, provided, yes, that's what I understood. But that was my takeaway from your presentation, because the thing is in terms of inflow, right, that we'll be receiving based on the pledges, even though I don't know So I think we need to know exactly what is the underlying assumption behind the figures, behind the money that have been pledged. And we need to learn from that and feed that into our fundraising resource mobilization, because it's very important. And it might be disappointing if we go to COP and we heard pledges made and then it end up being for 10 years or something like that. I'm not trying to joke, but that might be the case because we never know what is happening. So I think also we need also to figure out what are our key asks. Who are we? We need to move on very quickly on the strategy. And in working on the strategy, we need to understand what are the added value of a Santiago network. What are our innovative features? What is the added value that we can sell? And in addition to that, I also think, speaking to the paper now, that we are having a very, clear mandate, technical assistance to very vulnerable developing countries, and the vulnerability criteria needs to steer and inspire our mobilization strategy, because we need to have a storyline that can actually make the case for us. So specifically, for instance, in paragraph 3 to 4, the vulnerability criteria, we need to be more technical as a technical body, to bring, I'm not trying to entertain any academic discussion, but we need to bring exposure, storyline, and all these things. And there's also something missing. We, as a Santiago network, we should be open for anyone who has dollar or, I don't know, franc Guinean, but no, but seriously, we should expand. We should be open. And I think at regional levels, we can have as a network, be networking as part of our mandate, not even a fundraising strategy, networking with regional banks that are in the different areas, and see how we can be also considered as we are planning with a law firm for responding loss and damage to help them and to leverage our technical assistance to make our technical assistance make a sense in terms of results. So if we talk to a development bank, African Development Bank, saying, I have a technical assistance project in Guinea, and Guinea is planning to work on that. So do you have any plan? But we have scarce resources, we have limited resources. Do you want to be part of the journey? Such kind of things I think we need to have in the point. And also think last year there were point made that we need to set up a result framework very quickly, because that is the trigger for converting pledges into real money. So we need to understand what is happening behind the door in terms of converting. We need to understand what are the expectations of those very kind donors that are putting money there. We are not saying that they will steer our process, but to the extent possible, in line with our mandate, we need to understand and see how we can accommodate that. So I think the fundraising strategy, we need to have more information to start discussing it, and there are homework to do from our end. And we need to know how much this Santiago network, people asking me, what is in your pocket? How much are you going to do? And I used to say 500,000 for a technical assistance. And I think that should be our ambition. And that is the point that I had last year when they proposed to have a multiple year budget. I said no. Why? For the simple reason. If we have to go in a mobilization, we need to have an ambitious goal. What is our ambition? And that needs to be stated in the strategy first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha. I think you asked some questions specifically on the conversion of pledges and some of the details on what is actually in the account that was presented yesterday. I'll ask the secretary to come back with those figures in reply to you. I will now give the floor to Matthias and then to Akio.
Yes, thank you, Stella. And I'm trying to be succinct, but I will have quite a lot of comments actually. And I would like to start off with saying that I heard some comments on the pledges made and on how much is in the bank account, etc., etc. I mean, and just to say that in my understanding, the pledges made now, we have, except 2 of them, they are being converted. And I hope the 2 that are outstanding will hopefully also follow suit soon. And also we have to be cognizant at this stage. I mean, let's first prove that we are able to spend the money. We have seen that in terms of technical assistance, we're not really there yet. So we have much more money in the bank account than we have been proven to be able to spend. So before we lament the resource situation, let's first show that we are able to have a spending capacity. Sorry to be direct here, but I think it's an important point. Then on the resource mobilization strategy, let me start off with things that I find good, and then some of them I find less good, to be frank. I think it's great, conceptually, it's very clear that resource mobilization is about gathering and managing current contributors, but also approaching new ones. Developed and other potential contributors, private sector, philanthropies, etc., etc. So that's very good. Also, this contributor stakeholder. I also find very, very positive to see that this is a collective endeavor, harnessing the role of the secretariat, harnessing the role of the co-hosts, harnessing the role of the members of this board as well. We can also play a role in resource mobilization. So this should be clearly, and then when we go into more detail and revise the strategy, should be more outlined in more detail what the respective roles are. And I also found positive one of the mention in the draft that the linkage to results and the track record, and I think there's also a point that Alpha mentioned about the story, because resource mobilization is also linked to the performance and the outcomes you reach. Furthermore, and that's I know this can be popular sometimes with contributors, donors, is earmarking, but I think it's good to outline that we're not here. This is we should, as donors, abstain from earmarking. Earmarking is really making the life difficult of a lot of multilateral organizations, and I hope we can avoid it at the Santiago network. Now, on the things I think that could improve in this document is, first of all, I think the how we mobilize funds is still super generic in this document and could be improved. How do we actually mobilize funding with the different kind of sources, and what kind of activities does this involve? This should be outlined. Then there's an important conceptual confusion in my view by the use of the term replenishment. Okay. This is a term used by by the funds like the GCF or by multilateral development banks. It's multi-year. It's not these yearly exercises and so on. So yeah, this is, I think, to avoid the confusion in the vocabulary there would be important to amend. Then one thing I think a challenge we will have is, and we have to anticipate that, is that we now have this mandate, the strategy phase, until 2028, 2029, like that. And then we will have a new phase, and we have to make sure that that there is no gap there. That's also in resource mobilization we have to keep that in mind. Then some more details, perhaps, just 3 of them. First, I've read somewhere like on the monitoring weekly updates to the advisory board. Frankly, on resource mobilization, it seems to me just excessive. Frankly, even monthly would be a stretch in my view. But I just think you can dedicate your time to other things in a more productive fashion. Then resource mobilization, in my view, should be about the supply side much more than the demand side. And here in this document, you develop a lot about like a data analytics framework. I'm not sure if this is the place for a resource mobilization strategy, which is more about how can we mobilize the supply of funds. The demand will become clear by the requests that are being addressed to the Santiago network. I don't think we have to put in place a complicated, sophisticated analytical framework for that. Finally, one more point. I think somewhere it is mentioned that any evaluation of the Santiago network will include a section on resource mobilization. I think at some stage we might engage also in thematic evaluations, in more specific evaluations, perhaps, that are not. So I don't think any evaluation, if you make an overall evaluation of the Santiago network, I think that's probably what you meant. When you have a comprehensive evaluation of the network, then funding resource mobilization obviously is an important part of the picture, but you might have specific evaluations where you won't look at that topic. That's it for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Matthias. That's quite a lot. Thanks for your comments. So I have on the list Akio and then followed by Edie, and I am inclined to close the speakers list after that and maybe open to observers if anyone wants to engage. But let me give the floor to Akio at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much, Co-Chair. Yes, due to the time constraint, I don't want to repeat, but I fully agree that comments made by Matthias from the context, reality, and others, considering the current situation on the budget spending others. But I would like to highlight some points on the inclusiveness of raising funds. So thank you very much to the Secretariat to drafting the information, including funding approach, including co-finance or ad hoc contribution, one-time contribution, and including the potential resources from private sector. This is very important. I know that there are many many activities and projects contribute to responding to the loss and damage in developing countries in the area of early warning system or insurance schemes under the private and public partnership. It's working actually. So yes, this is important to raise a fund from developed country party, but this is not, I think, the main, ultimate objective is to catalyze the technical assistance, including by utilizing finance of governments of developed country, but also we need to. There are big potential to engage the private sectors who have a partnership with the government. So I think we need to be in a mind of inclusiveness, not exclusiveness. But of course, we need to check conflict of interest when receiving funds from private sector. So this is the biggest point I'd like to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akio, and also thank you for being brief. So I give the floor to Edie, and I do not have any other speakers list, so I will close after Edie.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I understand now why Alpha was asking to react after just earnings on account, because Matthias, I agree with you that we already have pledged and we have already fund there. So if we do not frame how are we going to utilize this, the fund already here in our hands, so we cannot go definitely for giving fund to parties and communities, vulnerable communities who need fund to develop technical assistance. And the work we are doing here since 1 year only, we started working to operationalize the Santiago network here in the advisory board is for that. So we need to go quickly agreed on something that can allow us to say, okay, we will give technical assistance on that basis. We are going to give fund on this, on that, because without this we cannot work properly. We need this regular and framework to see how can we access directly to fund, what will be the activity that we need to do for accessing to fund, and if not, we cannot access to fund. You have money to give, please give us. We will put on the basket and we will frame the way to get the money for developing action and activity for technical assistance and other. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Edie, for your reaction, and thank you for being brief. Let me now turn to the Secretariat for answering some of the questions, and then I will propose a way forward.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and many thanks for the comments, particularly noting the elements that you think are taking us in a good direction, and also those elements that need to be reworked or addressed using a different approach. That's also extremely valuable for us in further refining this strategy. Many of the comments that have been made here resonate as well with the elements that we identify as critical for the strategy. So we will make sure to duly incorporate them. Those comments about the added value, the need to have a storyline, the need to set the ambition, all of that can be more clearly communicated, and also that can be for us a good input to make a more compelling strategy when it comes to resource mobilization. We also need to make sure that this is duly informed by the communications piece, so we can communicate in that strategy the value proposition of the Santiago network that will be coming down from the Santiago network strategy. So those linkages are becoming clear, and also many thanks for your comments, because we will make sure that this is duly articulated to the value proposition of the Santiago network strategy, and that the communications strategy allows us also to disseminate that in a way that is compelling and that mobilizes interest from different contributors. We take note also of the comments in relation to making sure that there is a proof of concept as well, that we demonstrate that we are delivering technical assistance. That is important also in terms of demonstrating that we are up and running, and that resources are well used and are also yielding results, and that they are going to developing countries and vulnerable communities. We take note also to the need to correct some of the wording when it comes to replenishment, and also approaches that are more suitable for financial institutions. So we'll make sure to have something that is fit for purpose, fit for the network that we are. We also recognize the feedback in terms of improving the how, and we will make sure that this zero draft further elaborates and expands on the how in the next iteration of the paper. The timing on the resource mobilization strategy is in the context of the Santiago network strategy. That's why we're suggesting also the same time from here. It would be very convenient for the network to have a cycle that is consistent all across operations, resource mobilization, and also strategy and planning. Having a consistent time frame helps also build that consistency across the different instruments and frameworks of the Santiago network. This is also consistent with the hosting memorandum of understanding that has an initial period of 5 years that can be renewed for 5 years in subsequent phases, but the initial period is of 5 years. We'll note on the specific points about evaluations and making sure that this is a component, or that we at some point also go into thematic evaluations. That is part of the learning function, and also the learning by doing that we will inject into the Santiago network evolution, that we create those feedback loops, and that those feedback loops are done by evaluations, some of them independent evaluations, so we have an objective perspective. Well noted also on the need to be inclusive on the resource mobilization. We will make sure to further reflect this, including also private sector and also some other actors that were mentioned in the ecosystem, regional banks, making sure that we partner with them as well, but mindful of the conflict of interest as has been suggested. We will also be developing this further in terms of the next steps. The suggestion here is that this is also one of those strategic components that can be further consulted in the context of the roadmap, and that can articulate with the other strategic pieces as well that we're presenting to the board in here. We will be also making sure that other comments are incorporated into the paper, to further develop based on the feedback that we have received. Many thanks, and back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for answering those questions. And before we close, let me just try to summarize and propose how we will deal with the decision for this agenda item. So we are thankful for the zero draft, but we have heard a lot of comments today, and we will request the Secretariat to further develop the draft of the resource mobilization strategy, taking into account the comments that were made today. But we will also allow for written feedback to be submitted, and we will propose a deadline. We will try to align the deadline with the other processes for comments, including on the overall strategy, just to be in alignment. And we will then have a new version for the consideration of advisory board at the 5th meeting. But again, this is summing up the views expressed in the proposed way forward. We will circulate the decision for you later this evening with other elements. Okay, I see that Tetet has a flag up, so I will, if that's still on that point, please come in, Tetet.
Yeah, sorry to come back again, but I don't think I heard the Secretariat reference the point I made about making a reference to the COP27 CMA decision on funding provision for Santiago network. I heard all the other points incorporated in your response, but not the very first thing that I mentioned. So maybe it's an oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tetet, and please, Secretariat, if you could react.
Yes, no, many thanks for noting that, Tetet. I unintendedly forgot mentioning that in my comments. I have that in my notes, and this is also something that we are taking also forward in terms of the development of the paper. Your comments about having new additional predictable funding, and also the references to relevant COMBAN CMA decisions, is something that we will incorporate in the paper, that will make us responsive to the mandates that are already in place. Also, you noted something about making sure that we inject in the strategy an approach to convert the contributions quicker. So we need also to come up with a way, a modality to make sure, and I think you mentioned within 6 months, we make sure that we come up with a modality and an approach to engage in a way that the contributions, the pledges can be converted into contributions in a faster manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Is there an additional point to be made? No. Okay, thank you very much. Let me just say that this then closes this agenda item for now. Of course, we still have to see the decision points that you will receive this evening. So let me remind you also about the invitation that was made this morning. And yes, it was this morning. It was a long day for all of us, where Angela requested that you indicate interest in joining one of the 2 subcommittees that were mentioned, the budget subcommittee and the conflict of interest subcommittee. So please do do not forget that. Get in touch with Hannah. Or get in touch with co-chairs or communicate this to us. In addition to that, let me just say that we've concluded the plan for today. So thank you very much for your patience and for engaging with us, and also for your patience in waiting when we were consulting during the breaks, which led to some delays in the meeting. So let me just give you also some announcements that are applicable to you and not to myself, but you are kindly requested to meet at the top of the stairs for a family photo. And after that, there will be also a photo including observers, so do not run away. Following the photos, you will be going to a reception, which is an opportunity for the advisory board and the secretariat to gather with observers as well. Reception will be held in the restaurant area of the Novotel where lunch was served. So this concludes my remarks for today. As yesterday, we will be sending to you the decisions, which will also include our proposal for the regional presence, and we will be updating the schedule of work. So look for that on the website and also in your mailboxes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Stella, are you staying with us for the cocktail, please?
For the photo cocktail.
You can watch online. You can make video call. You can participate.
I would love that. Thank you, Edie.
Estela and colleagues, some of you requested to move the photo for tomorrow in the morning because you are tired. Everybody looks tired and we want to look okay. So we need some makeup for tomorrow.
At what time? At what time tomorrow morning?
For tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, what time?
In the break.
You owe me 30 minutes sleeping. You owe me 30 minutes. Half an hour sleeping, so.
We start at 9, eh?
Yeah, tomorrow we start at 9.
Okay,
so
great.
you will have time to sleep. Please be punctual, colleagues. Thank you so much.
We only started the meeting. Okay. Before and after.
But just